Behold the wizard. Beware his powers. Unspeakable powers. Here's the wizard. The mystical wizard.
Greetings, travelers, Wiz Kids, and Wordplayers. And I've got no strings to hold me down.
Got no strings to hold me down.
Was it me this time?
We are here once again. We are joined by Stimulated Cynic.
Yo.
And Jesker James.
Yo, man, that's introduction enough.
And the stream debut, first time hearing his quote unquote lovely voice, Samurai Snowman.
Well, konnichiwa, my friends. Glad to be here, bro. Thanks for having me on, man.
Yeah.
It's been a long time coming. And yeah, we back again this week. We almost didn't have a full show. It was going to be mainly Liza P and Souls Talk, but news came up, so it's like, all right, we can have a show now.
What's the news? What news? Something happened? Something happened in the chat?
Something happened in the chat.
Well, before that, we can talk about our weeks that we've had. Mine, between last Wednesday and this one, I play games, right? I keep myself busy. I keep myself procrastinating instead of working on comics and art and stuff.
Yeah, makes sense.
Likewise, bro.
I waste time. I've been trying to get through Fallout 4's Platinum. I've gotten the Platinum for the PS4 copy. This for the PS5 version. Got the Platinum today. Now I'm just cleaning up the DLC trophies. But another game that I like to waste time on is Power Wash Simulator. And I've talked to it about these guys before. Power Wash Simulator, Jessica.
Like power
I could never.
Like power washing your house?
Well, that's one of the levels. You power wash someone's house.
Yeah.
But you
Imagine doing that for work and then coming home and playing that.
Yeah.
That'd be horrifying.
Dude, that's not a game. That's called a job.
Yeah, dude.
Well, it's actually it's harder to do it in the game because you don't have physics. Yeah, so if you spray something from the top, it doesn't run down to the bottom, right? It doesn't do that.
It doesn't do that with a regular power washer either.
Well, I mean, like it's water. Water runs down. So it's like you would clean something. Yeah, like water would clean something, right?
What is this, Goofy?
So basically how Power Wash Simulator works is if you spray it, that's the pixel of dirt that you've removed.
Hold up. Did you pay for this?
Yeah, it's like
you paid money for this?
It's a really good. It's a Square Enix game, Jesker. So you automatically have to simp for it.
It's a.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
in
that's
in
true.
that case,
Jessica.
it's the greatest game ever made.
Groundbreaking.
Go
Yeah.
Japan. The
So,
graphics are amazing. The story
um,
really touched my soul. I mean, just I love you, Square. I love you.
So they have like special packs. Like they have a Final Fantasy VII pack, where you can clean the bar, you can clean the motorcycle, you can clean like mech suits and stuff like that.
Dude, the stuff you clean in here would never be power washed in real life, though. That's
Yeah,
what blows my
ALTJ.
mind.
ALKD. So here's the thing, right?
Okay.
What
In
did
the
we-
game,
Like a birdhouse.
What
okay,
did
so
we
here's the
destroy
thing. In the
paint?
game, they point out that you're not power washing. You're pressure washing. Power wash requires heat. You're pressure washing. 'Cause
Look
you're
down
just
here,
using, you're just using water.
down here in the South, man. We just call it power washing. Pressure wash, power wash, same thing.
It's the
Who
same
knows if
thing.
you got? Yeah, who
Listen.
knows if you got hot water or not?
How much did you? How much money did you pay for this?
It was.
Um,
89.96.
let me look at the.
In like Dogecoin or something, or you don't act-
Dogecoin?
You don't
You can't
don't-
dodge it, ram it.
You
No,
you don't actually mean in U.S. dollars, do you?
He bought it in Canadian Canuck bucks.
Right now it's
Oh,
on
it's even more
sale. You can
expensive.
get it for $17.49. It's normally $25. So you can get it
Dude, I
for
pay I
18.
pay less for my Disney Plus subscription.
Well, I mean, like, it's a subscription. So it's Jessica, I don't know if you've bought a game before, but once you buy it, you only have to pay for
You
it
own
once.
it.
That's not my
Yeah.
point. 1 month of Disney Plus is more value than
Do you see this game, Jessica?
What,
Yeah,
what do you
Jessica's
get out
trying-
of this game, though?
So
Jester's trying to be an F slur wizard, and I'm not going to put up with it. Okay.
Yeah, if he can, I can too.
It is a just relaxing experience. It's not about like,
It's a
You-
time waster game. It's a
what's
relaxing
time waster.
What's
game.
the story? Who's the main?
the story is
character?
the
Who's
story
the
is actually
villain?
like the character is just you, like you're just the nondescript character. The story is that you work your way up from just cleaning like your van to like all the way up to like the story goes in some crazy places. Like there's
It's power washing. How crazy can it get?
I
He
mean
literally
does
just said you get to wash the Final Fantasy VII bar.
well that's a level pack. That's separate
And
from the
fucking
story.
mechs. That's kind of cool.
That's still
you
pretty.
cross-
That's still
do
pretty
you-
crazy.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is there like some multiverse stuff going on where you cross over to the Final Fantasy universe?
There's not
He's
they
that
don't
good of a
explain it.
power
It's just
washer.
you just
You
do
power
it.
wash
Like,
through to another dimension.
so
Yeah, bro.
here's
You know how many
Here's
PSI
the-
that takes?
Yo, that power
Yeah,
washing is
dude.
5-dimensional, bro.
How much
It's
horsepower
crazy.
you got on that washer, man?
Man, that thing puts out about 350.
You power wash the fabric of space and time. What?
So here you are cleaning this ancient statue, which helps unravel the plot of the game, and then eventually it's like you clean an ancient temple, but yeah, they did like a Alice in Wonderland pack where you're cleaning like the rooms in the tea, garden and stuff like that.
There's an.
So anyway,
So you're not fucking with me here. There's an actual story.
yeah, there's an actual story for Power Wash Simulator. Yes,
Is this
I
really?
mean,
a
that's
Square-
pretty creative to be able to come up with a story for that.
Is this really
It's
a
a
Square? What
publisher
the
Square Enix.
Yeah, Jessica. So you're literally obliged by your
Yeah, you
weebdom
have to
to purchase it. Like you have
if the
to,
Kingdom-
or they'll send you.
If the Kingdom Hearts level pack comes out, you will have to play. It will be canon too to the
Oh
Kingdom
my
Hearts.
god, it will be canon because Nomura's crazy. You're right.
So that is to say that they've had they did a Back to the Future level pack. They did a Warhammer one. I did not like that one. It was very boring. The level packs are about $8. They give you about 5 levels. And some story.
Hold
They
on,
did a
hold on.
SpongeBob.
How many level packs have you purchased, Wizard?
I've purchased all of them, which there's only like 4. There's Back to
So
the Future.
you literally are close to $80 into this game.
Yeah, probably. Which is like I don't buy games often, so
Okay.
It's Square Enix, bro.
I
You have
don't
to.
even know what's real anymore.
So anyway, so there's Back to the Future. The Final Fantasy VII one is free. So there's Final Fantasy and Tomb Raider. Those are free. And those levels are free. And then there's a seasonal, just one level. Those are free. and then they added like 3 levels every like so often. Those are free. Like clean the paintball court and whatever.
That's all they hear out of Wizards. Over and over. New
Okay,
packs
so if
Simping
we're,
hard.
if we're looking at who spent the most money on Square Enix, I mean, we gotta look at Jesker down there. Jesker and Cynic.
Listen.
Yeah, that's true. I own way too many Square Enix games.
I mean, they make good fucking games, dude.
That's true.
Before all the Kingdom Hearts stuff was on the HD collections, it was spread out across different consoles, different handhelds. I bought every single game. I bought every single handheld. So I can tell you right now, I have spent $1,000 on Kingdom Hearts alone.
What the?
So there you go.
And you know
anyway,
what? I proudly did it.
So their newest level pack.
I mean, I spent a fuckload of money on like Batman and comics and shit. So
The newest level pack
That's not
is
weeb stuff.
newest level pack is
Fuck you,
Shrek.
Senate.
The newest level pack is a Shrek level pack. The thing is with this level pack though, it does not work on most consoles. It will crash.
Are you
every
playing this
single
on Steam or your console?
on my PS5.
You know this was free like 6 months ago, right?
What?
Power Wash.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, I just
I had
just
owned it
curious.
already. Like I owned it previously.
You just
I bought
probably
it. I think I
missed
bought it on. I think I bought it on
Okay,
sale. I think
okay.
I bought it when it was like 15, I think, or something. It was a while ago. Anyway,
Okay.
so the Shrek DLC pack is the newest one. It does not work. It crashes every single time you try to play it. They have not patched it yet. So I bought it. I paid $8 for it and cannot play it because it crashes. The only way to right now they say pre-patch to play it your story, which you could do. It's just like the story's also pretty long. Like the levels are long and stuff. So it's like after you've done it, it's like, I don't want to.
Is there like actual lore to this?
Yeah, well, he
More or
already
less.
explained that. Like, there's
Yeah,
an actual storyline to it.
No. But I mean,
Yeah.
like, is there like lore?
like
like
lore is
world-
in like world building. It's more or
Yes.
less. It opens up later, but yeah, you could argue if you know the story from the very like first couple of levels, they already drip feed you stuff about like there's a volcano going off, and the volcano
What
gets worse and
the
worse as
hell?
the levels go on, and you can actually see it in the distance in some of the levels.
That's why you're
And there's also
having to power wash everything because all
Dog,
that
there's
heat dust.
Leave it to Square Enix to put.
Well, I thought
lore.
the final level was going to be you spraying the volcano down to calm it. I thought that's what the final level was going
Square
to be.
Enix actually put lore and backstory and world building into a game
Well-
about power washing.
So
Fuck yeah,
to be
dude.
fair, it's Future Lab. Square Enix is just the publisher. So
Was
it's also- I'm pretty
Nomura-
sure it's-
Did
I think it's
Nomura
Embracer
get
Group
involved in
now.
this?
Oh, the game's trash again. Then
I think it's Embracer Group now because
Well, fuck you. Nomura is a storytelling.
it's
genius.
whack.
Nomura is a storytelling genius, and you will respect the man.
so that is to say
He
that,
didn't write it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He had something to do with it, I'm sure.
I can guarantee you Nomura had nothing to do with Power Wash Simulator.
Is there time travel in it?
No.
Give it time.
Jessica, I don't know how to tell you that Nomura did not create everything. Not
There's
every-
Back to the Future,
Is
dude.
he
Well,
not
that's true.
good?
You said there's a Back to the Future map.
Yeah,
Okay,
there you
so
go.
There's a
Fuck
Back
it.
to the Future. The Back to the Future level pack is written in the way that you are working on the film set, but once you clean the DeLorean, it speeds off, and then if you wait, it actually comes back from the future.
Tell me
See, there you go.
Gotta
Tell
go
me
back
that
in time.
Tell me that-
That song's a
Gotta go
banger.
back in time.
I'm
Trying
telling
to
you,
tell me-
Jessica,
Gotta go back in time.
Nomura did not write Back to the Future either. I don't know how to tell you.
Nomura, listen. Nomura created everything, and you're not going to.
Nomura what, huh?
heavily,
Nomura
Nomura heavily influenced.
Tetsuya
Back to the
Nomura
Future.
created everything. You're not going to tell me otherwise. Look,
Is Jessica
you-
again
you
preaching
worship
from his
your-
cult?
you worship your god, I'll worship mine.
It's fun.
But no, that. So no, that is that was more or less my week. Playing Fallout 4. Well, I also did finish Arkham Knight.
Oh wow, that was your week. Wow,
As
that's
best as I
spiral.
as best as I really wanted to.
I mean, I went hunting and went to work and went to the
Well,
gym. So
Yeah.
that was my week. My week was great.
Yeah, I didn't do shit. I just worked and played video games like
Yeah.
a
I played
nerd.
Oblivion every night.
Well, we're gonna get
And
to you, Cynic.
That was great.
I was just gonna say that I had been
Now we're
playing
done with
Arkham
Cynic
Knight.
now. You just said it.
Yeah, I just preambled myself out of the way.
I had been playing Arkham Knight because it's a Halloween game, and I
I've
generally
been playing City a little bit.
I'll time my game replays to like holidays or seasons and stuff where I'm like kind of feel like when it starts getting colder,
I
I'm
did the
gonna
same
want
thing.
something. Yeah, just want something cold to play, and it might be God of War 18. It might be Spider-Man, Miles Morales, or Arkham Origins, something like that is usually like what I kind of look for. So yeah, so Halloween time, I was like, I'll do Arkham Knight again because they added the Robert Pattinson Batman skin, and so I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a whole playthrough with that, and then I played through it a little
Wait,
bit. I'm like, I'm gonna play with the other ones.
They're still adding DLC to Arkham Knight.
So the reason they did that was because they re-released
Arkham
the
Knight's
game.
stocked.
They re-released the game on Switch, and so they added the suit for that, and so then they just added it into all the other games. It's not like the most like greatest looking suit ever, but it it works. But yeah, so it is funky to be like the last movie suit they made was Batman v Superman, because that's when that game was out, and it's like, and here's the Matt Reeves one. It's like, whoa, crazy.
I hate all the tactical looking robot Batman suits. I want the cloth shit.
Yeah,
You want the Adam
Like
West
Batfleck.
stuff, don't you?
Fuck yeah. Give me the blue and gray too.
Doesn't look bad. Yeah, it doesn't look bad at all.
It has
I
not
agree.
aged that bad, dude. That's from like 800 years ago.
Are you
No,
talking? You're talking about specifically the Adam West suit.
Yeah, yeah.
That ain't gonna work in a movie.
I mean,
movie
they'd have to
already-
gritty it
already
up a
did.
little bit.
already did, Jesker.
The blue and gray will work, but I'm talking about the design of the Adam.
Oh,
West
and
suit.
they'd have to change the design a little bit, but they could
Yeah,
do
that's
some
what
kind
I'm
of more
saying.
like fabric look. I mean, Batfleck had like the fabric look to his shit.
No, I agree that the blue and gray can work. I'm just saying, like, specifically the Adam West suit.
Nah, that's a little silly for sure.
The cowl's the only thing that's like really silly. The rest of it's all right. It's mid, but that cowl is
Yeah,
The fuck,
cowl
the
is
fucking,
not hitting.
the
got like
fucking
eyebrows on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the eyebrows are so goofy, man.
Yeah, that cowl is not. Plus, look at where it ties around his neck.
Yeah.
It's all ruffled and
it's
shit.
it's like
And the
an
bat
actual
symbol's whack.
costume.
I don't
Yeah,
mind
the
the
bat
bat symbol.
symbol
If they made it bigger, if they took that symbol and just sort of made it bigger instead of just right between his boobs,
He
I think
doesn't
it would
have-
look good.
Those are not boobs, sir.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but
Those are moobs.
Those
It's like the Batman cereal costume.
Adam West was like jacked in his day, though. That was
Yeah,
like
he
a
was ripped out
godly
the frame,
man in
wasn't he?
his time.
Yeah.
He was smacking
Yeah.
bitches with Sean Connery.
God, Sean Connery's a man. Sometimes,
like
sometimes you
well,
got
the
to give him a
stories-
little smack.
The stories they would
That shit's a
they told
classic.
in the one book about the Batman show about how like all of like the young college girls liked Adam West and the housewives liked Burt Ward, and so then when they would travel for these like press groups, they would sleep with them in hotel rooms.
Oh yeah, I just heard about that recently too. They were fucking the hella lady killers, dude.
Yeah, and like Burt Ward talked about how he had to like he didn't want to do it originally, but Adam West talked into him. But then he had the hardest part of that because he would have to escape the husbands and stuff, and so he said he jumped out of windows and stuff like that.
Yep. He was actually
mean-
Batman, dude.
Well, I mean, Robin was the acrobat, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
So yeah, so the serial Batman, which the first appearance of the Batcave was from the serial.
I need to see all those in a time. Dude, I was at a rave one time and they were playing that on a projector in like the background of the whole rave. That shit was
Yeah.
wild, dude.
I was about to say that'd be
I
kind
have-
of trippy. I think.
I have it.
That
on
shit was
DVD.
cool as fuck.
One of the villains of the serial is the Wizard. Funny enough,
Oh.
Yeah, but every wizard's always kind of a bad guy.
I also think he's like.
whoa,
I think-
whoa. Gandalf, Dumbledore. What are you talking
Merlin.
about?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
only reason why Gandalf wasn't a bad guy was because he was smoking Tuvi weed or whatever it
yeah,
is.
this is
Yeah,
the
he was
reason.
out there on cloud 11.
Yeah, he was zonked out, bro.
He was doing. Zonk's a great word. Stink.
But, so yeah, imagine Jessica. Imagine this all day. That's been my group chat for like.
Whoa! What are you
Hold up.
talking about? I'm
Is
in no
every-
backroom, secret squirrel backroom group chats.
No.
I mean, a lot of
We
them.
don't. We
Is
don't
your
do
group-
that.
Several.
Is everybody in your group chat just high? I mean, what's going on?
I mean, these two apparently are.
Moochie boochies.
Yeah, no joke.
I'm high right now. What are you talking about?
Of course.
I'm always high, man.
My biggest
bro.
regret was bringing these two together.
It was kind of a bad idea.
Nah, dude, this is going swimmingly. I'm having an
Yeah,
awesome time.
Wait, what are you talking about, Wizard?
So you two cover what you wanted out of your week. So Jessica, what you do?
So this week I discovered that apparently power washing can be a video game.
You got it.
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna stream Power Wash Simulator, Jessica. That's what I want. That's what
I
that's your
might.
goal.
Oh man, that
I
sounds
might.
torturous.
It's
I might.
on
No.
sale on
Bruh.
Steam. You're gonna get it the Final Fantasy pack completely free. So you just really, if you want to just buy it just for that, you can buy it just for that. You can start it right off the menu. You don't even have to play the story. You can just go straight to Final Fantasy pack. Tifa will text you of what a good job you're doing.
As
Ooh,
long
now-
as she
now, see,
texting
that's an
nudes.
actual incentive. That's an actual incentive right there.
No nudes, but Barrett will also text you. I think Cloud does.
I don't want Barrett to text me.
I don't roll.
I
that
also
way.
don't want Cloud to text me. I
I'm
just
just
want
saying.
Tifa to text me, and
Yeah,
I'm
Tifa, I
gonna
think
text
Aerith-
back to her.
Aerith might. I don't
Nah,
know.
I'm Aerith. No, I don't. I feel
Aerith
like
nah?
Aerith would be a little too
What do you got
Aerith
against Aerith?
innocent.
Aerith. a
I'm
little
just
bit.
saying, like I wouldn't want to corrupt her, but I feel like I could send
suppose.
Tifa, boobs or GTFO, and she would.
I
I
mean,
mean,
yeah. There's logic
You've never
in what
done
you
that.
say.
Actually, my best girl in that game in the remake is what's her name from God, what's the group that they're in, the mercenary group or whatever.
yeah, I know who you're talking about, but I don't remember.
God,
her
what's
name.
her name?
Jesse.
Avalanche.
Jessie. Yeah,
Jessie, yeah.
Avalanche. I kept wanting to say Earthquake for some reason. Jessie in Avalanche is best girl. Care what anybody says.
Yeah, she's
Dream.
pretty good.
Said
Man.
earthquake.
That's what in my head I kept going Earthquake, and I was like, that's not
He's
it.
the
And I was
don't
having
you
an
know
inner monologue
Avalanche?
argument.
the best
Yeah.
member of the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants.
I was I was having an inner argument. Okay, people.
Avalanche
to
is in
let
the
him-
intro.
Let him get through it.
Avalanche is in the
Jesus
intro of
Christ.
X-Men the animated series every single episode, but has never appeared in the show ever.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you're right.
That's true. Hey, you know what I think would be a really good episode, and it would probably be misogynistic as fuck. But we got to do like our top 10 video
That
game
word
girls.
means nothing.
I mean, it doesn't, but we got to do like our top 10 video game girls.
Yeah,
Bayonetta's up there. That's my bitch,
So-
dude.
that's one
seriously,
thing
I-
that.
I
So
mean,
I have on the docket to do tier lists. At whenever we're like low on content, or it's like so I have scheduled for the 30th. I'll announce it here. The 30th will be the Halloween special, where I plan to do a Halloween candy tier list. We will argue over, what candy is bad, what candy is good, so on and so forth. And so, that can be our introduction to tier lists, and
I'm
we'll fight
really
over
interested to see everybody's opinion on candy corn.
Oh,
No.
Horrendous.
Save it.
No,
save
we're
it-
gonna-
save
we're
it for
gonna-
the episode. Save it
it's
for
like,
the
I mean, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I was literally speaking opinions in my head, like just going, "Mhm, yeah, this one, yeah, that one, oh, this
yeah,
one.
like already kind of thinking about it, like what
Yeah.
when you get the bag, right? When they put it in there, you look in the bag later. What's getting tossed? What's getting given to your mom? What's getting traded?
Have any of y'all ever gotten given fucking Necco
What
wafers?
did
Y'all know what
say?
Necco wafers are?
Yeah, I
What
don't
say
think
about-
I have though.
What did you say about me giving it to your moms?
Yeah, someone's mom's getting something.
Oh my god.
I mean, if
those
you
like
treat her respectfully, I'm okay with it. You know,
Yeah, bro.
that's
Y'all consenting adults, man.
yeah.
I have never had Necco wafers.
Yeah, no, I was given some of those trick or treating one year, and that's the most disappointing candy I think I've ever eaten in my entire life. It's like an entire thing of thin disc flavored licorice.
Swan says Necco wafers not great.
Wait,
Not
Something
great at
she
all.
could actually weigh in on is candy. Maybe Swan will make her stream debut on the Halloween. special.
Oh, nosebleed galore, dude.
I'm gonna need a mop.
I'm gonna need $50 to upgrade my StreamYard so I could fit everyone on because it's a Halloween
job.
special. I could have lots of people on. Like Finbar could be on for that if I squared away
Playing
with
video
his
games
wife.
and get a job.
or
I'm just it's more just like an unneeded expense at this point.
Go be a
go on to-
stripper.
go on to Twitch and play video games, and that can be your job.
Speaking
Wiz,
of
This is
playing
what you
video
do,
games,
right? You go be a stripper, and all you do is you get like some sort of pulley system on your big long beard, and like as you're dancing, you work the pulley system, and it slowly rises up to reveal the wizard.
All right, this
Yeah, dude.
conversation's gone way
It's like
too
Batman's
far.
Anyway,
Wizard, what were you saying about video games?
speaking of playing video games on stream, I have ordered a capture card so that in the future I might be streaming myself playing video games. I will stream myself playing Power Wash Simulator, and you will all watch me and enjoy it.
Do you what is it? Elgato?
Never.
It's just Amazon on the it's like $38 or something. It was actually on sale, which I was surprised. I was talking to Rich about it in his chat earlier about how it's like they used to be like super expensive,
Nah,
and then
man,
now
you
they're
got-
like cheaper
You gotta
capture
get
cards.
the
out
you
there.
gotta get the Elgato.
I think it might be well, the Elgato stuff's like expensive.
Oh yeah, it is, but it's worth it.
Yeah, so actually it was 28. So it's like for the price, it's like probably can mess around with it. It's just like a random company. But yeah, so that'll be something. And how I'm probably going to do that is I'm not going to do it through like OBS or anything. I'll probably do it through StreamYard. And then you guys will be like in the background where no one can really probably see you, but then it'll just be like my game full screen. And then that way we can still all talk and banter and, you know, shoot the shit, right? But then, you know, instead of I don't want to I don't know.
I mean,
about
you should be able to do it. You should be able to do it like what we're doing now and just share your screen. I've seen people do that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm going to do.
Do you have a Mac
okay.
or a PC?
Well, I'm playing it on. It'll be PlayStation, so it'll be. I'll be using OBS Virtual Camera to basically make my camera full screen, and then it'll be my PlayStation. Will be the virtual camera, and then so then it'll be my gameplay overlaid, and then you guys can still be in the background behind, you know, the gameplay.
Okay,
and so like you'll be able to talk and everyone will hear
So
you.
you're not gonna have it streaming to your computer and then capturing your computer screen, right?
No.
Okay, because I was about to say if you got a Mac, you're gonna have to do a bit of workaround because Mac, depending on what it is, Mac has issues capturing audio. So
I ran into that with StreamYards on mobile.
I'll troubleshoot. We'll figure it out. Doesn't have to be something that we rush into. And but yeah, so basically, like I said, I don't know about you guys or Cynic, but I don't want to listen to just one guy on his own. You know,
I mean, if it was
streaming.
me, I would listen to me. But you know,
I would listen to me on hours on end.
One of you other guys up here, tier list.
Well,
I would go Samurai, Jesker, Wizard.
You know, well, that's the thing, right?
Facts, dude.
Like just me on my own, right? And using like not even like the mic I stream with, just like a regular gaming headset. Audio doesn't sound great. Barely interact with chat. No one wants that.
You should be able to. You should be able to do your mic into your PlayStation.
No, that's what's good about doing it on StreamYard is my mic will just be here like normal.
Take over
And
your
so,
headset. Yeah, because a headset sounds like trash.
you'll have
like
to
someone who would stream with that.
Yeah, you need
Probably-
to do some test streams with it. Make sure
Yeah.
you get the audio balance between like your audio and the game audio.
The biggest thing that's going to be a pain with me is the audio, the game audio going to my ears will be like I'll have to see how that will work out and figuring that out because it's like being able to hear you guys and the game audio directly, without like lag or like delay. Where it's if I'm playing Power Wash Simulator, that doesn't need sound at all. I can play that. It's literally just spraying and dings.
If we're on here, when
Most
you're
games
playing a
don't.
game,
Most games don't need sound at all unless you just really want to hear the the OST.
If we're
Yeah,
on
well,
here
it's
when
like
you're
if it's
playing a
a-
game, we're gonna do some backseat gaming, right?
Well, yeah, that's I've already
Of
talked to
course.
it about these guys.
I
about
fully
playing,
intend
like,
to.
like playing Souls games. Like I'd be like, because I love Bloodborne. I'll play Bloodborne on stream, right? And like, if I die, I want they're gonna heckle me. Like it's just like
Play
Of course.
Kingdom Hearts, and I can tell you how bad you are at Kingdom Hearts.
Well,
That'd be a fun watch, too.
Jesker, I can tell you how bad I am at Kingdom Hearts. I've told you I don't block. I hit X to win.
Oh
I
my
don't.
god!
I barely use magic
Casual.
except for
Oh
cure.
my titty fucking Buddha! You gotta be kidding me.
But anyway, so that's something that might happen for that price. I was like, might as well get one, right? Worst case, I'll use it for if I do game reviews again. I'll get it for that. Which I do intend on reviewing Date Everything when that comes out, but that's not coming out until next year. So,
You're gonna review Date Everything?
yeah, Date Everything. You remember me showing you that?
Yeah.
I
remember
showed
that. Yeah.
yeah, before, and
Wait,
so they
what
announced.
What is it?
So Date Everything, Jesker. We can
Play him the trailer. Play him the trailer.
Yeah, I'll get.
Pull up the trailer.
Do you want?
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
You want a preview of it first? Or do you want me to just
No, fuck it.
show you?
Fuck it. Do the trailer.
Make him go in raw. Do the trailer because it
All
is
right, don't-
sort of mind-boggling.
It wouldn't be the first time I've.
Wait,
gone
what's
that
this
long.
trailer for?
Date Everything is
Everything.
I'm trying to see if the very first, the official announcement.
Date
Yeah,
everything?
Date Everything.
Yes, and it's exactly
What-
what it sounds like.
What comes to mind when you think of?
I mean, I would date a panda bear, honestly. They're strong.
Whoa.
Okay, well, okay, let's not.
I mean,
Whoa!
not
I
that.
mean,
Bro,
All right,
what the
so
fuck?
date anything.
I'm just
Christ,
expecting
man,
a lot
like-
of illegal shit. I'm gonna be right.
Jesus,
Well, I
man.
can
tell you
What
this-
are you doing?
Ever shut up.
Doing?
I'd be riding around on a panda. That'd be sick.
Get rated. It's a crazy,
Trailer.
crazy game.
I don't know if it copyrights, but this is just for the announcement trailer. This like anime,
I'm already scared.
I'm befuddled.
like, don't you want to date a shelf?
Wait,
vacuum
what?
cleaner? What about this piano?
They're anthropomorphizing everything, whatever that word is.
Okay, this may not technically be illegal, but it's definitely immoral.
It's not immoral. They're all.
I don't know. Where in the Bible it says you can't date your cabinet? Where does
Yeah,
it say that?
Well,
This is the
I
dish
think,
cabinet.
Yeah,
I
your
think
dish
God would,
cabinet.
God would expect you to have enough common fucking sense, not the fucking
Piano.
cabinet.
Well, I mean, he created us, so
There's
he should know we're
vacuum cleaner.
retarded.
And there
Oh, he
she
does,
is.
trust
There's
me, he does.
there she is. There's my love. There's laundry basket. I have to finish the
Laundry
story
basket.
and date the laundry basket.
Oh no, the wizard arc.
Jessica doesn't know that lore.
You fucked a laundry basket.
No, I must attempt to date the laundry basket. I don't know
Yeah.
if the dirty clothes pile has the laundry like marks on his tattoos. Like I was like no wash, no dry clean, whatever, like those symbols.
Good Christ.
Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah, so you collect you find the people to date, and you collect them.
Henry Who vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, so
Jesus.
it's like the chair, the fridge, the teddy bear, the lamp,
What?
the phone, the
Hold up, go back,
toilet,
go
the
back.
sink.
Go back a second. A little bit more. Okay. Pause. Is that fucking Rupert from Family Guy?
I was gonna say Freddy Fazbear because he's got the little hat and the tie.
He's got a pinwheel hat.
That's a little too old for you guys. Like too new, I mean. You're too old for that joke. But your kids are gonna
Nailed
love
it.
I'm not fucking a toilet.
There's also
Or
bar
a fucking fan. I'm good on
Look at
my penis being intact.
Look at the rubber duckies. Like
I have.
punk.
Now, I might fuck a rubber ducky.
Yeah, that rubber ducky's looking kind of thick though.
The power strip,
Quack quack.
the water. So this
Ooh,
they
what the
revealed
fuck
later.
Is that Satan?
What this is?
Oh, that's
What
me.
This is they said it in one of the pictures. This is so that's you can date concepts too. So this is the concept of like your dread and loneliness or something like that.
Dude, that is. Imagine that being the last face you see before you close your eyes in death. That's insane.
Oh,
this is the
Yeah, that'd be
actual
creepy.
glasses / I think this might be the game, but this is the glasses. You can date the glasses that you use to date other things with. That's what this is.
this is just like endorsing mental illness. So who made this game? Why? Who is this for?
So, well, for one, it's a dating simulator. So it's like it's made for dating simulator fans. It's Team 17, I believe, is the group. I know it was started more or less.
Let me catch my son playing this game.
It was started by like voice actors. So it's filled. That's the other thing. It's like if you are like voice acting, it's filled with like hundreds of voice actors, all like giving hours worth of stuff to these characters and stuff like that. And so
Summer Swan says it's date, not fuck.
yeah.
Listen,
So-
it's not a real date unless somebody is balls deep at the end. All right, I'm just saying.
All right.
I mean, yeah. So I was saying I would date a panda. That doesn't mean I'm going to do nothing intimate with no panda.
Like here's
Maybe.
the vent. Or I think this is just the concept of air, maybe, because it's like he's in the vent, but he's not the vent himself.
This is the top 3, one of the dumbest games I've ever
What is
seen.
that?
Like this is a nightmare. Like, so you can date your own nightmare.
No.
That sounds dope, actually.
No, I'm
That
not-
sounds
no.
wild. That's the only cool concept.
This is the
No.
washing machine. This little twink cat boy is like a clock, little cat clock.
So, it gives me Cheshire Cat vibes.
Yeah, kind of. And here's the
Nah,
phone.
Cheshire Cat is cool. That dude was not cool.
That's the fridge. There's the table to
Oh.
table.
That's a bear. That's a bear right there.
This is like I think this is them describing the.
Okay, that's Satan, isn't it?
No, that's not a character. That's just them talking about. But anyway, yeah. So Date Everything has its release date now on February 14th.
Oh, Valentine's Day, of course.
Yep. And as I will probably have
Genius.
nothing else to do on that day, I'll be playing it. release
Oh
day and
no.
making a review. So, but yeah. So anyway,
You
yeah,
bad
Date Everything. Yeah. So that's Date Everything, Jessica.
Dude, between this and the power washing, I have no hope for gaming going forward. I mean, this
Oh,
is
come on. Well, see, that's the thing. These are indie games. Like indie games have always been this.
Can we talk about something
Preston is here.
cool in gaming? Like, I mean, apparently there's Resident Evil 9 news or rumors. I mean,
Oh, I haven't.
or let's talk about the lies of P, or let's
All right, so you want to talk about the you want to talk about the twink and his pee organ? That's what you want to talk about?
I didn't say that. You're twisting my words. I didn't fucking say that.
One thing that we can talk about that's cool in gaming, I suppose, is
Power World's dope.
there it is. The Grand Theft Auto 5 movie, but not about Grand Theft Auto 5. It is a movie that was filmed and made entirely in Grand Theft Auto 5 online.
Oh, I thought you were talking about an actual fucking movie, dog.
Yeah, I did too.
That was the trick. An innovative, immersive take on Shakespeare's
You dark wizard.
inside the world of Grand Theft Auto. Penny Girls and Sam Crane's festival hit Grand Theft Hamlet is coming soon to U.S. theaters and streaming globally.
Hey, Wizard, you remember what we were saying earlier about all wizards being evil? Well, you're proving that right now. Okay.
It all comes full circle.
I saw this news and was like, oh, I'm throwing this on there. Ritualously funny and surprisingly moving, a complete and utter blast. Winner of the documentary featured jury award for this year's South by Southwest, the thought-provoking, cutting-edge Grand Theft Hamlet is coming soon to U.S. theaters plus streaming globally.
Grand Theft Hamlet.
So it says here, there's a rundown somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Sorry about I've read a description of it, but it's basically that, here it is. Shot entirely inside the video game Grand Theft Auto, this documentary charts the hilarious and profoundly moving story of two out-of-work actors as they try to stage a full production of Hamlet within the notoriously violent digital world.
That sounds crazy. And it was made in Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, it's like GTA Online, and they've moved they played the characters, they moved them around.
Yeah.
I don't know what the footage is. I don't know if I could find.
So it's like a full-length movie?
Yeah, it's an actual movie that's about two friends trying to make Hamlet, a play of Hamlet, but then it's like a GTA 5, so it's like stuff probably happens.
Oh my god. Dude, I swear, man,
Like Pineapple Express, kinda.
But between this and AI, I'm telling you, man.
Okay, good. There's a trailer.
The entertainment industry is about to become, in due time, the
Now,
entertainment
AI
industry.
could not make this movie. That's the
No. I'm just saying between.
Yeah, I
this
hate
and
AI mostly, dude. It has its good uses.
Give it 10 years. Give it 10 years.
That's why I'm all for like hand drawn and doing everything yourself.
Oh, someone's here. Look. Hi. Oh, look, someone's turned up. Is that you? Hi.
This is the trailer.
Someone's here. Smart. Are you going to come and watch our play?
Every? Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah. You can, I mean, you could watch from there. It's a bit unorthodox,
Big titty gang left. Down here.
or I recommend, yeah, that's it. Thank you for coming. See our performance. It's nice to have an audience, even if it's just one. Right, okay. Oh, look, we got another audience member here. This is Hamlet, William Shakespeare's Hamlet. I believe this is the first time it's ever been performed at the Vinewood Bowl. If I could just request that you refrain from killing each other, and don't kill the actors either. Yeah, start, Mark. You start.
Who's there?
Nay, answer me. Stand and unfold yourself.
Isn't this how all film
Oh, you're the
productions
king?
usually end up?
Bernardo,
He.
you come most carefully upon your hour.
It is now struck 12. Get thee to bed, Francisco.
For this relief, much thanks. 'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Have you had quiet, guard?
Not a mouse stirring.
Well,
Oh, when I first read this, I didn't watch this trailer, but I thought it was going to be like a machinima, right? Like, you know what I mean when I say like a machinima, like a red versus blue, like a story that's using the video game to tell it.
Yeah, that's
Not
what I
like-
thought it was originally when you first described it.
Yeah, like that's what I thought. Not just like this is just like a guy's Let's Play. They just uploaded to South by Southwest. Like,
Sounds like some Square Enix bullshit.
What'd you say, motherfucker?
like,
I'm high,
that's
man.
That's the movie.
Yeah, that sounds retarded. That is dumber than the game you just showed.
A YouTube Let's Play, like Phanos Gaming is now a piece of cinema. Yeah, like what do you mean releasing in theaters? Like, yeah, that's I was willing to give it props if it was gonna be like a machinima where they were like
It was
had
actually Hamlet too. It would be cool.
like a private server that was like, you know, they got a bunch of people to play all these characters, and it's like, oh, this is the one guy, and he's, you know, like they can film inside the apartments, and it's about how they want to try to put this play together, and they're like, oh, we got to do this play at the Vinewood Bowl, and it's a big deal, and you know, mod the game, do stuff like that, right? Like make it a thing, but no, just literally just a guy who's trying to do Hamlet. Like that's getting South by Southwest, that's getting put on streaming and stuff. Like,
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, that was.
Is this
Like,
art? Do we
like, I
consider
guess-
this art?
I guess that's the
No.
intention, to be like
might be
it's terrible, it's
engaging.
bad, it can be funny. I've watched people play Grand Theft Auto. You know, I used to watch Achievement Hunter back in the day, and I've watched hours and hours of such content, but still.
Yeah, all of that Let's Plays are awesome and fun, but like he's acting, you're talking like it's going to be released in cinemas and shit. That's retarded.
It is. Like getting put on streaming like it's an actual movie, like it's a documentary they call it. It's like, no. Like,
guys, I'm
No.
gonna take all the art that I put on the refrigerator when I was a kid, and I'm gonna put it together as one movie and release it in theaters. Go check it out, dog.
Fuck yeah, dude. I'm down for that. You probably got some bangers on there.
Yeah, it's even better if you go in there high.
yeah.
I'll be tripping balls.
And in fact, that may be the only way to get any enjoyment out of it.
Yeah, the only way to survive that shit.
Yeah, that. Like I could submit like last week's episode as like a movie that was to South by Southwest. Like, no, it's a documentary about a guy trying to host a show or something like that. And be like, yeah.
If he did Hamlet in the Grand Theft Auto world, that would be dope. Like the modern Romeo and Juliet. Who the fuck did that movie?
I can imagine the trailer for last week's show. In an internet crawling with cruelty, one man stands in defense of the live-action Avatar series.
Oh, you would make yourself the star?
Yeah, of course. I'm always a star.
Fuck yeah, dude. See, he can listen to his stream for hours.
No, it would be it'd be you trying to score that 1 point in the Avatar guesser.
We're gonna bring that shit up again, really?
My high score right now is 26.
Wow. You want to bring up my mistakes? All right.
Hey, listen, plenty of other people brought up mine on stream, but speaking of cinema, the new Superman 2 picture has come out.
Oh, with crypto on it.
With Crypto, the super dog, and people are not happy. Well, some are, but
like with anything nowadays, I kind of gotta wait and see the whole thing now, man. So much shit gets leaked and like photoshopped and edited. It's like I'll see the thing.
I like this better than the first picture we got.
Oh yeah, everything's better than the first picture we got. This honestly should have been the first picture. Like,
this makes me feel good.
It doesn't give you everything. It gives you a little bit. It gives you the kind of fun of what's gonna you think. Gives you crypto. People were kind of complaining that crypto's mangy and stuff.
Yeah, I don't like how he looks. He should be more like gallant looking.
But
it's been dog.
It's been pointed out that crypto used to look like this.
The Superman symbol's too small. Either way, I mute myself again because that's what Wizard wants.
Like a white German Shepherd or something?
Well, how many slurs were you saying back
more
then?
like a German Shepherd or like a... Yeah, I guess that's the best way to describe him.
Y'all
or a
want
husky
some kind
even.
of like hybrid artificial
I never
bred
said a slur.
laboratory dog.
Yep. Or Labrador even. But I will fold that little ass scruffy ass dog. He ain't doing shit to me, dude.
There was the shot James Gunn had posted at the panel of his early images. This is all you're gonna get the
that one image of him just sitting down pulling on the boot was fucking terrible, dude.
Yeah, the one that they're kind of talking about here.
He's just like moseying about. It's like, dude, the world's exploding.
Even this
Get
one,
the fuck up.
This one's better. This is an edit, but even this one's kind of good.
He's just like, oh man, I don't really want to do this. But
Yeah.
He's like, oh, here we go again.
Because this
Get
is
too
like
old for this shit.
Going back to Grand Theft Auto is literally his, shit, here we go again.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we could if we wanted to get back into
Enlarge that picture.
I hate
that was a good segue.
Enlarge that picture.
I hate this.
The one where he's doing the boots. We talked about this before, but
Yeah.
Is he getting ready or is he done?
Right. Well, not even just that. It's like there's no urgency.
That's what I'm saying. I'm confused because it
He
looks
looks
like he's
done.
pulling his foot out.
He looks done.
Yeah,
with life.
Yeah,
he's just
sorry.
pissed and like over it.
Yeah, like it looks like he's done. See, he's already battle damaged. See, look on his right shoulder. And then it looks like he's pulling his foot out of the boot. Like the battle's over with. That's just the aftermath in the background.
I didn't really.
So if
care
he was
about the
getting
Earth
ready,
anyways.
if he was getting ready, right, and he didn't have any urgency, that puts a completely different spin on how I feel about this movie. If he just whooped that thing and he just threw it out of space, right? He's already back home.
Yeah,
makes
nah,
me
that
go-
thing.
because that's going out of the frame. Look, like it has been thrown.
Eh.
That changes my whole perspective on it.
I don't know,
Because
man.
I mean, you
like,
don't put slip-on boots on that way.
like to me.
It looks to me like he's holding his boot and pulling his foot out.
See,
It looks like he's putting it on to me.
This looks like to me. This looks like a Wizard's Yellow Flash impersonation, except with Superman.
Oh,
There we
I gotta
go
do
again.
hero stuff.
Brainiac again.
Brainiac again. Another movie.
Lois didn't let me tap that last night.
The best actor got paralyzed.
I mean, Corn Sweat does look like a good Superman, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He looks
he
slammed
looks
like
great.
a comic book Clark Kent.
The only thing is the costuming. That's what.
Yeah, I don't like the
messed up on.
costume at all. And there's
But
way
when's the
too many
last time-
superheroes in the movie.
We've
Yeah.
talked about it before with the when the set photos were out, that those looked good because the colors are brighter. This made it, when they put this out, it looked like it was trying too hard to be Man of Steel 2.
Yeah, and I thought everyone was tired of that. I love Man of Steel and BVS, but it's like now you're just getting like the same thing.
The colors don't bother me. What bothers me is just it looks frumpy. It looks.
Yeah,
it
it's
looks
very
ill-fitting.
frumpy.
Oh.
I mean,
welcome, Jay Sonic. I've heard a lot about you.
Oh, shit.
More than a bird,
Wizard signed into his
I'm
alt.
more than a plane. I'm more than a pretty face flying next to a train.
Jessica,
yeah,
what'd you do with
so-
that money?
What money?
The money your mom gave you for singing lessons.
That,
Oh.
I, you know what, I'm
Got
done.
him.
No, you
Got
gotta
him.
go with. No, you gotta go with
Beat
Jessica.
Josh.
You gotta go with Jessica. Who sings that?
Yeah, that one's my favorite one.
Oh.
You should let them do it.
Yeah, let's keep it that way. It's the
Yeah, or that one.
Y'all can't see it right now, but both middle fingers are up.
I can hear them.
You
Yeah,
should be
yeah,
able to
so-
smell them too.
I can feel the vitriol.
Looking
I don't
at-
mind the dog. I don't mind him at all. I think he looks
I-
fine.
This
I need to
doesn't
see what
bother
the
me.
pupper's face looks like.
Yeah, I'm like
Well, and also-
whatever about it. I think it should
Is
be
this-
more like a German Shepherd or a Husky or a Labrador, but
Is this gonna be like Sean Gunn mocapping the dog, right? Like
it's Andy Serkis is back, baby.
Andy Serkis is a
Andy
because
Serkis.
remember Sean Gunn does James Gunn's brother does mocap for Rocket, and he did Weasel in Suicide Squad. He does like the weird mocap stuff. So like
But
is
see,
this
I mean, Crypto. There's not a dog that like you could actually really use to look like Crypto, except for he's not a Jindu, like a what are they? It's a Korean Jindu. I mean,
What is-
he's
what?
not a lab. When
um,
you look at the comics and the interpretations of him, he's not a lab.
No, he's not a
Who is
lab,
he?
but he's like
mean-
more of like a badass looking dog.
yeah, you
Yeah,
want
I
to
mean,
be
there is
really
a scruffy version.
You just
Um,
want a white
Yeah.
Rottweiler. That's what you want.
go for a great
Maybe.
Pyrenees.
That's
they're
way
huge.
too big. That is
Yeah, no, that's
way
what's
too big.
awesome.
That's too fluffy.
Yeah, but also, I mean,
I've had one. You can shave them.
yeah, my aunt used to have
That's-
2 of them.
I'm calling PETA.
Named them Romeo and Juliet. It was weird. But the Crypto's ears. See how Crypto's ears are right there? How one's kind of pointed up and the other one's flopped down. Like that's how Crypto's ears always were. So you would have to get a dog whose ears
That's
stood
true.
up. It would have to be like a Jindu or a Shiba, but I think a Shiba's too small. What's the other? An Akita? No, an Akita's too fluffy.
Oh,
Yeah, they're way too fluffy.
What would a husky work?
Maybe
That's what I
but you
said
would have to get
originally.
you would have to get like the
But they're kind of
what do
too
they call
fluffy
them?
too, a
There's-
little bit.
yeah, you would have to get there's a different kind of husky that's got like shorter.
It would have
hair.
to
It's
be
not
a
fluffy and
mix.
it's white.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at all right. Click on the picture on the top left.
I had to
Very
clear out
top-
the AI.
It's still there, all the way over to the left, right there.
Yeah, the
Click on that
the
one.
Wikipedia one.
Yeah,
What
like
about
that's
a Great
my what I've
Dane?
always. That looks like a Jindu.
Oh, you think a Pyrenees?
Nah,
is too
Great
big? We wanna
Dane's
go
a little
Great
too
Dane.
big. Yeah, Great Danes are too big.
I think a great pair of knees, depending on
Hey, a
how big
box-
Superman
Jay-
is in real life.
Jay Sonic
Ooh, a
has a
boxer?
great idea. A boxer.
Well,
Yeah, but
actually,
you would
as
never. Boxers are.
people pointed out, Crypto was already in Titans.
Mm. Yeah, that looks exactly like a Jindu. I used to have a it was like Shiba, half yellow lab, and it like a baby Jindu. And that's exactly what he looked like in the face. So,
Yeah, so
that's what
here's
they got to do.
Crypto was on Titans.
Who the good boy? Who the good? Oh shit!
Yeah, that's what they need. Get that dog. Cast that dog.
Yeah, just get
He's
the dog
probably old
back
as
again.
dirt now.
Dang,
Yeah,
Crypto's
but still, like that.
vicious.
That type. Well, yeah, it's Crypto. What do you expect?
I mean, damn. I know, but seeing it in live action hits different.
Yeah, I think that's it. I'm not gonna say the name again, but it's a Jindu. That's what that is.
It's a Jindu. Sounds
damn
racial
Jindu.
as shit, dude.
It's Korean.
Yo,
And you can get them all
Korean.
the time for free. Be Korean.
Do I look Chinese?
Okay, hold on. Easy. Easy.
Yeah, watch out. Watch out, Samurai.
Dave
You're getting
Chappelle said
muted.
it, dude.
Somebody's
I'm a samurai,
typing
though.
around here.
Yeah,
he's
you
allowed to say
fucking
it.
tyrant. They're my people.
You're my people.
Hey, I brought you back.
I brought myself back.
No, I could. I removed
Motherfuckers,
you,
Jesus.
And I added you.
yo. I have dog. I have such an urge right now to I just want to scratch his neck and just be like, "Who
Oh,
the
it's a
good
good boy?
boy? Who the good
Yeah.
boy?"
Yeah. Oh yeah. So, Crypto for the new Superman movie. I kind of get now why, because he does look too scruffy, and there was like one panel, even James Gunn posted it when people kept posting it. But if you look at like Crypto's actual like Silver Age look, he is just like a normal dog that's just
Like
white.
a scruffy blonde mutt, right?
Well, he's not scruffy. Like he's sleek, normal, like how Crypto has always looked. And there's just one comic where he's looked scruffy, and or at least one panel, and that's what James Gunn posted. So maybe that's what he was like in the Golden Age, but
Yeah, I'm trying to find like different character models of him, and I'm not seeing that one, but I know I've seen it.
that's the thing. I saw it on Twitter and I almost saved it, but James Gunn posted it on Instagram, and then it's like, yeah, I don't hate what we got. It just depends on how they write what we got, because there's been plenty of Cryptos that are literally just a dog he has. Sometimes it's the Smallville dog and it has no powers. Other times it is the Krypton dog and it does have powers, right? So obviously we see him on the moon, so he's gonna have the
I'm
powers.
fine with it. Yeah, if this was like the first image we had gotten of this movie, I'd be a lot happier. Like this makes me feel good. I mean, just it's fine. I like it.
Yeah, it works.
My biggest complaint about the movie is so far is that there's just way too many fucking superheroes already in it.
Yeah.
Who
Yeah.
It's
all
like
is
there's
in it?
the disrespect to Superman is insane. He needs his own movie, dude. He's got to be the jump off for all that shit.
How many
So
heroes do we have in this?
They've
movie now?
confirmed Hawk Girl, Guy Gardner, Mr. Terrific,
Mr. Terrific,
and
the dog,
Oh my
and,
god!
The dog. You got the dog.
the dog.
so
the
because
dog
they're
You got
doing
the
like
dog. You got Superman. You got all these other characters. Too many characters.
You got all
The
these
dog-
other cocksuckers.
anyway,
But-
so they're doing like that what DC always did, which is like, we want to make a bunch of movies, so let's introduce them all in the very first one, you know.
They're
Which they
making
did.
the same mistake.
And that was another complaint about the Snyderverse, dude. It's like they
Yeah.
jumped right into Justice League with BVS, and they're doing the same thing in their first movie this time. You can go suck your own dicks.
James
Who's gonna
Gunn,
watch a Mr.
this shit-
Fantastic movie though?
This shit
I'm like,
is
yeah,
it's not
right?
that
Or
difficult.
Mr.
Let me-
Terrific?
Yeah,
let me
Mr.
explain.
Terrific.
Let me explain to you how you do Phase 1. All right, you do Superman, you do Batman, you do Wonder Woman, you do Flash, you do Green Lantern. Then you have a Supergirl movie. You set up Brainiac in that movie, and it leads into Justice League. Boom, there's your Phase 1.
Yeah, take it slow, dude. Like, take your time. Make each one like a standalone banger.
Yeah.
and then you can tie them all
Yeah,
together.
that's what Marvel
You
did when.
Yeah,
You could
they
do
had it
the
right at
Avengers.
first.
How many movies did they do before they done the Avengers though? How many solo movies?
Iron Man 1, Incredible
Captain
Hulk,
America.
Iron Man 2, Thor 1, Captain America, First Avenger, so 5.
Damn.
So they done.
Yeah,
five.
that's like, it's perfect. I say
And
fuck
even-
it with even the universe anyway. Just make like a bunch of I mean, not like the Joker anymore, but like
Do the
different
solos.
standalone different types of solo movies.
like Matt Reeves movies that he's never going to do again, right? Or like
How many people? How many people are still wanting Jaquan Phoenix to be the Joker for the new universe?
well,
Who?
I mean,
What'd you call it?
Exactly.
did you say Jacqueline Phoenix?
Raquan Phoenix,
Did you call it
that queen.
Jaquan Phoenix.
Whatever the fuck his
Phoenix,
name.
boy.
Whatever the fuck.
That's that
his name
Jaquan
is.
boy.
Look, he's so irrelevant.
Joaquin.
He's so tarnished and irrelevant now. I can't even remember his fucking name.
Yeah, right. He's been killing it.
Man, you seen that
Jaquan.
Joker movie with that Jaquan feller?
He damn near killed it, man. That's that
Katie.
Jaquan.
Man,
Katie, get him.
Jaquan did good in that first movie. That second movie, man, he really lost the plot on that one.
Katie, they're making fun of
The first
sound.
one?
Get in the stream. They're making fun of the sound.
Jay Sonic says, I want a serious Superman movie. Crypto caters to kids. Well, I mean, you can look at it that way, but if you look at like Rocket Raccoon and Groot catered to kids, right? But Guardians still had heart. It still had serious.
Right.
Like Guardians of the Galaxy 2 still makes me cry in the end, or tear up. But
I mean, this looks like it might have a bunch of heart in it, and I mean, the story might even be good. But
I don't
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
what's-
mind that because that's what DC Comics was, man. Like for the longest time, it was very kid friendly.
yeah,
People
Until the
forget this.
mid 90s, mid 90s, and it started getting a little gritty.
Yeah.
But I mean, Batman got gritty in the 80s when they completely.
Batman was
rewashed
gritty even like
everything.
before that, dude. There's like 70s and
Well,
60s runs where it gets
well,
kind of dark.
Well,
he
people
took
forget.
he ebbs and flowed for
Yeah, but in the
Right.
80s when they
Yeah,
did
he
the Dark
did.
Knight Returns stuff, they completely
Dark Knight Returns is
rebranded
what
him.
made him dark. Yeah,
Well,
Yeah, they-
originally,
and the movie.
originally DC was actually the. I don't want to say the more lighthearted. It was the more. What's the word I'm looking for here?
Grounded,
No, not grounded. It was the more
Mainstream.
campy.
uplifting, I guess.
Yeah,
Like,
uplifting's a good
It was
word.
more. It was
Yeah.
More
They
noble.
were
Yeah,
they were
yeah.
more moral comics, right? They had a lesson
Exactly.
to them, like brush
because-
your teeth, kids, and don't steal, and look, that kind of stuff. Like
because
Mhm.
originally, like the DC heroes were designed to be like embodiments of certain ideas, whereas the Marvel universe, the characters were designed to be more relatable, more realistic, more
Yeah.
grounded.
Mhm.
So originally, DC
yeah, that's why you
was
had more like actual Earth,
yeah,
more human superheroes, right?
yeah.
Like,
DC was
half the
more
Avengers
like
are just
the-
normal humans.
Yeah, like Marvel was actually the darker one, and DC was
Yeah.
the lighter one. And
Yeah.
at some point that got reversed, but that's originally how it started out.
Yeah. So
I don't mind it
And-
being a lighthearted thing. What I was going to ask a second ago before we move on was, did any of y'all watch the first Shazam? Not the second one, but the first one.
Yeah,
No.
Did y'all like it?
I
liked
liked the
it.
first one, yeah. Yeah.
I thought it was
I liked it.
just adult enough to keep me
Mhm.
kind of sucked into the movie, but I thought it was lighthearted enough for it to be a fun movie at the same time.
Yeah. It's
Right.
a family movie. It's not a kids movie. It's a family movie, right?
Right.
Yeah,
That's always the balance. That
But
you
it
gotta
wasn't
do.
It's not
patronizing.
made for kids, it's made for
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
Right.
it's not. Man, so it
There's
wasn't
nothing wrong with that.
patronizing. And I think if that's what they do with this Superman movie, in
Mhm.
that sort of frame, I'm fine with it.
That's
Yeah.
what it looks
Give me a
like they're
moral,
going
give me a
for.
bad guy.
We
Give me a Superman. I don't want to. For Christ's sake, I don't want to see where he comes from again. We get it.
we don't need to see Krypton.
I don't
blow
want
up.
an origin story.
It's called Superman Legacy. I'm sure it's going to be about the legacy of Krypton.
God, I
and-
hope so. I
And
hope it's
balancing
the
it,
legacy
balancing it out with the
Superman.
legacy of
You
the
can be
Kents,
like
and
you
who
could be
am
like-
I?
you
Am
could be
I-
like
Wait,
a
isn't
hack
Supergirl
from-
in it too?
Am I Clark?
Yeah,
Am
I
I
think
so.
am I Kal-El? Who am I? It's going to be that type of story.
You could
I'm
be
fine
a
with
hack.
that.
I say you could be a hack and have like all of Krypton's DNA is inserted into this person, and
That sound wrong, but okay.
I was about to
And-
make a joke, but I didn't want to get muted again.
well, it's only slurs is what gets you muted.
Do it, coward.
No, because isn't that what's the thing in Man of Steel is that it's like the
Yeah, the Kodak.
The
Yeah.
codex, yeah. That all that
I
is
thought
super.
that was cool.
No, man, that's another.
It's a
rant we can
bit
have
it's
another
a
day.
bit contrived, but I liked it. I mean,
Man of Steel,
What's the-
just not good. Not good in hindsight.
oh, you're crazy.
It's not terrible.
Man of Steel's
I
a
don't mind
banger.
it.
It has so much emotion in it, though.
There's too much Jesus
Oh yeah, when
imagery.
Pa Kent
seriously,
holds
him-
his hand up and says no, and then gets sucked up in the tornado.
the scene where
Yeah,
he's
dude.
in
I'm still
space
crying about that.
and he's all sprawled out like crucified Jesus. It's just shouting, "I am Jesus! I
Yeah,
am
the Christ.
Jesus!"
Yeah.
face.
It's like
But
Superman's
he's actually a
not
Moses
Jesus.
allegory, not a Jesus allegory.
Exactly. That's how I knew that Zack Snyder did not understand Superman.
Zack Snyder doesn't understand superheroes, period. It's really infuriating. He still was tweeting out about it. He's tweeting out
That's why
about
he got Watchmen so good. That's why I actually
I
did
don't-
Watchmen well. The movie's
Yeah.
just slow, but Watchmen's actually pretty good.
And
Watchmen,
Watchmen's like-
the movie is literally frame for frame the comic
yeah,
book.
frame.
Yeah, except the ending, but yeah, it's pretty much the comic book.
And then the
that's
ending's
all he
considered
did.
better than the book. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Um,
he
It's
didn't
more
write it.
believable.
yeah.
Yeah, leave him
No,
away
I'm-
from writing, but he can direct the action scene and can
Yeah,
set
he
like
can-
moods.
he can
and
do-
can
Oh,
shoot
and-
some
and
crazy
take his-
shit.
No. Nowadays he can't direct. Take away those stupid little lenses he's got for his cameras and give him just a normal starter set of lenses. I'm sick and tired of hearing about these special broken stupid lenses he has, and like I got this one from some shop in Taiwan somewhere, and nobody. It's a one of a kind, and it gives you this certain. Nobody cares, Zach. Stop it.
Yeah. Well, the biggest like Batman v Superman for me had the worst examples of stuff. The worst, the eye rolling. I hate. Dear God, I hate this movie now. Like I used to love it, but
Yeah.
I realized what I liked about Batman v Superman was just stuff from Dark Knight Returns, and so I just like Dark Knight Returns now.
Dude,
Um,
Batman v Superman.
Yeah, but you see it in the film though. It's still badass as fuck to see on screen.
Yeah, but then you get the moment where they lower Superman down off of the cross, and there's 3 crosses behind him, and I'm like, dear God.
I am Jesus.
As a Christian, I had a raging boner. I was bricked up during that scene.
Goddamn hack.
I was like, thank God, thank Jesus.
dude.
I didn't
then
care
when-
about the
when I saw-
imagery. The imagery didn't bother me. What bothered
Yeah.
me was he ruined what could have been 3 really good movies to make. To
Yeah,
just
but-
cram
Yes.
everything
Yes.
into one movie.
It's not all his fault
Yeah.
though. WB fucked him over really bad a lot though. I mean, they fucked a lot of shit up during that time.
But-
They tried to rush
Well,
everything
The
way
problem
too
with
fast.
Warner Brothers and DC is that they were trying to catch up with Marvel. It's like,
Right.
no,
And you're not
listen,
going to do that.
go into
No.
this. Let Marvel do their own thing. Go into your universe, doing your own thing. Fuck Marvel.
Well,
all right,
and the
fuck
biggest-
Marvel.
And the other biggest problem with that is that they tried to catch up with Marvel without having a Feige. Now they have a Feige. They have James Gunn as their Kevin Feige. But they didn't have a guy that was like planning out the whole thing. They handed all that to Snyder. And
Yeah, they
everyone else
shoved
had
it
to
on
just-
him.
Yeah, everyone else had to play off of whatever Snyder had made. So it was like, then it messed up Suicide Squad and that.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, I
it
think he also
snowballed.
had an original vision to like take it more the Injustice route, which I think would have been fucking cool as shit to see.
Also,
but
those,
then-
those nightmare parts of those movie also suck.
Yeah.
Oh, you're
garbage.
crazy.
No garbage.
Because what did that go to?
Visually, it was fun as shit to watch. I mean,
it's
BBS, I love it, but I understand the hate it gets. It's very messy and
I
convoluted.
love candy. You know what it is?
All-
It's sugar. It's not good for you. It's just sugar. I want
Yeah.
some fucking nutrients in my movie.
I want some beef. Give me some.
Yeah, but it's also a comic book movie, man. He gives you some of the comic books movie shit you won't see in other films like Marvel and shit. Like that first Batman scene in BVS was so fucking cool and straight out of the fucking comics. When he's hidden in
but-
the corner of the wall and shit.
I've talked about before that him scurrying away kind of stupid though.
Yeah, it's a little
Um,
doofy.
Yeah,
But
I like
still,
him being in the,
I gave up after Batman v Superman. I
So
was
wait a
like,
minute, hold on,
So-
Oh,
Snowman.
this is garbage. This is
You're
this is
literally
terrible.
you're praising the movie for member berries.
No, I mean
Remember-
it's for
not
the
member
That's
comic.
what that is. That's
But
a member
it's
berry.
not-
No.
no. I won't. I'll push
That was
back on
literally a
cynic-
member
cynic
berry.
with
He's like,
that.
well, it was like it was. You know,
He never does
it's
that
from
in the
this.
comics, though. I'm saying he
No.
shows like great comic book moments. He'd like bring comics books to life. You get scenes
it's-
like that.
it's-
You won't.
It's something that would be like more
In a
like
comic.
the Arkham games, right? How it's like if you're watching that from the outside, you're moving around like so fast and you're a shadow, and it's like, dear God, he's everywhere, right? You're seeing that kind of speed in real life, and it's like, wow, no other movie has shown that. The closest,
like a horror Batman, like the more
All right,
horrifying
I get
aspect
that.
of Batman.
I get that.
yeah,
But a
the
good
closest-
scene, a good scene, and in my mind, it feels like a member berry, right? Like, remember how cool he was in the comics or in Arkham or anything like this? But a
No,
good scene
that's-
doesn't make a movie.
Exactly.
That's the
No,
problem.
yeah,
Well,
I'm
there's
saying
that.
that movie is very, very, very flawed. I mean,
listen,
Mhm.
it's a
love
mess.
I love the scene in Episode 9, in Star Wars Episode 9, where Palpatine raises his hands and he shoots the lightning
Yeah.
pillar up to the sky, and you got
Yeah.
the boom sound effect. That's a badass scene. Episode 9 is still a shit movie.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah, but you can still admit that there's still some great scenes in shit ass movies.
So I will say
yeah,
a better
but-
example, Snowman, for the better Batman scene is when he's saving Ma Kent. That is
Oh yeah, I mean the warehouse scene, that goes without saying. That's like the best Batman fight scene on screen.
the unedited or the original, like the theatrical version of that, not the Zack Snyder's vision version of that, where he's killing people.
Whatever.
Where it's like I throw the box against the guy and then there's blood on the wall. It's like, nope, you just killed the man, and we do not go for that.
I mean,
But-
it's Batman on the brink of killing Superman. He's like just lost his mind at that point. I'm like, whatever,
Yeah,
dude,
but
kill who you
I-
want. This is
that's-
cool as fuck to
that's-
watch.
That's not Batman.
it's not
I
bad.
know it's not Batman.
Well,
He
then
can
But it's-
why-
it's-
why-
It's
Why do I
he
tell
was
you
going
that?
the injustice route though, and I mean Batman has killed people in the comics. Let's not
He-
pretend he has
he-
killed people in comics
he
and other
has-
movies.
He, at
He
that
did not
point-
kill them. He knocked them out, and they're just at the hospital with a boo boo.
Yeah, that's
Also,
Adam
right,
West.
Also, Injustice
Write your own
Batman
lore.
does not kill people either.
No, he doesn't. He's still Batman.
Hey, I tell you what,
Oh.
Superman's not supposed to kill anybody, but the Man of Steel, he murdered like an entire city. So there's
Man of
that.
Steel, he breaks
Dude,
down.
I'm in the boat of it's
No,
like
no, didn't you see the scene where Superman said in Man of Steel, he was like, or when Zod in Man of Steel said, "Too bad it's Sunday. Those buildings would have been full of people tomorrow."
No, it's so right.
Yeah, so the Injustice thing, the
the plot
Doom-
sucks.
Yeah, all that went to Joker talking about how he's going to jerk Batman off. So that's all that led to. So maybe
Bricked up.
Yeah, bricked up. When he's on that cross, man, god damn. Brick
You
to the
remember-
high heavens.
you remember that line in the Snyder cut, right?
No.
When Joker's doing his monologue to Batman, and then he's like, and I'm,
What up,
you
JJ?
need someone around to give you
Yeah,
a reach
shout
around.
out to the other JJ. Shout out.
Yeah. Hello, JJ
You know,
Trujillo.
JJ.
Oh, holla.
2. I'm JJ1. He's
I mean-
JJ2.
No, you're Jesker, bro.
Some
I'm
people
not
call
calling
me
you
JJ.
Jessica Christ, man.
Jesker. Wow.
Je-
You just gave me an idea for a new channel.
There you go.
Cross. Or you just talk religion. That'll.
Jesus,
Hey,
James.
One of them's
Jesus.
gonna knock it
Okay.
out of the park.
Let's move on. We can
Your show.
eventually
We're
do a
just the
tier
cat
list
you
of
wrangle.
like we can do a tier list of DC EU movies.
Dude, we should just do rank all of the DC and Marvel movies from shit to
Yo.
like God
We
tier.
should just
Well,
rank
That'd be
I
crazy.
want to
I'm
do
down for
a
that. I'm down for that.
I want to do an MCU ranking. The problem is I stopped watching MCU stuff.
Yeah.
You
Mine would stop
and
at like
everybody else.
Endgame, yeah.
in game.
Wait,
Yeah.
wait. There was MCU stuff after Endgame. I wasn't aware.
Yeah,
No,
Spider-Man No
Jesker,
Way
don't
Home.
let these people. No, Jesker, don't let these people suck you into that. It never happened.
Spider-Man No Way Home.
never
because
would
of his member
happen.
berries was also
Don't
Yeah, there were still all the
No,
Deadpool movies.
and
I,
Deadpool.
Yeah,
I reject your
those were
reality and
Fox
replace.
movies.
Yeah, I reject your reality and I replace it with my own.
And
Speaking-
Spider-Man
There you
movies
go.
are
Yeah,
Sony
my
movies.
head canon is the only real canon.
Speaking of Spider-Man media, I was ranting about this earlier with Snowman. I don't know. You guys don't have children, nor do you watch other children, I assume, but I do. I have to watch my
I
nieces
can't anymore.
more
I have
often
to
than
go-
not.
Wow. Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Ooh, hey. Who said that?
God,
Don't you mean Jesker Christ?
hot mess.
Yeah.
No. Well,
Jessica Christ.
in your own lore, Jesker, then so you're Jesker Christ, and then like Nomura is God. So what's the Holy Spirit?
Square Enix.
He's nuts. Yeah, Square Enix.
The Holy
Yeah, Holy
Enix.
Spirit.
Anyway, so Disney has a kids show for preschoolers to watch to get them into Spider-Man. They have Spidey and his amazing friends, right?
I've seen this, yeah.
Yeah, they
I've
have
seen
their
the
toys
ads
and they have all that. I've seen a few episodes. It's fine. They gender bent Electro and Doc Ock. But otherwise, like, and Miles has a terrible Spider-Man name. They don't call him Spider-Man. He's Spin because this is Spider-Man.
Yeah, it's whack. And you can't gender bend Doc Ock, dude.
Well, like, it's not
It's
even
like one of
the
his
one
main
from-
villains.
It's not even the one from
I
Spider-Verse.
would argue it is his main villain.
Yeah, if not Green Goblin, then Doc Ock.
That's debatable. With
Yeah.
I was about to say it's debatable with Green Goblin.
And
Or
even,
Venom. It's like those three.
You know what? Venom. Maybe
Venom becomes
past.
an anti-hero.
Yeah, like if,
Yeah, but when he's his villain, he's just wants to destroy both Peter Parker and Spider-Man just to fucking wreck them.
if this was like the early 2000s and it was like 10-year-old me
Wreck
on here going, yeah, guys, I think Venom is actually Spider-Man's arch enemy. I just played Ultimate Spider-Man, the video game. He's scary in that game. Yeah,
Fuck yeah.
Back then, yeah, I might argue that Venom is like his main villain. But now, after all the comics that have come out with him as an anti-hero, I'm hard pressed to make that argument.
Venom should become.
You could just make him the villain again, though.
Summer Swan says Venom should become an anti-Venom. He. Oh wait, that was dumb. Well, don't worry, Summer Swan, because
There's anti-Venom.
Yeah,
anti-Venom does exist, and Venom does become anti-Venom. He becomes a good guy.
All right, so
and
Yeah,
What's
Doc Ock or Green Goblin.
What's
So-
the
For
deal
sure.
with the Spidey and Amazing Friends with?
Spidey and Amazing Friends, right? It's got its toys, it's got its fans, it's whatever. They just announced a spin-off type. I believe it's a spin-off because Iron Man has been on. So it's Iron Man and his awesome friends, and you see the awesome has the little Avengers point to it.
Yeah.
Oh, damn, yo. That's clever.
Yeah, they smart, man. They smart.
So
Hey,
it's
big smart.
It's another 3-person group, right? With Iron Man as the leader instead of Spider-Man. So who do you think is the girl character and the friend character that Iron Man would have in a kids show?
Like would it should have?
Hawkeye and Miss America.
Hawkeye and Miss America.
That's a good guess.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
Should be War Machine and Pepper Potts.
That's
Should
a good.
be.
That's a good thing. It should be War Machine and Pepper Potts.
Yeah.
Just announced Iron Man and the Awesome Friends featuring Iron Man with Iron Heart and Iron Hulk. Which this Iron Hulk is Amadeus Cho, so it's like the bro Hulk thing that he had, but in a suit form, and then Iron Heart.
I'm literally speechless.
Yeah, that's the problem with all the families in comics with me too. It's like they oversaturate them with different spin-offs of characters. It like makes the main characters kind of like
they're
the
not
same.
special.
Yeah, exactly. It
People are
despecializes them.
People are talking about demon in a bottle, demon in a baby bottle.
Oh,
I'm like a genie in a bottle.
But yeah, like
You gotta
where's
love
War
me,
Machine?
though,
Why is
not
this
me.
not War Machine and Rescue? Right? Like, for what reason?
Because they don't care about the comics whatsoever. It's just a product.
They don't
It's
give
just-
a
yeah,
flying
yeah. When it's for kids, it is just a product placement. I mean, it's just for kids too. So I mean, it's
But
not the
what
biggest
they're-
deal in the world.
It is, because if you think about it, right, they're shooting themselves in the foot for keeping young adults and adults interested in the comics, right? Or getting them
So-
into the media. Because if they use the characters that it should be, then as they grow up, they would go, "Oh, look at that! That's the adult version of that cartoon I used to watch."
So I
There's
don't know
never
about.
I mean,
gonna
I
be an
agree
adult
with
version
you.
of this.
I could. Jesker might be able to relate to this better, being slightly younger than you two. But
What?
there
Not
was an
much.
Iron Man kids show when I was growing up. Still enjoyed to
Oh
this day.
hell, let's see. I forgot the name of it. It's like Super Friends or Superhero.
No, you're thinking of Superhero Squad. That was different. Also did this better.
Okay,
Superhero
what
Squad had
are
every-
you talking about?
Iron Man Armored
The fuck are
Adventures.
you on about?
I remember that.
Iron Man Armored Adventures, which has
It
in its
always
season,
reminded me of the
I
Rocketeer. when I saw
barely
it.
remember that.
I
in its
remember
season
like seeing
2,
it.
Rhodey gets the War Machine armor and Pepper gets the Rescue armor.
Trash.
See, your generation is either way though. Your generation now are into the actual mainline comics.
Yeah, and this here she is
So-
being rescued.
Well, our
um,
generation was also far superior as well. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
but
as if you watch our
From
clip
who?
on the his generation is different than my generation. I'm a Zoomer, he's a millennial. If you watch our clip on 2000s Marvel, this would be included in that.
I was about to actually make an argument, but then I realized, oh yeah, wait, I am a millennial, and we kind of fucked some shit. You know what? Never mind. Go ahead.
So anyway,
Everyone
this
sucks in the end.
This is Pepper as Rescue, and it's like a remote controlled suit. But yeah, so then here's War Machine, and here's Rescue, and it's like you said, Cynic. You grow up watching these, and they keep like the Mandarin is in here with his actual rings. He has like a really cool design. You have Ironmonger, you have Titanium Man, Doctor Doom is in an episode, and it's like awesome because it's Doctor Doom is here.
Yeah, that was like around the same time like Spider-Man and Batman were all out, and X-Men.
That's the Mandarin.
It's the Mandarin.
Oh, that is badass.
Yeah, and the problem with the Mandarin though is the problem that kind of plagues a lot of the show. This is like a teenager under this armor.
Dog, I don't give a shit. Why didn't we
But
get
yeah,
this Mandarin?
No, that is a different show. I've never seen that show.
Wait, why didn't we get this Mandarin in Iron Man 3? This is awesome.
Because they wanted to bait and
because
switch.
Marvel dropped the ball.
Yeah.
The Hulk
Part of me
is in an
likes that
episode.
twist, though.
Yeah, we can.
Your take,
Um,
sometimes samurai.
There's
Hear me out.
yeah.
This is just an experiment.
People like this. They do an Avengers thing at one point, and they have Hawkeye, they have Black Widow, Nick Fury, Hulk's there. You know, like it's beloved. It has its fans, the people who grew up on it, and they're teenagers during this show. Like they go to school, and Tony this was back when Tony had to keep his identity of Iron Man a secret, so he has to run away and then leave
Sneak
school
some
and
Jack
stuff
under the table.
and
Yeah,
so
bro. Sell weed in the courtyard, smoke cigarettes under the bleachers.
Hey, kid, want
yeah,
some
so-
Jacks?
I thought this was
Yeah.
for kids.
and people
That's
could
what you do. Jessica, did you not do anything crazy in high school?
Smoking
got-
cigs as a kid was cool as fuck.
Do you
Yeah, dude.
have a couple of hours? We can go into the
Smoking in the
backstory.
boys, or maybe on your show.
No.
So yeah, people have said about like War Machine, like you can't have a kid show and the name is War Machine, right? But like Iron Man Armored Adventures did it. The Iron Man cartoon back in the 90s did it. I get
Yeah,
standards
dude.
and practices, but it's like, nah, fuck that.
We're
Like,
just becoming softer and
okay,
more
hold on.
PC over the years. It's
Look,
fucking whack.
if you wanted to be PC about it, you could just call him Machine, right?
Yeah.
Or WM. It's gonna be a black dude. They like to go by abbreviations sometimes, like
Uh-huh.
and I'm not even
I-
trying to sound like a
Like
jerk. but-
WM.
Can I just be honest here?
Yeah, well-
like these just Iron Man, like the actual Iron Man, his design is fine. The other two suck.
Yeah, they look terrible.
Oh, I like War Machine.
no,
Not,
this
I'm
this,
talking about these
no,
right
no,
Oh,
here.
this one.
yeah.
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 Um,
Yeah, once you start branching away from the main design, all the character design starts to look retarded and whack.
This looks
so
like
even you
Power
can see the
Rangers.
symbol, like you can see how they like try to. So like Iron Man's got the triangle symbol, Ironheart's
Oh,
got
they
the
gave
heart
him
symbol,
different
and then Iron
symbols
Hulk
and stuff.
is an H.
They're like Care Bear ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, I was saying how Spidey and his
It's the
amazing
rainbow,
friends,
motherfucker.
the
That's War Machine. He has to say that, or I'm not watching it.
Spidey and his amazing friends has Miles has red webs and Gwen has pink webs, which I thought that's an okay change, but
Yeah,
it's the
for-
same kind of principle. It's like
right,
for the kids.
Yeah,
the
for a
toys
kids
and
show,
stuff.
yeah, that's fine. It's meant to, it's meant. I'm not going to say dumbed down, but make it more digestible for kids. Let's put it that way.
Well, and especially for the
it's
kid,
still a
for the
terrible business
toys.
strategy. I mean, that's just what it is.
definitely for the comics. But the thing is, Marvel has not been about selling the comics with their media.
No. They're not going to use these characters in the movies either. You're missing
No,
it's not just the comics.
Well,
it's growing
you-
up and
you
keeping
s-
that customer base.
I'm talking
You
about
say
for the
that-
Spider-Man show. I'm not talking. I'm talking
Oh,
about the.
okay.
Going
I
back
thought
up
you
to
were
the
talking about this.
Yeah.
Hello, Stray Beans. So that's the thing. You say that, Cynic, but
What's up,
Ironheart
Stray?
is in a movie.
Yeah,
Ironheart
and
is in a movie.
I bet she won't be in another one.
Probably not.
So use characters that are mainline characters. And on top of that, that doesn't even look like Ironheart.
It kind of does. I'll give him that.
Yeah. I mean,
No.
I knew who it was. It was recognizable enough.
That Hulk one looks so dumb.
Yeah,
the-
like I said, it's based on the
What?
Brolk or whatever.
Why does he have like a shaved off rhino horn on top of his head?
Yeah, what the
Mohawk.
fuck is he doing
He's
there?
horny.
I'll have to find the. I'm trying to
I thought-
pull up the thing for our next.
thought this
Week,
was
but
a
I'll have
kid
to
show.
find the. Why is there no good?
It's a kid show as much as the movie Seven is a children's film.
Wow.
But it's not a children's film. I've been really showing that to my. I showed that to my nephew, man. I'm really gonna do some explaining to do.
My God, that poor child.
I mean, it is teaching the 7 deadly sins. I mean, you know.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
I guess we'll use this one.
See
So
what
it's
it is.
based off the Brolk.
Hey, did you look up the Brolk?
I'm trying to find something. I'm
you know
not
what?
finding
I would
anything.
actually.
You just look
pay
up
a couple-
Amadeus Cho.
Okay, I got it.
Hulk.
I would pay a couple of bucks to see.
It was
Eric
during
Badu
their
after this.
their push where they tried to take away all your beloved heroes and give them young minorities replacements.
Hot take. Most of the Avengers are kind of fucking lame.
Oh,
I've
okay,
said
well,
that
so
for
when you
years,
say
that's why I'm a
most,
DC fan. All of them
you s-
except for Thor and
was
old
gonna-
school Captain America.
I love
Captain America.
Snowman, this is very important. I'm hovering over the remove button. Which
Thor sucks.
heroes are
Say
lame?
Thor sucks.
Thor does suck.
Boom. Got him.
All right, thank you for
Baby.
coming.
Oh, yeah.
Exit
Like I do like the first Thor movie. Actually, I do like Chris Hemsworth as Thor. I think he does
Okay.
a great job. But
So here's
the comics
my
are
problem
like
with
kind
this,
of meh.
looking at-
It's a hack. It's an already old mythology, dude.
All right, so here's my problem
wrong
with
with
this
old
this Iron
mythology?
Man stuff. Even though I know it's for kids, right? It's not made for me. But the Amadeus Cho thing, why not just use the Hulk version of Amadeus Cho? Why
Yeah.
does he
He's
have to
not-
be in an Iron Man suit?
Yeah, why does Spider-Man need all this iron shit? It's like fucking keep it. He's Spider-Man,
Well,
not Iron Spider.
So it's funny you say that. So in the Ultimate Spider-Man cartoon with Drake Bell, one thing they wanted to do was have have Spider-Man have like a team of spider people, right? So he had Miles, he had he never had Spider-Gwen, but he had Miles, he had they had Kane,
Spider-Gwen. So
Spider.
dumb.
They had one thing they had was Amadeus Cho as the Iron Spider. So Amadeus Cho was Iron Spider.
That costume is dope as shit, though.
What the
And he
fuck?
looked like he had the comic accurate Iron Spider suit. It just
So
wasn't
what is
Peter.
Amadeus Cho just like the
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 diversity
what-
hire for kids
the
cartoons.
red
Yes.
the red maid to the Marvel universe? Fuck, what's the term I'm looking for? I can't think of it.
Sloppy
I'm like,
seconds.
no, wow, no.
The jobber?
No. Jack of all trades, master of none.
Well, so in the comics, they've I think they've tried to put Amadeus Cho over. He's had
He hasn't been though.
no, he hasn't been, but they've given him he used to have this rod.
Yeah.
that, I think it could
Time
do
for me to
anything
pull
or
out
something
the
like
wine
that.
mom routine. Amadeus, honey, I know you're trying. You're giving it your best. I know you're trying, sweetie.
Yeah, Stray Bean says he's clearly token, which he's also set up to be in the MCU because if you remember, big fans of the MCU will know that his mom is in Avengers: Age of Ultron. She's the nurse, the doctor that
Oh,
that
that's
works
cool though.
on, Hawkeye and Helen Cho. She's only in the movie for a little bit, but
Is that
Is that-
movie overhated?
Hey, someone remind me, what happened to Quicksilver in the MCU? I forgot.
riddled with bullets and killed.
Yep. Like a bitch.
Even though he should be able to avoid them.
Fucking
But-
pussy.
Yeah. Let me catch my son getting murdered by bullets.
And then a variant of him is murdered by Cassandra off screen in Deadpool 3.
Quicksilver's lame anyway.
No.
Yeah. It's all straight.
He's lame.
Quicksilver besides
His costume's lame.
The Fox version was great.
Quicksilver in Days
He
of
was
Future
kind of
Past
cool
was
in like
good.
one scene, then it just became a gimmick and it was lame.
Nah, I think
Well, did you-
Snowman's right. The dude that played him was really good as an actor, but he looked terrible in my
Yeah,
opinion.
he looked lame.
He was
Look lame.
fine.
His best costume was
You
his Ralph
having-
Boner costume in the
Jesker's
Halloween.
Well, I'm right, dude.
episode.
having to sweep for his own self. Going, it was fine, man. Like it was perfectly acceptable. That's like
That's what they
ordering
were
a burger-
going for. I got what
That's
they
like-
were going for, man.
That's like ordering a burger with pickles and then you just eat it anyway. Like it's okay. It's not what I wanted, and I don't like it. But
You guys just didn't
it's
understand the
fine.
creative vision that they were going for. Right? You guys don't understand art. Right? Leave Fox alone.
You're right. I'm a mongoloid.
Leave him alone.
Leave him
I like Cat in the
alone.
Hat. My favorite book.
Wiz, I mean, are you gonna just let these guys get away with that kind of stuff? Was it just fine, or they could have done better? Right?
Right, so, well, that's you're asking me two
They
different things.
should have
right?
done
'Cause,
better.
Okay, so
Well,
I'm
answer
gonna
both of them.
rephrase.
Then.
I'm gonna rephrase.
Can
it.
he play?
I'm gonna rephrase
Reggie
it
Ray.
because saying they should have done better is true, but you could argue that for most of the.
Nah,
if we're talking-
you're building a straw man. Answer the
Okay,
question directly. I don't care if they could have done better on all of them. We're talking specifically.
Okay,
about
so
this one
we're talking
character.
Fox. We're talking Fox Quicksilver then.
Yeah,
Yes.
Okay.
American Horror Story guy.
One scene, the kitchen scene in Days of Future Past was good.
Yes.
He's too quippy.
Yeah.
The rest of the movie, he appears. He's forgettable in X-Men Apocalypse.
Yeah, he's like a
Hair
plot
looks
device,
terrible.
basically. Yeah,
They
he
don't
looks
even.
dumb.
They don't even.
Y'all-
They
y'all
don't
gonna
even
interrupt a little
resolve
bit?
They don't even resolve the thing about him being Magneto's son. He doesn't even get to tell him.
They
That could've-
imply it. Come on.
No,
now,
but
they
the whole
imply
point of
Jesker's
that.
still
no,
sweeping.
Jesker, the whole
Get the
point of
dustpan
that-
out already, brother.
The whole point. Of
Put in issue
Magneto's-
139.
The whole point of Magneto's heel turn in that movie to join Apocalypse is because his family gets killed and he has no one left. The whole point was that Quicksilver needs to tell him, "Hey, I'm your son," blah blah blah, and then he'll turn face. But he didn't. They didn't do that. He just turns face.
Trunks would have
we-
never joined the
No,
androids.
I think he
Facts.
knew.
He didn't. How
You're
could he have
building
known?
headcanon.
How could he have known?
You're building headcanon. What are you doing?
Did you
Yeah,
not
man.
did you not see the look they gave each other in that one scene? He knew.
Oh my god. So you mean to tell me something that if I blink and miss it ruins the entire plot?
Anyway,
It's called subtlety, dude. It nuance.
And then-
Exactly.
Okay,
Subtlety
so
and nuance.
if I'm
You
in the
un-
theater, right,
You
and I'm reaching,
uncultured fucks just don't
Yeah,
get
you
it.
stack of
no,
meat.
listen.
bad.
When Square
I'm not
Enix
able to
wrote
reach for my peanut
X-Men
butter
Apocalypse,
M&Ms.
when Nomura wrote X-Men Apocalypse, he wrote it in a way that would show that.
Yeah, exactly.
So
It
then,
always goes back. It always goes back to the moral. Every time.
so then
Every time.
Dark Phoenix, I barely remember because it's a hemorrhoid of a film, but
I'll give you that. I won't even sit here and try and defend that.
Apocalypse sucked ass too.
that when we rank them, I like Apocalypse
It's better than Dark
Um,
Phoenix.
better than Dark Phoenix. Nothing.
Yeah.
There is no superhero movie worse that I have seen.
Oh man, Thor 2 is pretty bad.
Then Dark
Okay.
really.
So when we rank them, Thor 2 is higher than most MCU movies to me personally as a Thor fan. Thor,
Oh,
You're a
Thor
maniac,
2's
dude.
no. Thor 2's got its weak plot, but that is a Thor movie.
I love
Thor
it when-
Ragnarok?
I don't think Thor.
I'm not
2
the biggest fan of Thor Ragnarok either.
Thor
I don't
Ragnarok
think-
ain't a Thor movie.
Nah.
I probably like Thor 2 more than most people, but to say that it's higher up than most of the MCU, that's a little
Yeah,
wild.
because
Yeah, it's
Jesker,
nuts.
Jesker, guess what? Most of the MCU is crap.
Yeah, it's not that great.
No.
But so is Thor 2.
Thor
Jessica, when's the
2.
last time you went back and watched the early Marvel?
Wait, what do you mean by early Marvel? Early MCU?
The early
or
Marvel
Iron
cinematic
Man, Incredible Hulk.
Okay,
The
so
Avengers.
the
We
early,
went back and
the
watched
early
it.
MCU.
Yeah, I mean that's what we were talking about. We weren't talking about the comics.
Probably.
You're talking Blade. You're
I don't
talking
know. It's
Howard
like,
the Duck. You're talking
it's,
For the MCU.
The Dolph Lundgren Punisher. Where are we
Dolph
going?
Lundgren Punisher, Thomas Jane Punisher.
it's probably.
I love
don't know,
that movie, dude.
It's probably been a
Yeah.
year or two since I watched them.
It's been a bit with me too.
Yeah.
Probably like 5,
So, I
10
mean-
years.
I'll be honest with you guys, man, and I love the early MCU stuff. I think it's great, and I think most of it is really good up until Endgame, right? And none of it I've ever watched it. I've been like, oh, that was just terrible, yada
But
yada. But
But that's most of the MCU, though.
that's what I'm about
Well,
to get to.
if you
like,
count
There's
the
some
TV
just like
shows-
forgettable like duds in there too that are just
that's
like
what I was
nothing
about to
burgers.
say. That's literally what I was about to say. Most of them are background movies.
Yeah.
Like you put them
Sounds
on,
like
and you're playing on your phone 90%.
sounds
They're like
like next week.
glorified
or
popcorn films almost.
something like that.
Sounds like next week we're gonna get
Yeah.
we're gonna
Hold
have
up,
to
dog.
fight
I
over
think-
tier
Hell
lists.
yeah.
I think
Except films like Endgame and like Infinity War and Civil War, like where there's actually like stakes and like depth to like the shit going on.
I
Yeah,
think that you're taking how bad Phase 4 was and retroactively making the
So-
Infinity
No, I
Saga
didn't
look
Oh
watch
yeah,
better.
no,
anything.
dude, no, I love all those
I didn't
movies.
even-
I love those
I didn't
movies.
Yeah, I didn't watch any
Trey
Phase
Bean
4
says-
at all.
The Marvels make
Yeah.
Thor 2 look like Thor 3. See, that's the thing. If you stack Thor 2 against like the other like
Yeah, you're
DC
right.
movies post Endgame, if you stack it against the TV shows post Endgame, it's
All right, well, let's stay before Endgame
You're-
because I
you're-
haven't
I mean,
seen anything
okay,
after
you're-
Endgame.
We're saying
you're
bef-
not wrong. You're not wrong about that.
so
Yeah,
we're
that's a
saying
good point.
before Endgame. The thing with if this is a tier list, right? You don't have to exclude anything. You're not ranking it in order. If we're ranking it
Oh,
in
I
order,
gotcha.
one to whatever, right? It goes low. It does because it has a boring villain, slow kind of plot. It started the trend of like hero Loki that I just don't like.
Well,
Thor
just
wasn't-
because shittier
wasn't
movies are
good.
made after it doesn't make that movie better.
No, so I'm saying for me personally,
And if it's a tier list, that means it could be an F tier, and there's like 90 other F tier movies too.
But see, I agree with
so
Wizards.
I would push it up to C.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Yeah, because
Wait,
C's
wait,
like
no, wait. Which,
C's,
I didn't hear you.
C's the middle.
tier?
Thor,
Right.
Thor 2
Which
Thor
is a
two.
C.
C tier, middle.
Okay, how
Mid.
many tiers do we have?
Well, we're gonna get into all this probably next
No,
week.
no,
If
no.
we do
But
this,
I mean, like, is there like an S tier or is A tier the highest?
Yeah, I would
so
say
if
yeah, S tier for sure. There's
S
gotta
tier,
be.
S tier is your Endgame. Well, not even Endgame.
Civil
I'd put
War.
I'd put Endgame in A tier.
I'd put
Your Civil
Thor
War, your
2
Infinity War, your Winter Soldier, your Avengers 1. You know,
I'd
those
actually put Thor 2 at the bottom of B tier.
bottom of
Wow,
or
I gotta hear
D?
these arguments.
B as in boy or D as in dog.
B as in boy.
Yeah, he said B.
I mean, I'd be happy with
B
it
as in
bottom of B tier.
bitch.
I mean, it's fuck you. I mean, it's not like the top of B tier, but like, you know,
Alright, we'll
bottom
just-
of B.
I mean, that'll be an interesting argument to hear. Honestly, I've only seen it one time, but it was just so forgettable and boring to me that it's like that makes it bad alone.
do you
Like I said,
wait? Are you into
we got
Norse
some time, I
mythology?
guess.
And also, no, I'm not a very big fan of Norse mythology. I did hear a
All right,
crazy,
yeah.
awesome theory about Norse mythology, though, that the god of the Christian religion is actually Loki, which is so fucking cool.
Oh Jesus!
that's-
wow,
That's gay and pagan.
Yeah.
I don't support it.
Yo,
That's
You
such
said
a
gay.
cool idea, though.
Jesus is Loki. That
Yeah,
Well,
he's
if
just
you go-
tricking everyone.
so-
That makes
Yeah, it's
zero
all-
Really, we could-
sense.
Really,
No,
we
it
could get
doesn't.
into the. Hold on, we could get
The
into
trickster
the,
god is Jesus.
Yeah, he's just Jesus is like Christianity is like fake religion,
He's a-
and then Loki is just tricking everyone into believing it.
great prank, bro. Say like did no bad things. Anyway, so if you get into the real,
Which is actually an
historical-
arc in Gremlin World.
real historical. Hey, no shilling yet. That's not what the show is yet. You'll have your chance. if you get into the real historical thing about how like the end of Ragnarok ends with two people, a man and a woman, cutting out of the world tree, that it's meant to be like the Garden of Eden, and that basically the Christian religion happens after the Norse religion ends. But that was only there to convert the Vikings, and it was invented by the Christians to convert the Vikings and all that stuff. And most of what we know about Viking religion is actually just like Christians kind of injected into it.
Yeah, a lot of it came from a lot of different shit, didn't it?
We don't know any truths about it because they had no written epitaphs. They had no books.
They wrote some things
paper.
down.
They had runes,
but they lost.
and they
had.
It was right with the poop on cave walls, man.
A lot of them were lost when the Christians like raided and like killed them,
Wizard,
and, like, burned them.
Are
Fuck yeah, savages.
Are you saying that the Christians came up to the Norse people and they were like, okay, listen, all this stuff you believe,
we're going to retcon your religion.
Here's actually what's happening.
It's all true. It all happened.
Yes.
And then they pull out a Bible. But
yes, this is book 2.
Sequel.
This is the sequel. Exactly. That's exactly what they tried to do.
That's crazy.
So.
Well, what if they were right and you guys were wrong?
Okay, so I guess we'll
like
just
y'all
get
wrote the
into
prequel. That's even more.
I guess we'll just get into this week then.
Well, no, you want to.
Who's more hacked, Norsemen or religion? Don't be Christians.
We can save that because that's going to be a whole entire show. You've got you've got finite time on your StreamYard.
Yeah, don't let us hijack this shit.
Yeah, you're wrangling cats. We're the cats, brother. Don't let the cats lead you around.
Well, and that I was just saying because I wanted to get it. I can get into it. And I can defend. Thor.
Exactly,
things,
and you need 3 hours at least for you to defend things.
Yeah, we really do.
The original idea was to just do it one phase at a time. When we'd be like, yeah, this week we'll do this one, and then like a month later we'd be like, yeah, we'll do this one. Then this has everything. It even has Craven on here.
Well, I mean, we'll have to do because some of these I need to go back and
come out yet.
Yeah, it's not even.
Some of these I need to go back and rewatch, and some of these I've seen all of these, but
we're not gonna go full. We're not gonna go full because there's like New Mutants I haven't seen.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen Agatha.
I'm not gonna.
I haven't seen that. Do not need it.
Agatha.
I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna watch it.
Yo,
more like F word of
I'm gonna watch it on mute just for Aubrey Plaza.
Yo, Morbius is hands down.
Oh, she's overrated.
Morbius
so that way you can
about her, when he said it's Morbin time, I cried, man.
We can just do the haven't seen tier, and so then if it's just like if one of us saw it, then we can rank it. But otherwise, it's like like I haven't seen Daredevil Netflix. I know, sue me. We'd put that in haven't seen.
First season's fire. I haven't seen the second one.
Werewolf by Night, right? Like I haven't seen Werewolf by Night. So
I haven't seen that either.
Yo, Wizard, there's a dark room in hell waiting for you, dude. If you haven't seen that show, I'm just saying.
I gotta watch it.
Yeah,
I didn't have Netflix. Well, I did see season 1, but I wasn't not old enough, like because I was like a teenager, but still it was just like not old enough to really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I gotta give it a rewatch. And
what the first season of Daredevil?
Well, like the whole Daredevil and then the whole Netflix MCU in general.
Oh yeah.
Because I only ever saw the first season of Daredevil, and that was it. So.
Technically, at this point, everything is MCU.
Well, that's why, like, I think the other
even the real world.
The Fox movies are down here. They don't have Daredevil and Elektra and Blade, though. I don't think, but the Spider-Man movies are here.
What in the rank in the tier list?
Yeah.
What does Sherry say?
What is he saying?
Daredevil season 1 is why I got Netflix.
Yeah.
In the first place.
I'm looking at this. I forgot Madam Web even happened.
Oh yeah, that movie came and went for sure.
I need to watch it. I also need to watch that on mute just for Sydney Sweeney. Hubba.
Dude, I think she's overrated as fuck too, dude. She looks like a retard. She just got big tits.
We'll do actress another time.
Wizard, could you kick the dog?
With the propeller hat, I'll just fly right back, dude.
I don't care what her face looks like. What are you talking about?
That's what.
I'm a gentleman. I only look at their face during sex.
We will save this. I have this bookmarked.
Bookmark that because honestly, Wiz, you're gonna need 3 hours for you.
Yeah, we'll
spin your Thor web across everybody. Like
yeah,
just like literally just try to
by
down
the end of that
ball
stream,
and-
you'll realize that Thor 2 is better than Thor Ragnarok. And I can
It's gonna
convince
be-
you why.
It's gonna be like a Republican versus Democrat debate. You're just gonna still man and straw man over
Mhm.
and over and over.
I don't even need to do
Happens
that
all the
because it's
time.
like, what would I do that for?
What you
Like-
think
Because
Thor
he's
just, what, you think Thor just fell out
Thor's
of
the
a coconut
greatest thing
tree?
in the world. Yeah.
You think Thor
Yeah.
just, you think
Yeah,
Thor just
and
fell out of a
because I
coconut
like
tree?
Thor the best, I'd be like, no, Thor. It's about a comic book movie is about how you best represent the character to a wide audience, right?
Hold up,
And
Wizard.
best
No,
adapted.
Hold up,
bro,
Wizard.
that's not
Wizard.
your. But
Is
I don't that.
Wizard, is Thor your favorite superhero?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I know. I never bring it up.
Never, not once.
Nah, I've never heard about that.
No, I mean,
Yeah, it's weird.
like, why is he? Like, no, I'm low key interested. Why is he your favorite?
You're low key interested.
Oh,
Bang!
look at him.
what?
Who's the wizard of wordplay now, bitch?
I said the thing.
I literally, keen-eyed viewers of the replay will be able to hear me go, "What?" when in a smirking tone 1
Yeah.
second before you did, Snowman. So
I heard you.
got to get up pretty early in the morning. Anyway, no, so I couldn't tell you how it happened, but it was mainly just growing up and having like the Thor like in cartoons and stuff. And I used to have like blonde hair. It wasn't long like Thor's, but it was like yellow like Thor's. And I think that kind of is what did it. But I don't know. It was like
You're gay for yourself.
I could
He's LARPing.
well, you know, people like to kind of make fun of shallow fans. There's like, I only like the character if I see myself in it. And it's like, I've always stayed silent during that because I was like, well, I think I like Thor because I had the blonde hair. Like,
Well, that's why I love Batman, because I was an orphan billionaire, super jacked, like 7'6" when I was 15 years old.
I like
Brag
about it.
Spider-Man because I too got bit by a radioactive spider.
brag
But
about it.
Damn, bro.
I didn't get superpowers. I just got cancer.
Yeah, you're
So-
like falling apart.
The Lionsgate movies were big for that because the Lionsgate Ultimate Avengers movie I used to rent all the time. And Thor is really cool in that, but he doesn't show up all that often. But that's partly what makes him cool is he doesn't even show up till like the final battle. And then he fights the Hulk, and it's really awesome. And then
Yeah, Hulk versus Thor is really cool.
Hulk versus Thor is another one that did it because that's another Lionsgate movie. And yeah, so the
I
Hulk
meant
versus
actually
Thor-
just them fighting is cool. The idea of that is very cool.
yeah, that's always yeah. So another Lionsgate movie, Hulk versus Thor. What's Ray Bean saying?
I put on Venom 2 twice and gotten halfway through it before realizing I'd already seen it. Totally forgettable.
So is it
Damn.
so is it just the cool factor, or like is there like a deeper reason?
Well, I mean, like
Wiz,
I'm not like
Wiz is
I'm not-
really into like Viking mythology. He
Yeah.
thinks
Oh,
he's
well,
a
oh,
Viking.
hold on,
He
you're
grows
gonna-
his beard
you're gonna-
like a Viking.
all right.
He's got ginger. He's like Eric the Red with his ginger beard.
Yeah.
I am gagging
And
with the
but-
amount of words you're putting into my mouth. I'm sorry, Cynic. Are you wizard? You're going to answer the
Hey,
question.
Hey,
Yeah,
story,
let me speak.
story
You
of
know
my
how
life,
long-
gagging, folks.
Do you know how long I've been waiting to talk about why I like Thor so much? And you're just
Yeah.
walking in here with
I'm
your
just saying.
Hercules statue,
Just
no
saying, bro.
sworn enemies and comrades.
And your lunar grasshoppers in there.
lunar grasshoppers.
Disavow. Possibly.
It's on his thing. It's him.
Doesn't matter. You don't need. Anyway.
Lunar grasshoppers. It's so good.
It's my
Okay.
favorite band, dude.
So anyway, I can't really tell you what it is about, but like Thor is also just a good character. Power wise, he's like Superman but cooler. You know, he's he's got the hammer, he's got the lightning, he's got all that stuff. And yeah, so ever since I was like I was a kid, Thor's always been my guy.
So
And,
is he like your favorite superhero overall, or just your favorite Marvel hero?
Well, I'm a fan of both, so generally it's like I would put Thor as probably favorite overall, but it's like, but you can't compare.
Who's your
him-
top 5? Who's your top 10?
Well, you can't compare
This-
next. So I don't know if I could rank them, but I like Thor. I like Batman. I like Captain America.
Nice.
I like, I like Superman, but it's like you know, like I can appreciate a good Superman, right? Am I gonna buy Superman merch? Yeah. Am I gonna, you know, go crazy for Superman? Probably not. You know, but
Nah,
You're not going to go out of your way to get something Superman.
he's
but
got
it's
some
No.
cool stories.
yeah, like I have Thor stuff. Like I have I have windowsills in my room, right? And so I fill them with a bunch of stuff. I have more Thor stuff
I bet
Did I
you
do
do, Champ.
than I do any other Marvel hero. But I also have mostly Batman stuff. So I have like a collection.
I got
of
hella Batman, Dragon
I got-
Ball Z shit.
I got a lot of Batman stuff. So it's basically like it's Batman and Thor, really. Yeah. So
My
but
top
otherwise, it's
three
like-
are fucking Batman, Captain, and Spider Man. I love Daredevil
Yeah.
too.
Who's
Yeah, I don't hate Spider-Man. You know, the same thing. It's like the big ones, your Batmans, or your Supermans, your Spider-Mans, they're kind of everywhere. I like Wolverine too, like, but you don't see a whole lot of him more or less. Now you're starting to see him more, besides like the Hugh Jackman stuff. But
He's got a few classic storylines.
So
Straight beans
that
in the
makes me
chat.
wonder then who's your favorite villain?
Straight
Like,
beans
don't
just
white
nailed
supremacists like
Wizard.
like the actual God himself, not the Marvel character.
Yeah, Wiz walks around one of those like pewter Mjolnir hammer necklaces.
See, that's the thing.
And,
I don't have like the Viking. I have Marvel Mjolnirs. I don't have I have a Mjolnir. I could show it.
No, you're good, bro. Don't show us your hammer on screen.
We'll see you all next week on Rumble.
Yeah.
So you like Thor?
I regret
You like
giving you
several
links.
of the. So you like Thor, you like Batman, you like Captain America. You don't turn your
Yeah.
nose up at Spider-Man.
Like
but Thor's
you
your
gotta
guy
like
because you
Spider-Man.
saw yourself in him as a kid, basically. Like you
possibly, or
related
just
to
more
him.
or less like what I was kind of getting back then. I guess it's hard to say. Like there was a
Yeah.
lot of Thor stuff back then in the 2000s.
Okay, you were
and,
sort of oversaturated with it. I got you.
yeah, but even then, he was different enough because he also wasn't there all the time. Like he has like one episode in every of the 90s cartoons except for X-Men, but he's in like one episode of Spider-Man the animated series and one episode of Hulk the animated series. He's in one episode of
Yeah.
Fantastic Four the animated series, right? So it's like you got your Thor in stuff.
Yeah.
And it was like, oh, that's cool. And then he had his movie appearances in Ultimate Avengers and then in Hulk versus Thor, and he also appears in Planet Hulk for like a cameo.
Yeah.
And so you got your Thor stuff in there. But it wasn't like he was like a Spider-Man who had all this media that you could consume and all this. He was still kind of underground. He was still
I
Yeah,
get what
that's
you
cool.
mean. Yeah, so you got saturated with like seeing him in certain things because that's what you were getting. But then
Yeah.
you wanted more of it. You didn't get it until you were able to you're old enough to actually seek it out.
yeah,
So
like
then-
that.
Okay, yeah,
When I
get it.
But when I got older, then it was like, okay, we got some Thor. Well, and then the movie came out, the live action movie came out, and so
Yeah,
then you
that's,
could see
yeah, I
Thor,
get exactly what you mean.
Thor
Yeah.
comics were in stores, and so you could kind of pick them up. And
Yeah.
in even then, and another thing, I think another factor was that I also watched the 2000s He-Man reboot, and
That is
He-Man-
a badass reboot.
very similar kind of thing. It was like I had the blonde hair like He-Man, but still it was an action show, and he was really cool. And
So you're
So-
just a typical.
Yeah, there's some
Gen Z
cool
kid.
character designs there.
yeah, and that
They-
2000s He-Man was like I said, it was action. It was really cool, and I had
Yeah.
I had all the
Beans is wild.
Straight Beans
man.
is on fire tonight.
Ray Bean says, I'm not even gonna repeat that.
A lot. I will. A lot of women get saturating watching Thor too.
Saturated. Anyway, so then-
Saturated, Bubba.
Yeah, sick.
So the He-Man show. I also got like the toys. Like my parents would buy me the He-Man toys from the reboot, and so I had a bunch of those. And so
Yeah.
so it was really like He-Man and then Thor. And like I said, you had your Batman DVDs, you had your Spider-Mans, but I guess it was like how some people just kind of go for the Hulk. It's like, like I said, it's more like Thor. was
Nobody
just, like,
goes for the Hulk.
Nah, he's
Nobody
kind of
goes
lame
for the
too.
Hulk, bro.
He's
But
never really
nobody
had any
goes for- I
banger
was literally gonna
storylines.
say that. Nobody goes for the Hulk as their favorite. No, I don't.
No.
I seriously don't know one person.
He is
Yeah,
kind
I
of
know
cool,
one person in
but
real life. That's
No,
like,
I don't know
I've gotta
anyone
have
who
Hulk
just-
everything.
Nah.
So here's the thing about the Hulk in me. All right, that ought to be a song. Hulk in me. All right. So here's the thing about the Hulk in me. as a kid, I always found the Hulk cool, just because big green monster Hulk smash. Blah,
Yeah,
blah, blah,
Hulk
blah, blah, blah.
smash. You had the little like foam.
I never
Hulk
found him
Yeah.
cool.
fist. Yeah,
But
get that.
as I got older, oh, and by the
He's
way,
boring.
those Marvel
There's some Hulk things I love though.
those Marvel ice cream pops that they used to have back in the day.
Yeah.
The Hulk one was my favorite. Now
That one was
beyond-
cool looking. I will say that too. That is a cool Hulk thing.
Beyond that, as I got
Yeah,
older,
I mean, Stray Beans, I like some of the comics and the runs and stuff, but I just don't know. God,
Yeah.
get it. No, stop. You're
don't,
gonna get
oh,
kicked off.
ew, no, oh
He
god,
flopped
oh my
his hammer
god.
out.
Oh my god.
Damn, dude.
Jesus,
There's kids
bro.
watching.
You saved that for the OnlyFans. What the fuck?
I like some of the Hulk runs and like some of the arcs that they put him in. I thought were good, but I've never just Hulk's never. He's
Nah,
never.
I never yearned for
spoke to
Hulk.
me. Yeah, I've never
I-
been like, oh man, I got to know what Hulk's doing. And I
Yeah.
don't know. Personally, I don't know anybody who's
No.
like.
As I got older, I really came to appreciate him as a character because of his backstory.
Yeah.
And then there
Yeah,
are
but
some here's the
issue
thing,
to
though.
issue though.
Yeah, but I honestly think
Right.
some of the best stuff in more recent comics has actually been Hulk stuff.
I mean,
Okay,
Immortal Hulk
so-
is super fire. I do love Immortal
Oh,
Hulk. Like I said, there are some
I'm
Hulk
not-
things that are great.
But
I do like.
y'all are
I actually-
literally y'all are missing the forest for the trees now. For what y'all are missing completely what I was saying. I'm not saying that Hulk's.
No,
not
I agree
good
with-
or
I agree with
people
you.
don't- But nobody, I have yet to meet a person, and I used to work security at Comic Cons for years, and I never met one guy
That's
that
cool.
was like, "Yeah, man,
You're still alive.
yeah, Hulk, bro." Do what?
You're still alive. You did that job and you're still
Yeah, so-
alive.
Stray Bean says that his brother
Yeah,
was a big
yeah.
jock and loved the Hulk.
So Hulk. I mean,
I was gonna say, someone I played football with, Hulk was his favorite character actually.
Yeah. If you're
Hulk-
like
so-
big, you focus on getting big, you focus on getting
Yeah.
big, whatever you want to
I would say
that.
big ass dudes
Most
probably
of
like
the-
Hulk,
most
but
of
no
the
one's like a
Jack
Hulk
dudes I
historian.
know- Almost every Jack dude I know at my gym walks around with a Captain America shirt on or a Superman shirt. They don't.
Yeah, well, that's kinda mainstream.
Or
The
Thor.
Hulk- The Hulk is not. I wouldn't say he's my favorite, but if
I would
you
say-
ask me to
Jock, not joke.
if you ask me to make like a top 10 list of my favorite superheroes, I mean Hulk would have to be in the top 10.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Nah, no
Because
way.
Because
You
I
can't
mean-
feed him.
No way.
I like Hulk now more as an adult than I did as a kid.
Is
I would
he in
say
your
I like-
top 5 though?
Yeah, I would say so for sure, definitely.
Is he in your top 5, Jessica?
Stray Beans is right. The Hulk is the most direct power fantasy for little kids. Like my
And I think
my
that's
youngest,
why.
I can't
My
say
youngest
he's in my
niece
top
likes the
5.
Hulk.
I can't say
That's-
he's in my top 5.
Okay,
Top 10
and that was
top
sort of
10,
my
yes.
point. Like I
Yeah, Hulk's
remember
always been-
seeing when Hulk first came out. I remember seeing nothing but little kids running around with Hulk fists and Hulk masks.
Mhm.
Right? When I was a kid and we all had those stupid like plastic masks with just a little piece of rubber string that would smack you in the back of your head and hurt the crap out of you. There was a lot of kids who would go as Hulk for Halloween. But as I've gotten older and like I said, I've worked security at conventions, I've done panels at conventions, and I don't know anybody. It's like, yeah, dude, Hulk's my guy. It's usually like one of the big four, like Captain America, Batman, Superman,
I would say
Spider-Man.
Flash,
generally it's-
and Spider-Man.
Well, if we're talking like the big three or so of Marvel, it's Spider-Man.
Well, we're
it's
not
usually
talking about just Marvel.
I know,
right?
but it's
Like,
usually
we're-
Spider-Man, Hulk, and Wolverine is the.
No way, dude.
Oh no! Yeah, Hulk is definitely not in front of Wolverine.
No, well, not. I was thinking more in the 2000s. Well, not in any particular order either, but like the
Yeah.
2000s, like growing
The
up.
problem
that
is
was,
with
'cause
like the Wolverine stuff. There's not a lot of Wolverine like cool
The,
merch.
There's no banger
No,
classic
like the shirt.
Wolverine storylines.
There's
I think he's right though. Like if you're talking about like the early 2000s,
because the Ang Lee
pre-MCU,
movie came out.
Yeah, I think it would be.
I love that
Spider-Man.
movie. I don't care what anyone says.
I know, I'm just saying.
everybody
so,
loves.
Now the
as a
thing is
kid
today-
now, hold on here. I got a thing that as a kid I have gone trick or treating not as the Hulk, not as Thor, but as the Thing. And as a kid, you didn't want Hulk hands. You wanted the Thing
Nobody
hands.
wanted the thing hands, bro.
Nah, I've never
No.
seen the Thing in real life.
Nobody wanted the
I was
Thing.
Wolverine for
What's
10
wrong
years
with
straight.
you? I never
Yeah.
saw
What's up, metalhead?
I never saw that ever. I've seen the Thing hands. I've never
Well-
seen the Human Torch suit.
Yeah, I think I
Oh,
had
no.
one of the Human Torch gloves or something. I don't remember, but
I hope they
no,
do
I had like
justice
I had Wolverine
Fantastic
claws and
Four.
stuff like that. Like,
I
that
had
was
I had one of the Freddy Krueger gloves. That was really cool. Oh, that was cool. And then I pretended to be Wolverine, and I wore a yellow shirt, and I like pulled it all the way down to where like you couldn't really see the leather part of the glove. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
Wolverine." And then people made fun of me. They're like, "But blades are coming out of your fingers.
Is
There's
that
too
is
many
that
of
is
them."
that
Yeah,
literally
because
what
I'm
you said?
Wolverine.
What you just walked into school one day and you were like, "Yeah, I'm Wolverine."
No, it was like during a costume thing, like during Halloween. Like,
yeah.
you know what I mean?
Did
Like
people
we
like?
dressed up the week of Halloween. We got to dress up each day, and so we'd
I
wear
was
like different
Darth. I
costumes.
was Darth Vader one year.
Black.
Classic.
I was Anakin. I was Padawan. So my family did like a group. So my
I
brother.
was Hulk actually one year.
My brother and my cousin
Nerd.
and like a bunch of them did like Star Wars themed year, and it's because I was like 6. I was Anakin.
Did you have the little
arm-
like side rat tail?
I had the little rat. It was like a clip-on thing. I think it wasn't. Like, my hair wasn't long. Like I
You
always had short hair.
cocksucker!
Your mom was like, "Okay, okay, little wizard, we're gonna grow your
What was
hair
it?
out just to get one rat tail."
Little-
for
little
one day this
Whistler.
year."
Little
Um,
Whistler.
Don't get them started on that, Jester.
He's so
like I said,
fire.
the group chat has
That was
been
going to
a
be
hell-
my profile pic.
The group chat has been a hell for me for many weeks.
Nah, dude, we're having fun. Everyone's doing it.
Anyway, so I will say that yes, the Hulk has always kind of been. I think until the Ang Lee. Well, like the Lou Ferrigno show, he was pretty mainstream. There was that. I mean, Hulk has been a thing. Like, don't make me angry. You won't like me when I'm angry.
Yeah, but
has
that Lou
been a
Ferrigno
cultural
show
thing
is
since the
way
show.
before any of our times.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
that put
Lou Ferrigno
that
is
put
way
Hulk
back there.
into the like zeitgeist.
Mainstream.
That made Hulk mainstream. And then
Yeah, that was one of the first attempts at like gritty comic book shit too, actually.
yeah. So like people knew the Hulk, especially like growing up, and then the Ang Lee movie came out, and then growing up for me, that reintroduced it to where by the time you're growing up, you know, my uncle's talking about the Hulk, and you know, my mom's talking about the Hulk and knows about the Hulk, and you have that just idea of the Hulk. Whereas like your Captain America was not known. Captain America had TV pilots that didn't go off the ground. Captain America made cameo appearances in the cartoons. Captain America was nobody. But 2000s, like Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Hulk, because those were the movies of the 2000s, Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Hulk. You know?
No, nah, dude, I'm gonna have to hard disagree on that Captain America thing. It's not, because I'm pretty sure he's always a pretty big seller in comic books.
Well, that's the thing. Well, that's the thing, Snowman. Seller in comics.
Yeah.
But comic books back then were super popular, though.
Hey,
they were selling like
hey,
millions
hold
of
on one
copies.
second, guys.
At least
Wizard,
hundreds of thousands.
Wizard, I'm gonna need you to stop hitting your desk when you go to make these points.
Oh,
Hit your leg
sorry.
or something.
I always
You're
tap
starting to
and
sound
do
like a
that. I'm
certain
sorry.
person.
I'm sorry. I try to illustrate.
I'm just trying to save you
with-
from yourself, brother.
I'm getting a new mic stand that will hang above me, so hopefully it won't pick that up. So anyway, no, so the 2000s, like it's just the problem is like we're from different eras, right? So it's like I can only talk about growing up in the 2000s. My memories kicked in like after 2005, right? And so that's all I really have to go off of, you know. And you want to talk about like Captain America sold comics. It's like Captain America sold comics during the 90s when like every comic sucked.
Yeah.
And like people just kind of just meandered.
Also
their way
not
through
true.
them.
If we're talking about like as far as like widespread popularity, Captain America did not have widespread popularity back in the
Before the
2000s.
first Cap movie, I tried to explain why he's a cool character to my sister-in-law. She looked at me like I was developmentally challenged. Like
Yeah.
pre-MCU,
How old
these
was
guys,
she? 3?
the guys were is like Snowman. The only reason the MCU existed was because all of the characters, the Avengers, suck. Like,
It's
Yeah, so I said they're all pretty whack.
bro.
But, like-
But I love Captain America.
It was Spider-Man, it was Hulk, it was Wolverine. Now today, if you were to ask me, well, okay,
it's Iron Man, it's Captain America, it's
Probably
Spider-Man.
Thor.
no,
I mean, well, definitely Spider-Man. But
No,
Thor's gotten way more popular.
I wouldn't put him in big three though.
It's Spider-Man.
Oh no,
Iron
yeah, I
Man,
forgot about Spider-Man for sure.
Yeah.
and Captain
Spider-Man,
America.
Iron Man, Captain America are your new big three.
Yeah, I agree with that.
For Marvel.
And
For
and
Marvel.
and honestly,
And Iron Man sucks.
Thor-
He's cool as Robert Downey Jr. and
that's all he is, right? He's all Robert Downey Jr., right?
Yeah.
Like no fan of Iron Man is really going back, and maybe they'll read.
he's like a B level Batman. He's not as cool as Batman. He's not as
They're
dark
not-
or mysterious as Batman. He has a way lamer costume,
They're
way
not
lamer
reading-
stories.
I would say the top 5 most recognized Marvel heroes are probably, and this is in no particular order: Spider-Man, Iron Man, Captain America, Thor, and Wolverine.
Yeah, Wolverine's definitely top 5.
Wolverine has to. He had like the problem. The problem with Wolverine was that because of the rights issue, they pulled back on Yellow Suit Wolverine in merchandise and everything. So you couldn't really. He lost a lot of his zeitgeist, right? Wolverine became like white tank top Hugh Jackman, right? He didn't have any kind of other. Like they pulled him from a lot of those kids' cartoons. He would make sporadic appearances, but otherwise, like X-Men stuff and Fantastic Four stuff took a hit. Fantastic Four and X-Men and Hulk and Spider-Man used to be like the shit in Marvel in like the 60s and 70s.
Yeah,
Marvel, right?
Fantastic Four fell off the hardest, dude. That was supposed to be their guys. That was supposed to be their flagship.
That was the first family of comics.
The first family, that was Marvel's big thing, right? Those were the big sellers besides Spider-Man stuff. But like they pulled them away from the zeitgeist, like, and they lost all their footing.
Yep.
So
It's a
Jessica,
shame because Doctor Doom and Silver Surfer and like all the Kirby shit's really cool.
You
They
asked
totally
who my
just
favorite
disrespect them.
Jessica asked who my favorite villain is, I believe, and my favorite villain is Doctor Doom.
Yeah, Doctor Doom's cool. Favorite villain? That's a good one. I got a lot of
that's
favorite villains.
acceptable. That's acceptable. Personally, I've always been more of a Magneto fan, but
Magneto's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Now Doctor Doom is definitely acceptable. Doctor Doom's in the top 5.
If we're talking DC, Reverse Flash is probably my
Reverse Flash is cool. I love hella villains in DC and
I
Marvel.
I like petty like villains. But all right. So we'll have more Marvel talk next week with our movie tier list. So that'll be
all right. Liza P. We've only got like less than an hour. Let's
well, we don't, and we can go as long. I don't know about you, Jesker, but I can go as long as I'm needed to.
Okay, I thought you were trying to keep it at 3
I'm not a
hours.
gentleman.
No, the 3 hours is a minimum, not a maximum.
Oh, okay.
What is the maximum version of StreamYard you've got?
I don't
isn't there
think
a
there's a
time limit?
maximum. I think it's like a time limit for like downloaded streams that it saves onto StreamYard. But I downloaded from YouTube. So
his maximum would be YouTube's maximum, and I think YouTube's maximum is actually 12 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, before you have to
well, you
split
can
the
actually
stream.
go longer, but it will cut you off. It will cut off the video, like
Downloading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll cut off that at 12 hours. I've had that explained before. Anyway, Liza P. Had its director's letter. This was a while ago. This was September 19th. So nearly a month ago, they let us gave us some, let us in on the news about the DLC. So they talked about they're enduring the hottest summer in Korea because the studio's a Korean team. They're working on the upcoming DLC. They want to create an enjoyable game. For the DLC of Liza P and the sequel, we aim to do better on what we did well and improve
They're
the
doing
areas.
a sequel?
Well, I mean, this confirms this was basically the confirmation of a sequel. I don't think we had heard about it yet.
No, we have.
This was the confirmation.
I follow him. I follow him on Twitter. So
Does everybody here got the secret ending, right?
No, I haven't got the secret ending yet because I haven't been able to go back and play it.
Ooh, okay. So how are we gonna do spoilers?
Well, I'm going full tilt spoilers. I don't care.
What, Liza P?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about the DLC stuff and all that. Like, I mean, let's watch the stuff. I'm not worried about any of that.
Yeah.
So, like, you're not really gonna spoil anything there.
No, so
otherwise,
okay,
I just wouldn't be here.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
the
say for
the secret ending's kind of a big spoiler.
All right, well, let's read the director letter and then we'll yeah. So we aim to do better.
Well,
and
he's in.
areas in Micro. Might sound simple, but I find that sticking to the basics is anything but easy. Thankfully, I have amazing colleagues. Been by my side. It's funny how time sees a crawl when I'm wanting for anticipated games as a gamer, but it flies by so fast when I'm working on one. We will get back to work for now, and then they released a new song from the DLC, which I listened to, and it is great. But they had posted this image as to hype us up for the DLC. This was the third image of the DLC that we got. And so I guess we'll just now go into the Liza P in general. So Snowman hasn't played it. Cynic,
It looked cool, but
yeah. So Cynic said that you didn't get the secret.
I didn't
ending.
get the secret ending. No, I don't think so.
So you didn't get the good ending then.
I don't think so.
Did you see the blue-haired puppet at the end?
No. So I didn't
Okay,
get the
then
good
you did
ending.
not-
Yeah, because
then
I've got another playthrough already started on it that I was gonna go do to make sure I got
Okay.
all the. Because I want to platinum it, and I haven't. So
Yeah, I still have to do one final playthrough to get the platinum. You
Yeah.
have to do New Game Plus to get one of the achievements. So you're gonna have to play through again anyway.
yeah, I mean I knew that already. So and I don't think I got the good ending. Because you've got to get all the records, don't you?
Nope.
Well, what is it?
You have to get the records help you get the humanity points.
Yeah.
But the main thing that you do to get the ending is when you meet Sophia in the tower, what decision you make.
Okay, yeah. I don't think I made the. I think I was. If I remember correctly, it's been so long since I played it. Cause I mean, I bought it day one. I'd pre-ordered it. It was the last game I pre-ordered, and I burned through it. And I think I chose the other whatever choice gets you the not the good ending, so I could redo it, do my second playthrough, and get the good ending, kind of like platinum it.
So
put it
there's
up, so.
there's three choices that change the ending, right?
Yeah.
I guess we'll just Jesker, you talk as if you know. Have you played Liza P?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's literally the only Souls game that I've played.
Wait,
Alright,
what?
So that's good.
You've played none of the other Souls games?
Nope. This was the first one I played.
Oh, so like you haven't played any of the FromSoft's games? I thought you had just not played Bloodborne.
No, I thought
No,
I
he said
last time.
You're missing out.
He said it because I said to play Bloodborne. Because I said that at least start because it's similar.
I
to
was
Liza
thinking
P.
you had played at
I gotta
least
take a
like
piss.
one of the Dark Souls. My bad, or Elden Ring. I
Well,
thought you had played
I
Elden
mean,
Ring.
I've played it in the sense like I've people I know like have let me try it out. But if you're
Then
talking
you
about
haven't
like
played it. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like
if
you've
you're talking
played
about, like, a
you
full
played at it.
playthrough, no.
Okay. Well then, if you like Liza P, bro, you're gonna hands down love Bloodborne. I think.
Yeah, I'd play.
Because
I'd say
Liza
play
P is,
Bloodborne.
yeah, Liza P is Bloodborne with a shield and trick arms.
Yeah,
It's like a mixture. Wouldn't you say it's sort of like Bloodborne mixed with Sekiro?
yeah, it's Bloodborne
Because
mixed
you
with
got the
Sekiro,
trick
that's
arms?
the- It's also in it has pieces of like Dark Souls, especially.
Yeah, you
and-
can like slow down and do the like I call it the tink tink battle method, where you have a shield and you just like whittle down the bosses. Like you could do that kind of stuff with enemies and stuff. Can't really do it with the bosses because they
Mhm.
Well, see what
they
got me
get
into
stupid
Liza.
aggressive.
What got me into Liza P was the Pinocchio
Pinocchio.
aspect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Because
want to be a real boy.
Yeah, I want to be a real boy. I'm not a real boy yet. All right, I'm one of those little lab grown boys. All right, I'm not.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get it, man.
But
I feel you.
yeah,
You saw
yeah.
yourself in Pinocchio.
I did. Just like Wizard saw himself as a Norse god, I see myself as a
Yes.
wooden boy. But but no, like so I really like all the old fairy tales and stuff. And so when I found out this had a Pinocchio theme, I was like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna give this a try. I'm gonna pick this up. I'm gonna
Yeah,
see what it's
the moment I heard Liza P was going to be a Souls like, and that it was a Pinocchio Souls like, I love the lore of the Pinocchio,
Mhm.
fairy tale. It's
And-
actually, I mean, like the original one's very kind of gruesome and dark.
All of
Yeah.
them are, dude.
all of
Oh,
those old
man.
fairy tales are gruesome.
Like
and
the
dark.
Hunchback of
Yeah.
Notre
And
Dame is
so I was like,
crazy.
I want to see how they do this.
Dude,
So-
the ending to the
Notre
Buck,
Dame?
Hunchback of
The-
Notre. Oh my
What is he, a
god!
football team?
No,
Yeah, he's a one-man
Yeah,
football team.
yes,
And
the Hunchback of Notre Dame is the origin of the Notre Dame football team. Yes, you got it.
Anyway, no. So
yeah, I
for
need to
me, it was,
reread that book.
for me, it was definitely that it was a Bloodborne like more than a Souls like, and how that it when they showed the gameplay and stuff, how just it looked so clean, and it looked so like clean as in like just
It looked polished.
graphic.
Yeah.
polished, and it was yeah.
Did any of y'all play Mortal Shell?
No.
I fucking hated that game, dude.
Damn.
Really?
Yo,
Yeah, dude.
Oh, dude, that DLC was that. If you get it with the DLC, man, it's real short, but
Hold on,
it's
y'all-
probably
Y'all
right, so-
smell that? Y'all smell that? I can smell the hate. My God.
It just
me
was
too.
so clunky and like slow and sluggish to me, and the world was kind of dreary and bland.
that's because you picked the wrong shell. If you were clunky and slow, it's because you picked the wrong shell.
I
But
never
God,
picked the wrong shell, dude.
He just said get good.
yeah, I straight up did. Get a better
Skill
shell,
issue.
bro. Yeah,
I
it
actually got like
is a skill issue.
7,000 hours in the game, and I picked all the
Okay,
shells.
so-
So
So
she
so
doesn't even go to
regardless,
school.
regardless of best ending, right? Because I'm not going to spoil it, I guess, for Cynic, but it's not that big of a spoil because regardless of the ending you get, you still get the hint towards the sequel, with Paracelsus in the
Which
train.
got me. I'm not gonna spoil it, but it got me excited as fuck.
Oh, well, I said we'll full tilt. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, dude, send it.
So the other thing about Liza P is that it's also kind of Resident Evil in some ways too, but it's
That's,
revealed that this
That's another reason why I like it because I'm a big
Walk
Resident
that
Evil
out for
fan.
me. I
Oh.
don't see.
so
Dude, a lot of the
Resident
Souls games are very Resident Evil like in their design.
Oh, then I'll
Um,
probably fucking love the other games because I love Resident Evil.
Yeah,
I mean,
dude.
there.
So-
I get that in the in the FromSoft games because it's Sword Resident Evil, right? It's Sword and
Yeah,
Sword
in a
and
lot of ways it
Resident
is.
I'm talking.
He said
I-
it's Resident Evil but with sword.
I haven't
Evil. It's Sword
played
and Shield Resident.
Sworded and evil.
I haven't played any of the Resident Evil games, so I can't speak on gameplay. But
Wait, what?
The slow
Yeah,
and methodical zombies coming after you, bro, and
Yeah,
being
so
relentless
I'm
and
scared.
chasing you.
Yo,
It's
wizard.
it's
You got to
it's
play the
essentially-
Resident Evil 2 remake, bro. The Resident Evil 2 remake is a masterpiece.
Well, yeah, but play Resident Evil, the Resident Evil 1 remaster or remake first.
Yeah, that one's a banger.
That way you don't you get caught up with the story. Don't just jump
the
into
show
two.
is called Wow Wednesday, and I don't talk on this show anyway.
Went off for Thor about 13 hours, man.
And of course, Snowman has to straw man everything that I say. No,
Straw
so-
man, snowman.
So rushing along through the thing, I don't play spooky games, so I'm not into Resident Evil. Anyway, the big thing with Liza P that I say has kind of Resident Evil things is because of you meet this shy, timid like guy who's all scared about everything. He's like, oh, and then you kind of help him along with like a side quest, and then it's revealed that he's like confident and he's part of this like organization that's like building up this whatever they're doing, right? And the character P, who's the stand-in for Pinocchio, right, is kind of like unlocked this new form of humanity by going through his quest and getting this energy, right? So he's transcended in very a Bloodborne-esque way, transcended to a new plane of existence.
Yeah.
So basically, this guy Paracelsus is talking to someone on the phone about how it's like, yeah, I think we got something to look into with that, and it's very Resident Evil, right? And he's like, well, we're gonna go move on to the next piece, right? Another key of ours, Dorothy. And then you see on the table, there's a book that has like a little lion on it. That's actually the original cover of The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
then
shit.
the scene right after is this girl with red shoes skipping along like the building, and she clicks them 3 times, and on the third click, the screen goes black. Like I just still talking about it, just chills. It's still so
Yeah,
cool.
that's pretty cool.
man. Dog, when I saw that, I was like, no fucking way. That's so cool. I was like, I
Like-
loved it. I loved it.
because they,
Yeah,
they
Liza-
dropped-
Are they going to do like an Enchanted sort of series of video games?
So
Is that
the
their
way it
goal?
so if you kind of like when you go back through, right, there's a couple of like other fairy tales they kind of work
Yeah.
into Liza P, but very,
Yeah, I
not
noticed it,
so in
it
your-
had like a lot of little like Disney-esque things in it.
not so in
Oh.
your face. Like there's you save Belle, right?
Yeah.
You save a character named Belle whose partner has turned into a beast, right? There's that. There's little things there. one of the shops you go to is like you will find a treasure map that leads you to this like door. You knock on it, wherever you go in, there's a treasure inside. But the door number is 221B, which is Sherlock Holmes' address. So there's like little things
Just
like
Easter
that.
eggs.
Yeah, little Easter eggs. And so if you're kind of paying attention, there's a theory that the final 3 bosses that you fight in the tower, Luxasia, Manus, and first it's the champion Hugo. So Hugo, Luxasia, and Manus, like the bosses associated with the alchemists. They are Hugo is Frankenstein, Luxasia is Bride of Frankenstein, and Manus is Igor with the hunchback.
Okay.
And so there's little things like that if you wanted to kind of like pick and pull and do that. That being
So they're going to
said,
go through like the classics then, not just like enchanted fairy tale stuff, but they're going through classic literature because
Yeah,
The
I
Wizard
think-
of Oz. I've got that book.
Yeah.
Just so y'all know, The Wizard of Oz is my favorite movie of all time, hands down. And those books are
Dude.
absolutely amazing. You can, hey bro, you can say what you want to, but those
I will.
books as a kid were
That-
so dope.
That is a fucking classic.
Yeah,
Don't
I
you
would like to
dare
read the
talk about
books.
They are
So-
dope. And the movie
My
is
my
great.
dad loves Wizard of Oz actually.
Gay.
So I
Yeah,
I
what a
will
homo
say-
clocksucker.
I will say that I know I watched one playthrough by Maximilian Dude who wanted Alice in Wonderland before but the thing was people didn't think it was going to be a sequel to this. They thought like, oh, these creators are going to make a new
Like a
game
spin-off.
with a new book built
Yeah.
around it. So like Alice in
It would be
Wonderland-
cool if it was in the Lies of Pete. Like the sequel
And
was
that-
just the main
that's-
guy in Lies of Pete, but he goes to like.
So that's the thing, Snowman. People think now that the sequel is going to be like P is the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz. So
exactly.
he's
Oh,
going
shit.
to travel
Yes.
to Oz, and he's
Oh
going
shit!
to.
So they're gonna do some Kingdom Hearts style stuff.
That's right, baby. It
Yeah.
all goes back to Tetsuya Nomura. We come full fucking circle.
So
We did
I'm
it.
done with this game
because
now.
one of the things in Lies of P that you see in the marketing material and all that is that P Carlo or whatever has a mechanical heart that is the P organ basically, and that's what you
Yeah.
level up through, and that's where your power is stored.
Yeah.
But because
P
what the Tin Man want,
Oh shit,
A
dude.
heart.
A heart.
yep. So
Because he was
it's
a
possible
heartless.
even that the Tin Man
And an
will be-
oil can. So
the Tin
Yeah.
Man will be a
oil can. too.
Maze
Man
was
could be,
squeaking.
Tin Man could be a bad guy too, and maybe he wants your heart. Maybe Tin Man's the villain of the whole thing. Who knows?
That would be
Yeah,
sick.
that would make sense. So he goes.
And Alice
he
in
goes to
Wonderland
the land
would be
of Oz.
wild too in that universe.
Yeah, Alice
So
in
he
Wonderland
goes
would
to
be
the land
crazy.
of Oz, and he's got the Tin Man trying to steal his pee organ.
His
His
little
P
P.
organ, yeah.
Oh. That's an
So
entirely
anyway,
different. type
regardless of
game.
that, we got these DLC clips, which are
Same game.
We got DLC screenshots, which are confirmed, to being the DLC. And so the first one that we got was this one. And
I need to cop this game.
we
Dude, yeah,
didn't-
it's amazing. If you like FromSoft, what I was gonna say earlier before I got derailed and detracted about liking Mortal Shell by you was that Mortal Shell was
just
great
stated my
for a
opinion.
Souls-like, and Lies of P
Good.
exceeds that by leaps and bounds.
yeah, Lies of P is the
It's
as
the
been said,
only
it is-
Souls-like that plays like a Souls game.
It is not a Souls-like. It is a Souls game. This could have been
Okay.
made by FromSoft, and
In a heartbeat.
you could believe it.
That's
Yeah, I
what
just don't know
told-
why I never picked it up. I thought the concept was genius, and I mean the gameplay looks smooth as hell and awesome. And I mean,
I
I
told
just
my-
never got
my
around to it.
cousin- Me and my cousin play all Souls likes together. Like every time one comes out, we get on the PlayStations and we play them together. And he didn't get this one, and I told him, I said, you would think that Hidetaki made this game.
Damn.
If it had a FromSoft banner, right, logo at the beginning of the game, you would not be able to tell the difference.
Mhm.
Nice.
There's even like some quality of life, but nothing that like terribly takes
No,
away
yeah,
from
It
like the
it's still
FromSoft
tough
formula.
as hell.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like there's there's some like quality of life, like when you travel from your bonfires, quote unquote, right? There's a
Mhm.
symbol next to where you should go if you have a key item that will advance a quest. or a character that you need to talk to advance a quest. So not like something where Elden Ring, where it's like you're looking up a guide to move on to the next thing or whatever.
Mhm.
You happen to stumble.
Yeah, they
across
done a little
something.
bit better with the quality, and I didn't mind the quality of life stuff that was in it at
No.
all. Like, it did not take away from the game. It wasn't like, oh,
No.
this is too easy, because there was still shit that I was like, wait a minute, I'm missing something for this quest. I've got this item, and I
Mhm.
know there's something. Like, yeah,
And
it was still great.
there's when you run out of your blood vials / because it's more of a blood vial like system, but you don't have to grind them like blood vials. It works like an Estus flask where it refills.
Yeah, you recharge them, and you gain more as you go.
So as when you're on your last one, you used up your last one, you can get a new one by like hitting an enemy a certain amount of times. So if you're like in a boss and you run out, if you get in and play aggressively and like bam, 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 like get some like
it forces you to
It's
play
just a
aggressive.
different healing system.
And then
Slightly,
then
it's similar to
gives you-
Bloodborne, but not as.
It gives you
know.
one more vial, right? So that gives you one more vial to use, so you can keep in the fight. It's like, oh, I ran out of things. Now I gotta like play it really, really slow. It's like, no, keep. Will reward you
It's
for
an
being
incentive
aggressive.
to be aggressive. Yeah.
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 Another way that it's like Bloodborne is the rally, the regain mechanic is in the game, right?
Yeah.
So like you take damage and you hit and you get
Yeah,
that damage back like Bloodborne, but it only works for your chip damage from blocking. So like, you hold up your weapon to block, and you'll take chip damage. If you block it at the perfect time, you get a perfect guard, which negates damage and will also damage the enemy's weapon. That if they have one, that will break the weapon, which will reduce their range and attack damage. And with generally for like normal enemies, you can break it. For bosses, very rarely can you break it. But otherwise, like, so you take no damage. So if you're a perfect guard master, you can just go through hit list basically, and then doing that builds up their stun damage. Like it, so how you don't parry like in Bloodborne where they're going for the attack and you parry and then they fall into the stagger state. You have to build up a stagger bar, like Sekiro, and then you by blocking or by hitting them with like heavy attacks, and then they get like they flash like white on their health bar. So then if you do a heavy attack, then that's the doom stagger, like you're knocked down, and there's the little icon where it's like go here and hit the hit R1 to do the big stab in the eyeball, right? So you don't get to do those so easily like you can in Bloodborne. So anyway, so then that's the generally the major differences. But then you have like the mechanical arm works as your like firearm from Bloodborne in a strictly damage sense. It's not about like like I said, because in Bloodborne the gun is only for parrying, right? Unless you're running Blood Tinge and you're really working hard on it, you can get some damage on it, but otherwise your right hand weapon will always be superior. In Liza P, your left hand can have like some extra combat advantages and stuff like that, and it will scale to which one you have will scale to what you're going for. If it's strength, if it's dex, if it's magic, if it's whatever. There's that. There's I thought of a good one. Consumables are broken and just really good. If you get like the fire bombs, right, stuff that's weak to fire will just melt, and they scale to your stats. So if you're running strength, throwing like there's like a thing called there's the shot put, which is just a big steel ball, and if you're running strength, it like cleaves through people, and you're just chucking it. So it's basically like, if you have strength, then stuff's gonna hurt if you throw it. And then there's the fire paper system where you unlock a basically blank piece of paper that you can slot in like I want bolt damage or I want fire damage, and that will restock at every death or bonfire. So there's no punish. Like you have your extra bolt paper if you wanted it, but you just have a free bolt paper basically. So if it's like, well, this enemy I know is super weak to fire, this boss is, so let's pop it before we go in, completely free. You get your damage, but you don't have to worry about grinding it or spending money on it or wasting it. Like, it encourages you like, no, use your things, So, but anyway, yeah. So gameplay wise, it's, it's great. It's not too easy. Some people are saying it's hard, harder than the Souls games.
I think
didn't think-
I think in some parts
I don't
it
care
is-
about the
it is harder.
difficulty.
I think in some parts it is more difficult, but it's still fair and balanced, right? Like
Yeah.
it's not grueling for the sake of grueling. And I didn't feel like I needed to go grind for levels like I did in some of the FromSoft games, depending on my
No.
build.
I
Because
don't think I ever grinded once.
the only
in that
thing I
game.
needed to grind for was to like get maybe I needed more resources, right?
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. Like that was it. Like, oh, I need, the bombs or whatever because I feel like, I wasted mine going through a level or
Yeah.
something. That's the only thing I felt like I needed to grind for was the currency to buy stuff every once in a while. But to like level up because I was too low leveled because of reasons, right? Like I missed some big enemy that was supposed to drop me a crap ton of souls. I never felt like that. So it's really, I can't speak highly enough for it. I mean, I will.
I mean, it looks great.
I will day one pre-order this. If
the
they put out a
DLC.
number 2. Oh,
Oh yeah, they put out the sequel. Yeah.
They put out the sequel. I'll day one, and I only now since Last of Us 2 pre-order FromSoft games. So
Yeah,
So-
FromSoft is they're like batting 1,000, dude. They don't put out a
So-
bad game.
So we shipping Pinocchio and Dorothy now. Is that what's happening?
No.
Well, okay, so I can't discuss this because of the secret ending, but no. If you
So what do we think this image is? Is he in Monstro?
Well, no, because
Oh.
if you that's the other thing. Monstro already happened. Cynic.
But you just saw like a clip of him, right? Like
So, well, I mean,
the
I don't think
submarine
that-
looking thing.
Yeah, so because in the book of Pinocchio, it's not a whale, it's a shark. And so the submarine is
Exactly.
shaped like a shark to so that's your monster.
Yeah, but
part.
like I don't remember you going
I don't-
inside of it. We didn't go inside
I
of
don't
Monstro.
think
This
well,
looks like Monstro.
I
mean,
don't
or
think that
something
they're
like
going
that.
to make
'Cause that's
a
water at the
Monstro
top.
level.
No, I'm saying this
Um,
may be like a zone that gets you somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like a hub of some sort.
So I think there's also some ice around here, which I can pull up because one thing that I had watched was the Lies of P like reveal.
This just reminds me of like a Mr. Freeze area in Batman.
Yeah,
from,
it does.
the
It looks
Arkham
like
games. Looks like a
like
Mr.
his-
Freeze Arkham.
the
Yeah.
Arkham the Arkham Origins like
Yeah, man,
Cold
like-
Heart DLC.
Yeah.
Like Nora's in there, man. She's inside of that thing.
My Nora. Yeah, so here it is.
My Nora.
My Nora. So here we don't need to hear it, but the Liza P announcement trailer
I mean, you're not,
is
bro. You're not. We could. If you don't have to worry about getting struck, you ain't got no dollars.
no, it's just
coming
more
in.
like because there's no like it's just music. Like there's no
Yeah, I know.
they're not talking.
Turn-
So you can see here
turn
already.
the OST up a little bit.
Okay.
Just a hair right there. Yeah.
You can see here already, right? It's snowing in Krot.
Yeah. And it didn't snow anywhere in the other game at all. It felt like fall the entire time. Ooh, Liza P is a fall game.
Correct. Blossomed into fortune by hands of craftsmen.
Like, look at this, like winter aesthetic. Like that is not in the game at
Yeah,
all. And
that's
that's
the-
what makes me
Isn't that the bridge though that you go across? Where you that's that bridge you go across and fight the donkey dude.
no, this isn't the donkey bridge, because that would have
Look
the big
back there
overhang.
in the back.
Yeah,
you're right.
I'm
You're
saying
right because
this is the bridge that you go across possibly to, because I think they changed a lot of things in this game, but otherwise, like this is the bridge you go across to go to the factory. This is the Vanini is where the audience is, where the camera is where like the Vanini factory or whatever, where
okay, yeah.
second boss or whatever, the Foco
Truly
is at.
a beautiful
That's what it looks like to me. But like here's
But what use is prosperity against the
I will say some of these enemies are fucking assholes. Ew. I wonder
Yeah,
how
it's like-
that rat got in there.
That's how I
Where
was
did that
born,
rat
by the way.
enter from? Oh, that makes sense.
It was Lemmy Winks.
Geppetto.
Geppetto, yeah.
It's Geppetto, bro. I thought he was great in the game. I loved how they did him.
Same voice of Morgoth from Elden Ring.
I want a Geppetto
damn.
game. I want to run around just like busting ass.
So when he's
as
telling
Geppetto. That'd be awesome.
when he's telling you how you're a
Do a
good
hammer
boy
build.
and to be a good boy for your dad or whatever, and then just think of
Mhm.
foul tarnished in search of the Elden Ring.
God, this looks so good. It looks better than the original game.
Yeah. I love winter, harsh winter games.
And
I don't
I
mind
wish
them.
I wish the Batman sequel would do something with like the winter.
Now here's a crazy thing that's like,
Go back. I want to see that head drop again.
well, I think you'll see more of it. But like
I
this
still
isn't
want
in
it
the
to
game at
see-
all, but this mask is almost like what
Look at-
the like the
Look at the mouth.
creature guy has.
Yeah.
This is like a puppet. It's an automaton, right?
Yeah.
It's broken. But like, and you see more of it, like I said, but this isn't in the game at all. I don't be surprised if this is a DLC boss.
It is a DLC boss. I guarantee you.
Like,
or a DLC enemy, like a big enemy you gotta fight. That's
Yeah.
not like a mini boss.
Nah,
This
that
is
bitch,
the original announcement trailer.
that bitch
Yeah,
looked
this
like
is the
it was
ori-
from
this is the original announcement trailer. So it's the very first thing we
Okay.
have on Eliza P.
that
Gotcha.
bitch looked
And
like it was from Final
none of
Fantasy
this-
13. That's a foul.
None of this is in the game, right? Well, that's the other thing is like talking about like the random things that Liza P references. Like the cathedral boss literally talks about how he's the one-winged angel. And it's like, are we fighting a Final Fantasy boss all of a sudden now? Like,
Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah.
dun, 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 dun.
because this almost looks like that cathedral boss, right? Like a early concept of it. I can't remember his name, but like, in his face that he had almost looked like that mask, but not really. Because this is clearly a puppet.
I'm thinking that's a new regular enemy.
Good lord, this whole trailer is chilling.
Especially for the context of Geppetto from the game, right?
Yeah.
Like it's really crazy.
Wake up, son.
So that was Geppetto's original voice, by the way. That whole voice talking was Geppetto's original voice actor.
Oh no, there's no way I could have put up with that in the game. It wouldn't have fit.
Wake up, son. It's me, Satan.
Be a good
boy.
Yeah, that's that OST.
This is
That's that OST.
that's
Yeah,
boss
that shit
music
sounds
for-
dope.
That's boss music for somebody, but I think that might be the cathedral boss's boss music. Or no, maybe it's Monus's.
I literally, when I'm playing these games, I probably only hear the music one time, because once if I get beat and I get frustrated, I have to take my headphones off because the music amps me up too much.
Mhm.
You know, like as you get closer to the end, it'll kind of like get a little more
Yeah.
drastic and whatnot, and I'm like, nope, it's hyping me up too much. I've got to
The bet-
focus.
We can go through boss OSTs at one time, but like the best boss OST for how lame the boss is Living Failures from Old Hunters, because
Yeah.
that boss soundtrack is great, but that boss fight's terrible. Like not terrible in a bad way, just lame.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lame
Not-
fight.
Definitely not for that soundtrack that it gets.
That boss fight cannot sit at the cool kids table.
That definitely can't. They look cool though.
Bro. Yeah, so that even showed like the blade and handle disconnect. So that's the other thing. Snowman.
Oh yeah,
is that
building your weapons.
you can disconnect weapons besides like the special boss weapons. You can disconnect every weapon, not in like a Bloodborne trick weapon way, but you can just at the blacksmith take the handle of one weapon and the blade of another. So what you would do is the handle is the move set, and I believe the scaling of the weapon.
Yeah.
And then the blade is the damage and
The
damage
damage
type. of the weapons.
cool.
So you can put you can put a hammer head on a dagger. and
Yeah, so if
poke
you
them
like a
with the blunt end
sweeping
of-
overhead, right? But you don't like the heavy hammers, but you like that move set. Well, then you can take that hammer handle and put it on a blade, like a sword blade, and make like a glaive or something like that.
Yeah.
And then have
Yeah,
that
that's pretty
move
cool.
set with different or let's say I think the scaling may go with the blade, Wiz.
Yeah, I think I think so too because of the fire.
Yeah, scaling goes
Fire
with the
blade,
blade.
yeah.
So let's say you're
Yeah.
so if let's say you're doing like a a dex build style, right? And you find a sword that's got that, but you don't like the move set. You like a strength build move set. Well, then you can swap that over and have the dex build with that blade with that other move set that you like better. Like
Yeah.
it's pretty fucking cool. I
So,
loved
like,
it. I thought it was
what
awesome.
What happens is you get your like starting weapons, your strength, your dex, and your both strength and dex, right?
Balance.
So then if you're running strength, like I did, and you find like, well, I really like this blade I've been upgrading, right? I've been putting upgrade points in this blade, but I found this new weapon that gives it a better move set. So then you take the handle off of that new weapon, put your upgraded blade on it, you can just keep running the game like that. The weapon that I beat the game with was the one of the boss weapons, which is the only like Bloodborne style trick weapon in the game, where one of the special functions of it's a giant greatsword, and I always run big greatsword build, but it's an ultra greatsword type, so it's really slow.
It's casual noob behavior.
Bro, that's what my nephew uses. But go ahead.
Little child.
They both said get good, bro.
You click the button and the handle extends out, so it becomes a glaive moveset, and it's faster, and it gives you a poke, right? And the thing follows the same rules of Bloodborne, which is if it's gross, poke it, because like Bloodborne, like
that's usually what I tell all the girls I date.
The grosser enemies, to avoid
same here,
spoilers,
Jesker.
The grosser enemies of
my man.
Bloodborne take extra damage to not like poking, but like sharp, like what's the word? Like the stabbing, like they take extra
damage.
Stab damage, right? And
Thrust.
Yeah, so your werewolves of Bloodborne would take extra damage from like serrated and like slash attacks and stuff like that, right? So it's same sort of principle. And the poke with the Lies of P Bloodborne weapon is very long. Like, so enemies can be really far away, and you hit your heavy R2 to poke, and then you hit heavy R2 again to do a follow-up poke, and that stun locks enemies, and it's that weapon is easy mode, because you also get it really early once you unlock the boss weapon guy. You get it. That weapon was great. Not good for.
I know I used the Dancer's Curve Blade, but I can't remember what handle I used. So I'm trying to find right now.
That weapon isn't good for the hardest boss of the game, which was Luxasia. I had to respec in order to beat her both times. And she is tough. Like, there's ways you can do it with the parrying and all that. Like, you can do it, but like she don't mess around. So
she'll bust that ass for you.
This is the second DLC screenshot, which I can't. This is the only picture I could get of this second image for some reason, but this one. So to me,
feels Dark Souls 2 vibes.
Yeah, a little bit with like the
green,
one, like the No Man's Wharf, right? Isn't that the one?
Yeah,
where
No Man's Wharf.
All in shadow.
Well, there's also the what is it? I think it's the gutter, where it's like those fucking creepy crawly monsters that pop out of the fucking tar pits.
The gutter. Yeah.
But so one thing you'll notice here, keen-eyed viewers, right, is that there's like your mountains in the background, your Aurora Borealis and stuff like that, but kind of like clouds down here. So there is some water and stuff like that. But what I saw this as was ships in the sky. And
that water looks like, water, if you look over to the left where you were just looking at, looks more like sparkles. It doesn't look like water spray. So that would make sense.
So, so my thinking is it's Peter Pan.
What's
and
that yellow
possibly-
thing on the side mast right there,
Right here.
right off from the eagle's
Um,
nest? What's that?
So this right here. So
Yeah.
this part of a ship right here, because this is this ship back here. This is a jib boom. by the way.
Okay, I see what you're. Yeah, I didn't see that. I see
Yeah,
what you're talking about.
yeah, I don't know what this is. It might be like a figurehead, but figureheads usually go like down here.
Go down on the bottom right there. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Or it could
might
be some sort of fairy who sprinkled fairy dust.
right. Like
What can you
that
do
could
with Peter Pan though? Like, what's his lore? Got no
Peter Pan,
crazy
dude,
ass
you
lore
could
in
do
Peter
stuff-
Pan.
Yeah, he does. Bro, you could
Yeah,
you could go all through the Never Neverland and just bust pirates' asses and
Yeah.
No,
So
I-
there's
I know
fight all
he's-
kinds
I
of
know
people and
he's-
work your way up to
so I know
Captain
he's
Hook,
quite
the
fond-
alligator or the crocodile.
I know
You
You
he's
got
quite
the
fond
Captain
of,
Hook and the crocodile.
Yeah, he's
and
fond of
Shmi.
dismembering people.
You're thinking of Disney. If you're thinking just Disney Peter Pan, remember Peter Pan book 2, right? So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
never read the actual
Well-
Peter Pan book. I've got it, but I've never read it.
Peter Pan in the book is a bit of a dick.
Yeah,
I
he's
mean-
kind of a kidnapper. If I
I mean-
remember
Yeah, he
correctly.
sounds like a kidnapper.
I mean, he's a good guy, but like it's.
But
he's
see, if you're
kinda-
playing as Pinocchio, you might be fighting Peter Pan, who's like kidnapping people.
yeah,
yeah.
well,
That's
I
how I
mean,
would
That
read
would be
it.
sick. Yep.
So
Make
in
them all creepy and old.
Or
in the-
you are Peter Pan. You're Pete.
I'd want to fight Peter
you're,
Pan.
you're the,
and Peter
you're the
Pan's
young
a-
boy, right? You have
weirdo.
your
Yeah.
little glowing. you
Peter
have your
Pan's
little
got to be a
glowing-
villain.
No, bro. Peter
you're-
Pan's trying to kidnap you,
I'm
right?
saying you have
because he
your,
wants to.
you have your
Yeah, and
glowing
Captain Hook
sidekick,
is a kid who
right?
escaped, and he had to cut his hand off to escape him.
You have your Gemini, your little glowing
Genius.
sidekick. You
the
know,
first rule
your-
Yeah.
about Neverland, you
Gemini's
don't
your
talk about
Tinkerbell.
Neverland.
Yeah, that
dude.
makes sense.
Never speak on Neverland.
more we're seeing here too. Zooming in, you can see how this corpse is frozen. You can see there's icicles kind of taking off, and we'll see that in the third screenshot too. More of that ice aesthetic, which is making its return from the. So here you can see here the ice on the pipes from.
I
the
just
other
don't know
screenshot.
what like sort of fairy tale trope has a big machine room like that.
Well, remember, Liza P
Or fantasy
changes
trope.
its kind of thing. So maybe if it is Neverland, maybe they never grow up because they're frozen with ice, right?
That's
Could be,
dark.
yeah.
That's dark.
You gotta
Yeah.
you gotta think about that kind of stuff.
Well, I mean, this
as-
is the DLC, so
as
he's
a
just
writer.
going to stay in. No, this is the DLC, so he's going to stay in Krat. So he's going to be
It-
working up to number 2, which
yeah.
could have some. You could have like some lore of Peter Pan, or whatever coming
So
in.
here's their newest
So-
one they put out with that director letter. Again, we see the ice,
Mhm.
and the snow, which people point out this lighthouse is visible from the tower at the end of the
Yeah.
game. So then this
Yeah, I
is
was
just
gonna say
the
that earlier.
island, the island just off the shore of the tower, basically. Which I pointed out originally. I see wooden shacks and I see fish hanging on strings and fish nets and a fish, cage right here. So I was like, clap my hands and I'm like, Fishing Hamlet Part 2. Let's go.
I was just about to say that.
a Fishing Fishing Hamlet DLC. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's just the Old Hunters DLC.
Old Hunters again. Let's go.
God,
It's just
that's
the same
I'm
exact
not gonna lie.
words.
When I first entered the Fishing Hamlet, I fucking hated that area.
It was a bitch,
God,
dude.
it was like
Yeah, it's
bitch.
mean. It's a mean place.
And it's very short. And I was like, once I got done
Mhm.
with it, I was like, oh, I kind of wish I'd have
Yeah,
got my
'cause it
ass
was-
kicked a little more.
It was Old Hunters was going to be 2 different DLCs and then they mushed them together.
Yeah.
Fishing Hamlet was going to be its own thing.
so
yeah,
this is
I
the
still haven't-
island.
I still haven't gotten the Rakuyo out of the well either.
Oh, I
You-
got that bitch.
God, yeah, that's
Casual
my
noob
favorite.
behavior.
Bro, that and the Moonlight
Get
Greatsword
good,
in there, or
bro.
Ludwig's Moonlight Greatsword, whatever you call it, or mine. Those are my 2.
Well,
Oh.
I didn't. I spec'd into
I
strength.
used the wheel a
so-
lot.
So yeah,
Yeah,
mine was
that's pretty cool.
mine was the whirly gig for DLC weapons, but
Yeah.
Yeah, the whirly
Um,
gig was dope.
yeah, so because I was a strength build. But mainly I beat when I beat Orphan of Kaz without dying on my very
That's
first try,
insane.
my very first
I did the same thing.
Souls game ever. Very
I'm
first
gonna need
Souls
video
game
footage.
ever.
Yeah,
I
I've got
have
it
the screen-
recorded on my PS4.
I have
Nah,
I
you
should have
don't.
hit record
That was your
the
30th try.
I should have hit record the last clip. I have the screenshot of it.
Yeah, when I beat Orphan of Cause, I thought there was going to be more bosses after that, and I was like, wait a minute, wait, what? And it was over, and I was super excited.
Yeah, I
to be
did
fair-
solo him, but it took me like 15 fucking tries.
It took my cousin like 20 or 30 tries. He was like, "There's no way you did it." I was like, I sent you a text message the moment I done it. Why would I lie about that? Like, why would I sit down and go, you know what? I think I'm gonna lie to my cousin and
Yeah,
tell
about a
him,
game.
yeah, one-shotted him, right? Like, don't think so.
Yeah, one shot my very first Souls game. Very first Souls game. It was
That's good.
Guys,
man.
Koss is a bitch too.
I think Cause is hard depending on your build. I really do. I think he's one of
Well-
those guys where it's not like Slave Knight Gale in Dark Souls 3.
Oh,
Dude,
Slave-
he is
y'all ever-
insane.
Slave Knight Gale kicked my ass for many days.
I will
He
never
is
fight
like
him again.
ridiculous.
I will never
I-
fight him again. I beat him once. That's all I
Yeah.
need. I had to respec my entire character and go butt naked so I could have enough iframes
Yeah.
to not get just bitch
So-
smacked, bro.
I beat Slave Knight Gale with the Black Knight Great Sword because, like I said, I always go Great Sword, but it was
I
two-handed.
needed
with
summons for him.
Grass Crest
I
Shield.
didn't beat him with summons, but I get it.
I didn't summon with. I don't summon like in general. Like I'll do NPC
My
summons.
first playthrough,
quests
I
and
don't
stuff?
summon. My first playthrough, I don't summon on bosses. Like me and my cousin will run the level, and then we split up at the bosses and we tried ourselves.
The
Yeah,
the
I did.
only boss I've summoned for was I think I summoned for Midir, but I ended up beating Midir solo anyway. But
I soloed Midir too. He was a motherfucker as well.
Martyr Ligarius in Bloodborne, I summoned for him because he was like one of the few last bosses I had to do, and I was kind of just bored of him by then.
I didn't have internet at my house when I was playing Bloodborne, so I didn't
Yeah.
summon
Damn.
anybody.
I didn't know you could summon until Dark Souls 2, so I did beat Souls 1 by myself.
Yeah, I didn't know you
but
could summon in
otherwise-
Dark Souls 1 either. My buddy
Yeah.
who got me to play it was like, you could just call me to help, and I was like, how?
I was like, what?
Yeah, he was like,
Anyway,
yeah,
yeah,
dude, you see those little things on the ground? You can make one. I was like, oh, son of a bitch.
So that's the other thing, Snowman with Liza P. No multiplayer.
But the NPC summons are pretty good.
The NPC summons
Like,
are
if you
pretty
need
good. They
some
made
help-
him. They made him smarter.
I like single player action RPGs. I wish there were more.
Yeah, me
but
too.
you don't have
Preach.
to summon. There's.
Did
plenty
you ever
of the
play
bosses-
Hellpoint?
No.
Hellpoint is an obscure banger. It's a little jank, but it's like far in the future sci-fi Souls-like game. Super horror sci-fi action. It's dope. Hellpoint.
And it's an RPG?
Yep. So it's a Souls-like.
I gotta check this out.
Yep, Hellpoint. It's dope. Well, I like it.
You don't get to watch anymore. You don't get to play any more Souls like until you play Bloodborne. And you can.
You don't get to
You
play
mean
any more
Liza P?
Souls likes until you play Souls.
What the? It's a free fucking.
Oh,
country,
yeah.
dog.
Not anymore. Your ass getting on
Well,
the
like-
Souls train.
Like I said,
Yeah.
Like
I
that?
got to get back
That was
on my
pretty good.
Souls train. I got to beat.
Oh, shit, brother.
Damn.
Yeah.
I got to beat Elden Ring's DLC bosses, and
The,
They're real
the
hard.
DLC for Elden Ring is a bitch too, dude.
it's a lot like the Dark Souls 3 DLC where it's just hard.
Just
boss.
relentless.
Yeah. There was a point where
Uh,
with Ring City, I was running past shit. I was like,
Yeah, dude, for real. It's such an awesome design, though. Like that level, the map of it is fucking crazy. Cool.
yeah. But so yeah, so Liza P DLC.
When's
Like
it
I said,
dropping?
we don't know yet.
They haven't given a release date. Well, with it being
No.
winter, I'm guessing in the next November, December. I would assume.
They
What is
said
it?
I
The
think,
windows are normally like a 2-month window for DLCs. I think is the hype train.
so. I think
um,
they said quarter one of 2025. So maybe like February.
Yeah, it would be if
but
it's a
even-
winter game and they put it out in quarter 2. That it'll be a buzz. It just won't feel right. You know what I mean? If you
I
get
mean,
it out in January or February,
I
enjoy it.
mean, granted, you're in a different part of the world than I am, but like February here is
Oh, bro, it
cold.
gets. I mean, it doesn't get Wisconsin cold, right? But it gets
docks.
freezing
Yeah, it gets
every day
cold
down
pretty
here.
here. Yeah.
It's
it
pretty
gets
fucking
down
cold
into the
here.
30s.
Like Christmas.
I mean,
So,
right
like-
now, let's see.
Everywhere you go.
It's
Yeah.
it's 47 degrees at my house right now.
February here is negatives sometimes, so
Yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
and snowy. So
Yeah, we don't
Anyway,
Fuck all
yeah,
that,
so-
dude.
that being said, I don't know 100% when this is going to come out, and they have not fully given a release date either. So it could be as bad as next year at this exact time.
Dude, they better nail this because, like I said, if it comes out in spring and it's a winter theme, I think it's gonna. I think subconsciously people are gonna be like, "Oh, it was good. It wasn't great."
It's gonna be like the Yaira winter. It'll come out like the last.
Bro,
week of
don't,
winter.
Jesker,
It'll be
don't
fine.
dare put that evil on these guys.
It'll
This
come
is
out
a
the last.
fantastic Korean studio who listens to their audience and delivers
Listen,
hot
have
and
they?
ready on time.
So that's the other thing. Snowman, if you play the game now, you're getting a different experience with your first time than we did because they patched one of these skills where at the start of the game you had to up because that's the other thing is there's a skill tree in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so you collect items that is your skill tree and you can unlock perks and all that. One of the skills you could unlock was the ability to roll out of when you're laying on the ground, when an enemy is flattening you on the ground, the ability to roll right up out of it. You had to unlock that ability that was not there at the start. Now it is. And so they have changed that skill in that skill tree to be something else.
Oh,
and,
cool.
And so, yeah, so it's
if you want the
basically
real
like
experience, just buy a hard copy and turn the internet off.
turn the internet off. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. So that was the that was something that people
I'm a rocket scientist, man.
that was like people had said that, so they listened and then they added it. Another thing was cosmetic stuff. People wanted like a top hat, and so they eventually just added for free a top hat and changed how the head system worked so that you could have like glasses and a hat instead. In the original game, it was just glasses and no hat. You know.
Yeah, because
And
all that kind of stuff is just cosmetic, right?
It's cosmetics. Yeah, the suits have no gameplay advantage whatsoever.
Yeah.
Except for side quest stuff. Like if you're wearing a certain outfit and talk to an NPC,
you'll get different stuff. Yeah.
You get a different dialogue, but otherwise like that. It also Liza P has the FromSoft post Bloodborne thing that you can emote to the level up lady, and she will. So if you bow to the level up lady, she bows to you like in Bloodborne and in Dark Souls 3.
If you do something,
Nice.
she claps at you because I used to always get her to do that when I beat a boss.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm a good boy."
You can do the you can do it to other NPCs too. There's a beg emote, and if you do it to the rich NPC, he gives you money.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
great,
nice.
man. Like, and they really do. From everything I've seen, though, they really do pay attention to their X accounts and their Reddit. And they do respond to the community, which is awesome. I mean, it is amazing.
I mean, that's
There's
one of
also-
the best ways to keep the game alive for a long
Yeah.
time.
They for Christmas time they added a Rudolph nose, Rudolph antlers, and like a Santa hat. I think.
That'd be insane if they went to the Nightmare Before Christmas world.
Well, okay, well, they can't do that.
Had a tumor on his nose.
What a game has already done. A game series already went to Nightmare Before Christmas.
Oh yeah, you're right.
It
Twice?
all
They did it
goes
twice?
back To Nomura.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts. You go to Halloween Town, and then you go to Halloween Town and Christmas Town in the sequel.
Damn, I totally forgot about that. It's been a while since I played 1 and 2.
Well, since
And
we
can I-
brought it, since we brought
Oh,
it
no,
full
no.
circle there, gents. I'm gonna have to step away for the night.
All right.
But
Later, broski.
Yep, that's been fun, guys. Wizard.
All right, Jessica.
What are we doing for the next episode? Which topic
I-
are we?
Tier list.
I think next week we'll do the MCU / Marvel movie tier list.
Yeah, that'd be
All
cool.
right.
I might hunt around for a more complete one if we want to have like the Blade movies and Daredevil and all.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit down. I'm gonna have to go through all these. I'm gonna have to rewatch all these movies before next Wednesday.
I'm not
I'm
gonna. So.
I'm gonna.
I'm not gonna.
I'm gonna.
I have
to
one in
watch
my
a couple
heart.
of- I'm
In
gonna
my
have to
heart, I
sit
do.
down and I'm gonna have to make some tough choices about what goes where, and why Madam Web deserves to be an S tier. And
Madam Web.
I want you to Iron Man that argument
No,
Like,
I'm
just
not.
steel
no,
man. I want you
no,
to steel
no.
man that argument so
No,
bad.
Yeah,
I
dude.
can't. I'm not that good, bro.
You got to watch it, dude. You're a mild debate, bro. Come on, Jesker.
Oh God,
You're
When
a
you
mild
think
debate,
Thor
bro. You're
2
not a
is a
full
B,
fledged. Yeah, so
Thor
like I
2
want you to
he said
steel
a
man
low
that
B.
argument.
It's a low B.
that's
I
We're
still
all
very
gonna-
generous.
I want you
We're
to
all
watch
gonna
Madam Web. I want you
We're
to
all
take
gonna
notes.
rewatch only Thor 2.
Oh God, it turned into this. This is what he wanted the whole time.
You legitimately want me to try and argue that Madam Web is an S tier movie?
I want you to. I think
You
you
said
can do
it.
it.
Yeah, that'd be a great argument to make, dude.
Jesker, you're my brother in Christ. You're the one that said it.
No,
He said
brought
it,
this evil
Chesker
out.
Christ.
Jessica. Yeah, yo, man, the fucking internet where just subtlety and nuance goes to fucking
lost.
die, bro.
It's lost on
Yeah,
here.
bro. You should have emoted. I would have
Yeah.
known you were kidding.
Yeah, you gotta do make contact.
You should have
Make
popped the laughing
contact.
emoji up in the personal chat. Yeah.
Oh my
I
God,
have no
if I had to-
context. Make
If I had to
contact.
come up here and be like, all right, let me explain to you why it's S tier. This is why Madam Web is this great coming of age.
You don't believe in yourself,
story,
Jessica? You don't think you can do it?
I don't believe in Madam Web.
There you
You don't
go.
believe in yourself, then.
I listen. If I can't believe in myself, then I'll believe in the you that believes in me. How about that?
Believe in Nomura. And with that, Jesker,
All right, Jessica. Are you going to be on the Katie's anime show Friday? You going to be on our show?
Oh yeah.
All right, we'll
yeah.
see you there,
Oh,
brother.
who won the poll?
Trigun, original Trigun. First
Oh,
season.
nice.
You know
So
what?
we're gonna do the first 13 episodes.
Yo, her audience didn't choose Blood Plus.
No, I told them. I tried
I don't-
telling them. I've got all their addresses for you, so I'll
I
send them
don't.
to you.
Good. Yo, Katie's audience, man, is sus.
Bro. It's somehow it's I still don't know how Trigun won, because Trigun has lost every single time, and then out of the blue it dominated in the final poll.
I've seen Trigun,
dominate.
but dang,
What was it up against?
Overlord, Grave of Flies, and something else.
Blood
forget now.
Plus.
No, Trigun. So what we do is we add, every time we take one away that we watch, we do a poll to add one on there, and then we do a poll for all the finalists that have been on there for a couple weeks now.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And Blood Plus got beat by Overlord, and I forget the other one. And so we added those to it, and then Trigun beat everything else. So we go to
Yeah,
I was always curious about Trigun. I never got around to it though.
it's
I
fun.
saw-
It's
seen it. I saw
Afro
it a
Samurai.
long
That was the other one. So Afro Samurai
Oh,
and
okay.
Overlord. And Overlord,
Overlord looks
pretty
meh.
much. They pretty much tied. And so Afro Samurai, Overlord, Grave of Fireflies, and Trigun were our finals. And Trigun beat it 39% to 22% was the next highest.
Ooh, Grave of Fireflies would be wild too.
Yeah. Oh God, people don't know, man. Like, people don't know.
I haven't seen it yet either, but now I kind of get the gist of what it's about. I'm like totally down to see it.
But
next week, I'm going to offer up JoJo so we can get Wizard on the show.
Oh, okay.
But
nice.
I
haven't
saw
seen that
Trigun-
either.
I saw Trigun years and years and years ago.
It's fun.
I just don't know how
The animation looks sick as fuck.
It's a fun classic anime, man. That's all I can say about it, really. Like, I enjoyed it. I've got it on my, I never removed it from my already watch list, so it's on my list that when I need an anime to watch, it's one of those that I'm willing to watch again and not be mad about it.
Nice.
I mean,
I enjoy it.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not one that I go back and rewatch a lot.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, it's not Stampede though, because I thought Stampede sucked. So I was yeah, they redid Trigun.
I don't know if
Trigun
I've
Stampede.
I don't know if I've ever seen Stampede.
I've never seen it either. I've never even heard of Stampede.
Yeah, I thought it sucked. So
all right. Anyways, I'm out, guys.
Yeah,
I'll
let
all right,
see you
Jessica.
guys
See you
later.
Friday. bro.
Later, bro.
All right, peace.
Thanks, Jesker. Okay.
Sorry,
So, yeah,
Wizard.
so-
We got on Weeb Talk for a second. My bad.
No,
brother.
that's fine. It's Weeb Talks with More
Fuck
like
yeah.
Weeb Talk's a thing, right? It's a thing,
It
right?
just-
within reason.
the Weeb Talk is basically just the Japanese like comic book kind of culture.
That's all it is, literally.
It's just their superheroes and shit.
Another thing that was also launched was the Liza P merch store.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Some of these designs go pretty hard, though. I will say. Just nothing that I want to wear, though.
Okay, so go up, look at that hoodie.
You don't wear like a top hat and like a
All right, you
steampunk
see that?
monocle.
The
Now-
liar one or the P one?
The P one. That's the exact same hoodie as a band called Polyphia that I showed Samurai Snowman.
Oh yeah, they're sick, dude.
Yeah,
They're
that's
crazy.
The same, that's their same symbol that they have on their sweatshirts. It's separate. It's a different color. Literally the same P.
How do you spell it?
Polyphia, Polyphia. Like that looks identical to their logo, like their old logo, I believe.
This is
So-
more of like a.
Okay, so you take the scroll off the bottom and you add a little cutback on the bottom of the P. That's almost the same exact P.
I mean, it's.
I mean,
Which
I'm not
came
mad about
first,
it.
Liza
Don't get me
P or
wrong.
Polyphia?
I mean, it's old English style writing. It's not like
Yeah.
this. I see this as more of like Peter Pan like logo, right? Like,
Yeah, I get that.
just a fancy old P.
Yeah, but they had like that
Like-
same
Like
same
what Sneak
hoodie.
has.
That's what I got, damn it.
Thank you, Phyllis.
Um,
Okay, I
This
do
is
like
I'm
crazy.
that. I
complimenting
do like.
myself.
I like that one. That looks like old
This
band
is-
tee.
this is nutty.
Yeah, that looks like an old like Dance Gavin Dance shirt or something like that. That I would rock that.
So that's the back. This is the front. It's
No,
like the
I'd rather have it on the front. God, just
Yeah,
give me
I'd
that
rather
big
have it
thing
on front.
yeah.
But back
This is-
logos are cool though.
This in the center is awful. This
Yeah.
should be like pocket, like
Or sleeve. I wouldn't
on the
mind it on the
chest or
sleeve. Yeah.
Sleeve would be cool.
um.
See
Yeah,
what
this
else I
on the
got.
front is cool.
Yeah, if that was on the front, I'd buy that. Like tomorrow. God, $34 though. That's
This
terrible.
is the that's the poison one.
Yeah,
Um,
that's terrible though. Oh, get it out of here. Get it out of here. Ew.
Um,
Oh, that's on the front. That's pretty good. I don't like
Yeah,
the
that's my
colors,
favorite.
but I like it. I like the logo and stuff.
it's got the alchemist
Yeah.
symbol on it. I can't make it any bigger, but it says it's the
Yeah.
Legion arm Aegis. Oh, so the Aegis is the I think it's the gun one. Then they have this pin. You can get the lantern pin.
Yeah. I'd put
That's
that
just
lantern
new
pin on
releases.
something.
So they have coming soon. So okay, so they don't have a whole lot right
I do like the
now.
dad hat though.
The dad hat, yeah, that's not
Yeah.
bad. But $34
Especially-
for a hat.
I mean, for a merch hat from like a game or something, that's about average. You would pay
It's
that
just-
much for like a Columbia hat?
It's just a little P.
They don't got a top hat on there.
No, not yet.
This
They
is
will,
this
I
was my
guarantee.
this was my
Garbage.
Legion arm, the mine arm. This isn't that bad,
I use that.
it's a-
Yeah, I use that.
but I wouldn't want this as the picture for the puppet of. I would want I'd want like a wanted poster of P with this puppet of Geppetto, or
Yeah.
like liar painted over it. You know, like
Yeah.
that'd be cool. Like this. But the liar is
Yeah.
over the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, which is fine. But like I said, like get
But it
this
should
red
be over. It should be over like Geppetto's face or
P,
or
right?
something.
Because you
Yeah.
lie. That's the point. So yeah, like, and this Black Rabbit Brotherhood art should be its own thing with just like fancy stuff around it. Because they
Mhm.
are cool. The Black Rabbit Brotherhood is cool, and
Yeah.
yeah.
They were
This goes pretty hard though.
Yeah, I mean, I like the picture, but I wouldn't want it
This-
on a shirt.
It's the back again is the problem
Yeah.
because then this is the front.
Yeah,
It's just
they
that
they
little
need
tiny
somebody.
symbol.
They need some dude who knows like branding, because if you do that stuff on the front, like band tees, like if you've ever been to a concert, all band tees have that stuff on the front, and it just fits so
Mm-hmm.
much better.
Yeah, and it's the same principle with like wrestling shirts. Is
Yeah,
that
they do the same thing, right?
Yeah, well, wrestling shirts will always put bullcrap on the back, but the cool thing is always in the front, and then
Yeah.
it'll be like, so you'll have this cool thing. If this was a wrestling shirt, it'd be this cool thing, and then the back below the collar says like Liza P, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But people don't like generally when there's something big on the back, so it'll be like this is the main front design, and then the back of the shirt has like lies of P or like I'm a liar or like
Yeah.
because this is the flamberge arm, this is the fire arm, so it'd be like
Yeah.
feel the flame. Like that's wrestling. WWE will do that sometimes, but
Yeah.
but no, this is good.
Affliction clothing style.
This is good too. Like I said, not for the back with just that crappy design on the front.
Yeah.
Even this is
I like that hoodie though.
This has got P on the inside of it, so that's kind of
No, wash it.
God damn it. Yeah, this just goes cool, but it's like, but why is it
I don't
in
like
water
it
and
on
why
the
is it in
back,
shark?
man.
Yeah,
That's
not on the
all-
back.
If you had that on the front, I would seriously be ordering that right this second because
Yeah,
it'd be
and
a cool ass shirt.
I didn't even use the puppet string.
Plus, I also like I do my shirts. Gym bros always sort of like tuck the back of their shirt in and then pull the front down, and so I feel like it would just sort of make the image all crumply. You wouldn't be able to see it right. So put it on the front, stupids.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Especially for $34.
Yeah, bro.
I'm not getting a
Jesus.
$34 backwards ass shirt.
Yeah.
I do like that. Does look cool though.
The Flameberg.
Yeah, I mean on the back like that, I think it looks kind of cool.
Yeah, it just needs
Yeah.
something better on the front.
Yeah, I don't like if that was it would look better if the little symbol was over the pocket, like over your heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That right there in the middle, just
That's
I don't
fine.
like that.
Yeah, just right here, dead center, tiny little Pinocchio. Which that's the other
Yeah.
thing, Snowman.
Even
is this
bottom
little
right corner.
This
be
little
kinda cool.
Pinocchio, this little Pinocchio sits in the bottom right of your
I was
screen.
about to say that. So if you put it on the
And,
bottom right of the shirt, it would fit.
Damn,
and
I'm a genius, bro.
So
I wrote
the
every
nose-
comic ever.
So the nose grows.
Yeah.
That's your loading bar. The nose
Yeah.
getting longer is your loading bar
Oh,
of
cool.
your load screen, and it says now lying at the bottom instead of now loading.
That could be on the bottom of the fucking shirt. That would look cool.
That's exactly where it should be. And you know what? I would probably buy the shark shirt then.
Yeah.
Like I could live with it. I love shirts that have like sleeve logos or a logo on like I'm wearing a
Mhm.
shirt right now that's got the logo on the bottom right, no, bottom left on the front.
Yeah,
See,
just
even-
unique kind of placement.
Yeah.
Even this goes kind of hard, but I feel like it's going the wrong way. It should be like the arm is like he's facing this way, right? And
I
this is
don't
the-
like I don't like how they're trying to like do their promotion off the arms though. You know what I mean?
mean-
Like they ought to do like the character shirts, like the Black
Yeah,
Rabbit
it should be like
Brotherhood,
I said, like you
or
get
the
like Carlo.
what's
and
the-
you'd get
what's the kidnappers called? Like the hunters that you
the Black Rabbit Brotherhood.
not the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, the dude like the foxes and all those people that
Oh yeah. Well, there's the fox and the yeah. What are
There's
they called?
three
They
of
have
them.
they have a name.
They're like the hunters or something.
Yeah, they're the equivalent of the hunters, but they have like because the fox and the cat are and then there's the fox, the cat, and then there's like the owl. There's Alidoro the hound. But what are they called? They're the it's gonna drive me nuts. But no, so I was gonna say about this one with his fist being facing this way. So this is his thumb right here. It's just like he's just giving a hand job.
The
to lightning.
sweepers?
I don't know. Like
Are they the sweepers?
this, I know that possibly
No.
they're not the. Let me look it up.
That's what I'm trying to find, but it's like hard to.
Which I will say I love the red fox, by the way.
Yeah, I thought it was cool.
No, well, the red fox is a girl.
Is it a girl? Oh, it is. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the one that goes "Ciao, Bello," and then I'm
Yeah,
like,
that's
I'll
right.
do whatever you want. I'll do whatever you want ever. And then she's just like, give me this cure for my brother, and I'm like, here you go.
Yeah, that's right.
Which their lore for them is crazy. Yeah, the sweepers.
Yeah, they're the ones that are
but
like
there's-
supposed to be.
They're called something else. Like not them specifically, but they have like the other, like
The
they're like,
other
oh, you're
animal
the,
mask people. Yeah.
yeah, they're like, oh, you're the blah blah blah.
Because you get the donkey
The-
was one of them, and you get his
yeah,
suit.
the robber weasel. You also fight her stalker. That's what it was.
Stalkers. There we go.
Stalker. That's because that's what like you're called that by the Paracelsus and all that.
Yeah.
So yeah. So that's the Liza P talk. Felt good to finally be able to talk about all of that.
I love Liza P, man. It's probably the best game of 2023, I think.
It was my goat of 2023. Yeah, it was my game. It was my game of the year. It was my
Yeah,
god.
Yeah, it certainly sounds awesome, and the sequel sounds intriguing as shit too.
I mean, you've played
Yeah.
all the FromSoft games, right, Snowman?
Pretty much except Demon Souls and Sekiro.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, if you liked FromSoft games, man, like you're missing out. Like you seriously.
Oh no, I just haven't got around to it for some reason. I've just been playing other shit
I think
and Elden
Put that
Ring
other-
mostly.
Put that other boo boo shit away.
It's not boo boo.
Put that boo boo shit away and get Liza P. And I'll say this hot take. Elden Ring is a superior game, but I felt like I had more fun playing Liza P.
Yep.
Possible.
If that makes sense.
We were gonna get into this, but you know we still can. But no, so I was thinking a lot about Elden Ring and just more about how like I can respect it. I can respect it for being the culmination of everything FromSoft has done. But I've realized that the big, huge Souls-like formula will never work again, or should never be touched again.
Why
I
not?
think you could do it with like a Dark Souls 4, a big open world. But you do in Dark Souls, you do need to have it slightly on rails.
Yeah.
What I mean is, take Dark Souls 2 for example. I know you haven't played it, Wiz, but
I know the structure. Yeah.
okay, so you know the structure. Snowman, you've played it. You know,
Mhm.
you can go 3-4 different ways, right? But
Mhm.
in order to get to the harder part of the game, you cannot go any further, right? Like you're blocked off. I mean, you can go almost anywhere in Elden Ring as soon as you start.
Yep.
You
You're
beat
just
that first
unable to
boss?
I
go
like
to
that
the-
about it though.
No, I get that, but what my point is, like, I feel like Elden Ring to me, once it really opens up very early, well, now it I felt sort of rushed to find cool stuff versus just like letting the game play out.
Yeah, so
that-
that was me with Elden Ring. Was I had a notebook of like places I went to and didn't beat. And it was like, it's too hard to come back, right? So I wrote everything
Yeah.
down, and it became just a point of like going off in a direction and like making sure I saw everything, right? Because like I paid for the game, I want to see everything. I still haven't seen.
You don't want to
everything,
miss anything. You don't want to get.
I don't want to miss
spoiled.
anything. And then you get to these tombs and these special places that you found, and then same bosses, same enemies that were there. You know,
Yeah, I get that for sure.
there was
The
that. And then
variety should have been a little bit better.
there
Yeah,
was
there was
the
a lot
new
of rinse and
regions, right?
repeat.
Like Caelid and the new regions and the swamp area where by the magic school, right? Like with the water,
Yeah.
with the trees and all that. Like, you know, there's all these different areas and they're all different, they're all unique and they're great. But there's just so many of those little dungeons that are plotted everywhere that are just the same thing.
Right.
over
Rinse and
over again.
repeat. Rinse
There's
and repeat.
nothing like there's no super special surprises from exploration. Once you explored all like the little nooks and crannies like that in one area, it's gonna be basically the same in all the other ones.
Yeah, like I
No,
love
and then
seeing
the
like,
open world's
Yeah,
a little
so-
dead. I get it. I get that too.
It's a great game. It's a culmination. It's probably. Oh, I know for a fact it's in my top 10 games of all time. Like
It's my
just-
favorite game.
I don't know if it's
I-
my favorite.
I put
because-
Skyrim over Elden Ring.
No,
Eh.
no. I get what you're
The
saying. and I can see
The
that.
system. I
If you're-
respect
if
it.
you're-
I could understand it, but the system is way too archaic. I mean, I can't go back to playing Skyrim after playing any
see-
Souls game. Really.
Yeah, so my point is, like, if you do a FromSoft game, you can do a big open world, but it needs to have some
can
sort of
tweak it.
rails. Yeah, it just needs some sort of barriers and rails. So you marinate in the game, and you have to do certain things to open up and unlock and
Yeah,
to
like,
get here and to get there.
Like Ghost of Tsushima starts you off in the part of the island, and then once you beat that story
Yeah,
section, the
you
other
open up the
island
next
open up.
island.
So
Yeah,
like
exactly.
once it became like you beat Morgoth, you know like go through like a mini Souls game basically to get to Morgoth, and then you or Godric. You beat get to Godric.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, you beat Godric. Now go over here to the magic school area, where that's basically what the game tells you to do anyway. But it's still like,
But if you're like
you
me,
could-
I'm like, I
you
want to see
could
these
go
nooks
over
and
here.
crannies and
Well,
Yeah.
whose fault is that?
yours.
Well, I mean, the
The
You're
architect
raising me, bro.
strikes again.
you're encouraged to now. Don't bring the inside jokes to the audience.
The wheel! It turneth!
No, we don't bring that up ever.
Yeah, so
No,
like, I think you could do it, but I think it needs to be pared back a little bit. Like exactly
yeah, they
what you're
definitely
saying,
have
Wiz.
to. They definitely have to pull
Fair
back.
enough.
And Liza P kind of showed me that too. Liza P is a very linear. It's the most linear Souls game, really. If it was a
It's
front
very
up, right?
weird because it's like it reminds me so much of like the level building of Dark Souls 1. They didn't quite nail that because you can just skip some of the shortcuts and you never need them. You know what I mean? Like
There's one shortcut for the very first boss that is entirely useless because
Yes.
it was a shortcut for the demo, but then they added a bonfire. So in the very first boss, you have to make your boss rush over to the fog gate, right? That was in the demo. Now in the very first level, they added a bonfire right outside the gate, so you can open up a shortcut to that for zero reason whatsoever because you immediately grab a
talking
bonfire.
about
That
the
kinda
circus robot
happens-
or whatever it is.
The
Go ahead.
parade master.
Yeah, Parade
That-
Master.
I was just saying that kind of happens in all the later Souls games. I mean, it's like Souls 1 was it's like the only one that really nailed the shortcuts. Like everyone felt kind of meaningful. But as the games went on, it's kind of like, why the fuck? I'm never going to
Yeah,
use a
see-
shortcut ever again.
That's why I didn't like Dark Souls 3 as much as I like Dark Souls
Oh,
1 because
Dark Souls 3 had that bad, where every
Dark
boss
Souls
gives you a
3
bonfire. So it's
Yeah.
and also Dark Souls 3, you run to one end of the map, kill that boss, and then you go to the other end of the map. And I liked how Dark Souls 1 sort of everything folded back.
It was all
into-
interconnected. I love it.
Yeah.
The Dark Souls 1's map, dude. It's like still one of the best in all the games.
Yeah.
So because
So-
Liza P is an open world, you don't have those like interconnected. There's a part of the game where you go back to an earlier
I mean,
area remix. Right?
Liza P is open world, but it's on a rail. It's an
Well, it's not
open world rail.
It's a linear game. It's a linear.
But you
it's
can run
level-based.
from one end of it to the other.
No, but that's not what open world would mean. That I could start the game at Craft Central Station and like.
Yeah, no,
Like-
the bosses block you off. So that's what I'm saying. Like it's not like you
Yeah.
zone out and zone in. You know what
No,
I mean?
but I'm
Like
saying,
it's,
like,
it's
it's-
on rails.
No, but open world is your Skyrim, right? You come out of
Yeah.
Helgen and you can go anywhere
and
you
you
want
just
to go.
go wherever you want. to.
That's
Yeah.
open world. Liza P is linear. It's level based. It hides it, but it is level based.
Yeah.
They're just big
You-
levels.
They're big.
Yeah,
They're
it
big
just-
levels.
well,
They have. There's
It
no.
just continues on, right? So once you beat this
Yeah.
boss, it opens up the next area. Once you beat that
Yeah.
boss, it opens up the next area,
There is
and so
there
on and
is
so on and so on.
one optional side area in the whole game, and it's kind of small, and it just kind of ends with like a mini boss. It's not even like there's no like you took this one little turn and all of a sudden you found this whole other section. Everything is very much like as the devs intended. You're playing out the story, and it's a great story, and it's so you're getting a Souls gameplay combat exploration type thing without like
The little
a-
areas do
I'm-
back in on themselves though with the shortcuts. Like it's pretty good.
yeah, the levels do, but there's no point in the game
Yeah.
where you're like halfway through and you're like, I've unlocked this,
and you go
area
all the way
that's, like,
back to the hotel.
unlocked, to
Yeah.
another thing. It's like, oh wow, like there is a point where you do go back to the hotel after finding a thing. There is that.
But like,
That's your
there's
big,
nothing
like,
that.
like oh,
Yeah. One of the
But-
doors or whatever.
yeah, to find once
Uh,
you find the tree.
Yeah.
What about the
So,
Surge? Have y'all ever played the Surge or Surge 2?
Yo, yeah, dude, they're fucking great. They're slow.
Yeah, I love
though.
the
God,
Surge too. They are a little slow.
If they sped them up, if they tighten the gameplay up just a tad, they would.
Yeah, that'd be
on-
super
on the
dope.
level. It would be on the level of Liza P when it comes to fun. really.
Yeah, because there's the map design for 2. I didn't really play 1 at all, but 2 was crazy awesome. The map was sick in that game.
One was better than 2 to me.
Oh, really?
I would recommend going back and playing it. Liza P though, like I said though, and Wizard agrees, I had more fun exploring and playing Liza P with the story. Now Elden Ring's great. I love the lore and I love learning about the land and all that kind of stuff. But Liza P was just like it didn't feel like a task to play. Where Elden Ring kind of felt a little like I had stuff I had like chores, right?
It's huge,
before I
dude.
could play. Like every night before I would go to bed, like I would farm a little bit because I was like, okay, I want to go ahead and get this next level, or I need to go grab this item or whatever. Liza P, you just start up, go to the next area.
Yeah, Elden Ring is built like an MMO in a lot of ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
Grinding.
Konnichiwa.
That was weird. You added yourself.
Oh, what?
Yeah, you hit the wrong button.
No, like
I don't know what I hit.
You popped out and popped back in, but you popped back in. Like I didn't add him. He just popped back in. So it must have been like
it's me and my ghost in here.
Must have been an internet connection thing because your picture's gone.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, his picture's gone.
Aww.
But we're wrapping up anyway. So now, yeah, Liza P. I was gonna say give Jesker homework, but maybe just like he has to play Bloodborne. And so I was like, you have to play Liza P. Then we're gonna come back together and be like, listen.
He has to play Bloodborne, and you have to play Liza P. and give us a review on it.
Yeah,
it's not a long game either. Like
no,
you can beat it in a couple days.
It's basically like Bloodborne if there was no Nightmare of Mensis or like Old Yarnum, like those side areas that are really great, but they're not important. And you can play through the whole thing. Mensis is the one that's not optional because
well, you have to go through Mensis.
Nothing is unimportant in Souls lore.
Let's say because
it all
you
connects.
have to beat Wet Nurse in order to unlock the final boss with Gurman.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that one's in. Is that one in Mensis?
Yes.
So what's the other one? The first one.
I think the Nightmare Frontier.
Nightmare Frontier. That's the one because
Nightmare Frontier is optional.
Amygdala. Yeah, that one's Frontier.
Yeah.
Because Amygdala is optional.
Yeah.
That bitch is awesome.
Oh yeah. So.
Yeah, a lot of people had trouble with her. I never really had a lot of trouble with her for some reason.
It can be
I was never too flummoxed to buy that one.
What's the other one too? I always forget the name of it, but the goofy big head, like rubbery looking blue aliens that
we talked about that earlier.
No, that's Celestial Emissaries. I was talking about Celestial Emissaries. I was talking about Living Failures.
Same, but they're the same guys,
thing, isn't it?
Different areas. Yeah.
So no, the Living Failures is the lore,
AKA me.
The lore wise. Oh yeah, that's everyone's joke. The Living Failure. I'll show it on the screen. Living Failures is the DLC.
Yeah, they're in the Old Hunters DLC. Yeah, but and you fight them in that little like circle.
They're in the flower.
Like,
they're in the flower.
Yeah,
garden.
the flower garden. Yeah.
They could have made them terrifying, but they're just doofy.
Bro, they fucking terrified me, man. I didn't think
they're creepy looking.
They creep me the fuck out for some reason.
Yeah, they are weird.
Yeah, a lot of people had problems with them and
Nah, they were kind of easy.
These are
the fucking
the Celestial
Maria Cost. That one looks cool with all the tentacle beams coming out of his head.
A lot of people had problems with them.
That's what happens when you don't beat Celestial Emissary like really fast. But everyone beats Celestial Emissary really fast because it's a stupid boss. It's a really fast boss to do.
The other guys, the Living Failures, I think, may be the ones that because they do that big fucking
yeah, the Living Failures
meteor
are the ones
attack.
that call down the meteor.
Yeah.
And they're the ones who the boss is lame, but their OST is really hard. That's the one that's like, oh
yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, man, Bloodborne's top tier. Dark Souls 2 with the DLC, I'm telling you, is top tier.
That has the best PvP. Well, minus Elden Ring now, but still, out of the original 3, it has the best PvP in my opinion.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you. And the lore for Dark Souls 2, because in the beginning they would never confirm nor deny if it was connected.
Right. Yep.
You know, and still they
This
kind of
is
hint it.
this is the average experience of a Living Failures fan.
I
Yeah, this just creeped me out, man. I don't know what it was. I think it was their
And-
body movement. Like their body movement was like,
they look
Real-
weird.
yeah,
Well, they're the in between stage between what you see in the research hall and the Celestial Emissary, right? Like they're
yeah.
the missing link. Yeah, just that OST is the best for being like
Yeah,
how weird they are.
Bloodborne story is. I still don't even fully understand it, and there's a lot of ambiguity to it. But it was huge inspiration for me, man. I fucking love the story and the atmosphere and the design of that game.
When you kind of, because there's also like there's the Chalice dungeon lore too, where you're like,
Yeah, dude.
the Numerians are like, okay, so they got the hunters found Kos in the fishing hamlet, and then they took the blood from that, and we kind of got our whole beast thing from that. But then also
Yep.
they didn't, because the Numerians also had the old blood, and they were from thousands of years ago, and and it's just kind
Right.
of like,
Yeah,
and then-
originally I thought that's where they got the old god blood from. Was they like took out there was like tombs, and then they took
Yeah.
the corpses and were experimenting on the blood from the tombs,
yeah, and I think
which is
they
fucking
did-
cool either way.
I think they did, and then the cause, the body of cause is what that one was like a different thing that they used in that, like I think pushed the beast scourge worse or something.
Yes.
Um
Or that's what
Yeah.
caused the scourge was Kaz's blood.
yeah, because that was like and then the cause was also like a curse. The fishing hamlet cursed them with causes, and that's what made the blood drunk. That's what made the blood drunk realm or whatever, like where they go to when they're blood drunk, they're stuck in there forever. That was the curse that was put upon them by the people in the fishing hamlet. It's the whole thing.
That's some fucking horrifying shit.
Yeah, like because that's when they talk about like the curse the fiends, their children too. That's what you think is the doll says when you're transported to the DLC, but it's actually Lady Maria who says it.
Yeah.
Curse
He
the
was a
fiends, their
cunt.
children. Curse their fiends, their
Shit,
children
horrible.
too. Like bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, right? And so it's like they because the hunters, Lady Maria and Gehrman and all them came into the fishing hamlet and like tore through it to get to Kaz and all this and completely ruined it. That's why like they've sealed away inside the clock tower, like their sins of the fishing hamlet, they sealed it away. And so like when you meet the guy walking around in the beginning, he's ranting about Bergenworth and the terrible things and all this, and says, it's like, it's the Bloodborne lore. That's why I was like, we were talking about like Elden Ring being the best. Like Bloodborne is the best. Like the only thing holding Bloodborne back is the vial system, having to grind for vials.
Yeah, that shit sucks. I mean, the customization, Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 and all this other Souls games just blow it out of the water.
That's built upon stuff, right? Like that's sequel stuff. That's
I mean, Souls 1, no way. You could dual wield shields and all kinds of swords and have all kinds of different armor that affected your stats. So gameplay wise, I mean,
well, Bloodborne's not a Souls game. It's the whole reason there's a Soulsborne added on to the Born part. Like it has souls and it has the leveling system and all that, but
it's a fucking Soulsborne game. It was designed to be a Souls-like game.
There's
It's a Souls game.
There's no armor system. Yes, there's no sword. Like there's no like dual wielding like thing. It's a different game. It has the level up system of a Souls game, but it's like Lies of P, you cannot dual wield weapons.
But you can still compare the gameplay aspect of it, the customization.
You could, but I would more compare Dark Souls 1 to Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring. Like Elden Ring is a Dark Souls sequel more than it's a Bloodborne sequel.
But you're saying it's a better game though.
But yeah, Bloodborne.
Agreed.
Bloodborne is better than the FromSoft, the FromSoft games or whatever.
I think.
Yeah, I'll
I
just
think
disagree.
Bloodborne-
I would think Elden Ring or maybe even Dark Souls 3 are better games.
I mean, like
I think,
if you
I
wanted
love
to-
love Bloodborne though. It is one of my favorite games.
I think Bloodborne's combat system to me, once you get it down packed, is way more fun to play. Because you become in tune with it. You have to be aggressive. There's no way to just chip damage your way through a boss. right? So like in Elden Ring, Dark Souls, you can just level up your dude, put on good armor, have a
High,
100% damage proof shield,
high,
and
high
just
poise.
high poise, and just I call it the tink tink method, where you just go
Mhm.
tink 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 dodge
Yeah.
over, and then you finally beat them. They tried to mitigate that by adding the second tier. You know, you beat the boss, and then he comes back alive, does double damage, and rages, and his whole life bar is filled again. But if you're patient and you've got enough poise and strength and good enough armor and shield, guess what? You can just tink him to death. And
Yeah.
Bloodborne, you cannot do that. Same thing with Sekiro, but I think Bloodborne was better because you didn't have to like master the parry
Bloodborne.
system.
Yeah. Like I said, I beat
But
that
you
whole game.
could, and then make it way easier too.
Yeah,
Once
yeah,
you
but
got
you
the
can
gun parrying
if
down,
you master the gun shit, oh,
you're just
bro,
wrecking shop.
You can
yeah,
if you
you
master parries in Souls games, you can. It's the same
Right.
principle. You can just wreck it.
yeah,
Like the shield parries with
yeah.
Bloodborne. It also includes like I'm including like the lore into that. I'm including the
Oh well,
world.
yeah. I have a personal
Um,
bias because it's like Lovecraftian horror, which I fucking absolutely love more
Yeah, I
than
mean,
but
fantasy
but
settings.
I still think the Dark Souls lore is better. I just do, man. I love the mystery of it, the
Dark
way
It's yeah,
Souls
it's
it's
lore.
way
the way
richer.
there's it's just way richer, and there's like 5 different lores rolled into one, where like there's
Yeah,
these
there's a
different
lot going on.
factions. You got to know, like,
Personally,
but in
as someone
Bloodborne,
who
there's
only experiences Dark Souls through lore, Dark Souls lore falls apart after one.
get the fuck out of here, kick yourself, kick yourself,
I mean, it's, the
kick
Souls 3
yourself,
lore is wild.
Well, as
bro,
far as
kick
like
yourself.
they're
But I'm
better
biased.
like
I love the lore and atmosphere of Bloodborne
so
and the setting.
I
I
mean
agree.
like I mean that in the sense of like I like Dark Souls 1's pre-story, like the Soulsborne patented pre-story lore, like what happened before you begin your journey, right? Bloodborne, you kind of catch it really kind of as it's happening, whereas Dark Souls, it's everything already happened and all that, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like
you're picking
history.
up you're picking up
Yeah.
the pieces.
You're
Whereas
going
Bloodborne,
through
you're
it.
making the history. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're in the
So
middle of it. You're in 1776 versus what happened in 1776.
yeah. So
But
Dark
you're also
Souls,
kind of taking part of a new history in Dark Souls too, as well. I mean, you got to link
Dark
the
S-
shit in order to
yeah,
start the whole cycle, or
yeah,
choose not to.
that's the thing though. Dark Souls, you're just linking the bonfire, really. Like unless you choose
Yeah.
not to. But even then, in the lore of 3, it doesn't matter what you choose.
Play Dark Souls
to
2, bro. Then come at me.
You
Play
know,
Dark Souls 2, and because you are
well,
missing a huge chunk of lore.
and that's
even
the
if
other
you
thing.
watch
Dark
the
Souls
lore
2,
videos.
I don't consider a part of the. That was a Bandai Namco game. That's not a like
So
it
is
was.
Dark Souls 1.
Yeah, but it was like Dark
So is
Souls
Dark
2
Souls
was
3.
it was a different like. Did
Damn, really?
Miyazaki
Yeah,
have
you're right.
Yeah,
his like?
they're all produced by Bandai Namco. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not. It was that it wasn't.
Miyazaki's game, though.
Like
Yeah,
FromSoft.
Miyazaki took the
FromSoft
game
was working
over.
on Bloodborne.
No.
Weren't
Miyazaki
they?
came up with the entire concept for Dark Souls 2, and he let another guy direct the first
Oh,
half, and then he finished it.
okay. That was my think of it. So that is to say that I've also been on the record, ironically, as not liking medieval fantasy all that much.
I'm not a huge
But
fan. It's
hold
that
up,
oversaturated
pause,
as fuck.
pause,
Yeah,
bro.
get him, Cynic.
Your fucking avatar is literally a goddamn wizard.
And you're a
Yeah,
Thor fan.
That's why I said
Other-
ironically.
And Thor?
I like the
Jesus
Jack
Christ, man.
Kirby Marvel
Jiminy
comics,
Cricket.
you know, the Jack Kirby Marvel Comics Thor. I don't like I'll get into Norse mythology
And
stuff,
how
but
can you
even
say
then,
medieval fantasy games aren't really oversaturated, because they give
They
us most of
definitely
the
are,
games that
dude.
they get. Hold on, calm down. Most of the medieval fantasy games they give us are trash, and
No,
you
you.
shouldn't be playing them anyway.
Well,
that's not
that doesn't make it not oversaturated.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
oversaturating
a lot-
yourself because you
There's a
obviously
lot of
want
medieval
something that
fantasy
sucks.
games, but they're not any good. But they're
Yeah,
there.
that's not a good argument.
I'm sorry, that's
I'm
my
just saying
argument.
there
You
should
can
be
dislike it.
as
There's okay.
the ratio of medieval action RPGs is like blowing out any kind of other genre. There's like no superhero action RPGs. There's no like sci-fi fantasy action RPGs
Bro,
compared to the amount.
there is a fuck ton of sci-fi. Now the superhero ones, sure, I get that, but I'm not a superhero. Like I'm a superhero fan. I'm a fan of comics and the stories. I've never enjoyed a superhero video game. I just feel
There's
like
only like 5 of
I
them.
don't know how do you balance it. You get what I mean? Like the old school like X-Men game arcade games were great, right? But like,
I mean, you got
oh,
Batman
man.
and Spider-Man. Those games are great.
That's
Yeah,
true.
they're fine.
They're fine.
They're fine.
They ain't fine.
I mean,
fine.
Arkham City and
Arkham's
I love
great. Like the
Origins.
Arkham series. Yeah, the whole Arkham series is great. I mean, if I've got it, look, if I've went out and bought a hard copy of it, it's a great game because I'm very particular with my games, and I've got all the Arkhams. Not only that, I've got them digital also.
You're
So
saying like the patches ruined the game? Is that what you're saying?
yes, almost every time.
But okay, so name a futuristic action RPG like Elden Ring.
Surge.
Even I got that one.
I mean, there's just like one. That's like one.
I mean, name another one. Remnant.
Oh, that's not even like Souls like at all. That's a shooter.
Yes, it's a Souls shooter. It's a first-person Souls shooter.
It's
set in
more
a
like
futuristic
Diablo
setting.
than the looting and
It's
like
literally. It was literally
like a
It was
Borderlands.
literally sold as a Souls-like.
yeah, it's a little more like well, probably not even like Diablo or Borderlands, but it's less of a Souls
It
like
was
thing.
literally sold as
so I wanna-
first-person Souls with guns.
Okay, that's
wanna
two, but there's like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of medieval action RPGs
Okay,
compared
there's-
to
What's
the
another
amount.
medieval
Way
action?
too many medieval. Not even action RPGs, just medieval set.
Any RPGs,
Yeah.
Dragon's Dogma, fucking
Yeah.
Wukong, all of them. There's like 90
That's
a
not
year.
medieval. No. The Wukong stuff's
Wukong
not a
is-
medieval. That's
That's different.
yeah, completely.
That's like the same time period.
No,
Lies
it's
of
not.
P, it's like
Wukong
that's
is
all like
Lies of P is
ancient
Victorian.
technology.
Lies of P is steampunk.
Yeah, you're right. That
Victorian.
Lies of P. Like Skyrim, Oblivion, all the fucking Elder
Skyrim,
Scrolls. That's
Oblivion.
all medieval times.
I don't
Dragon
consider
Age, Dragon
Kingdom
But
Come
see,
Deliverance.
none of
Kingdom
those.
Deliverance.
Okay, I don't consider those in the same RPG realm as Dark Souls, though. I
They're
just
medieval games.
They're medieval
Okay, well
games,
there are
but
far
what-
more many
no.
Souls likes in like that kind of setting than there
There's-
are futuristic ones. Like
Well, yeah,
modern times.
I-
There's no like
I
modern
was-
time like skyscraper
Okay, so
like action RPGs.
back to my crazy thing, because I was just saying I don't like fantasy stuff and medieval fantasy in general.
which is just
like I said,
insane.
ironically, right? Not that I hate it. It's just like it's like I can watch Lord of the Rings and enjoy it, but I'm not like
Yeah, I would prefer
Witcher.
some variation in the setting.
Just like I said, it's just more like like I'm especially for like video games, right? Like you have your Witchers, you have like it's like I can
Exactly.
I can fuck with one, but I'm not gonna if that's all I have to eat, I'm gonna kind of turn my nose up a little bit at it. But that being said, my big thing with the Souls lore, and granted, I haven't delved into 2's lore all that much, but what was introduced in 2 that is then made important in 3?
What are you talking about? What do you mean? Like the lore?
Yeah, lore wise. Like,
well, there's nothing in the lore from 1 really that is made important in 3.
well, Lothric is in Anor Londo. It's a continuation and of
Dark Souls 2
1.
is sort of set up as a is it future, is it not? And Dark Souls 3 literally kind of puts everything together as like, oh, all these lands are interconnected as they're falling into each other.
Yeah, at the
right?
end of the
of the DLC.
Well, like I'm just
the
more about
Ring
because
City DLC.
the
So
the cycle, right? Like the idea of the cycle and all that.
Exactly. And so that's like sort of drip fed in there. Is it, isn't it? Wow, this is very similar. Like this Anne Orlando place. Is this Heights Tower? Is it not? Like there's just things
So,
like that in there.
That being said, the Bloodborne lore is still better.
No.
Because it's all in one game.
No.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No, it's like Final
No, you're
Fantasy
way
with Dark
wrong.
Souls. Each story is like its own contained thing,
Its
but
own
then like
its own continuous
can
story, but then they
connect.
fold in together. Yeah, at the very end.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's just sequel
So
bias.
Bloodborne's lore.
I've said it with I've said it with Assassin's Creed that everyone loves Ezio, but Ezio also got 3 games and 2 movies. Like
Yeah, but you're not.
sequel-
I
it's
guess because
sequel
you haven't
bias.
played Final Fantasy, right? So you don't get it, right? Like every Final
Every
Fantasy
story is different,
Is different,
completely different.
right? And so in the Dark Souls world, all those stories are different. And the whole mystery for my lore perspective is: are all these in the same place? Are
Yeah.
they? Aren't they? Are they completely separate? Are they? Are we in like sort of
This is the same reality in different times.
yeah? Are we like this wormhole theory? Is it multiverse theory? Whatever. So Bloodborne's lore is great. Don't get me wrong, it's awesome.
I'm
But
biased because I
obvious-
love the horror of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you love the setting of it.
Well, yeah, and the horror,
Right?
like Lovecraftian,
Yeah,
cosmic,
love,
fucking
yeah,
beast.
you love the setting of it, but the lore
Yeah.
in the Dark Souls world is superior. I'm sorry, you're wrong.
Nah,
You'll have to
incorrect.
cry yourself to sleep over being
I'll
wrong.
split the fifth on that.
Because I could even like one up you in the fact that there is like in Bloodborne the theory that's connects to another game, right? Like that is there. People
Really?
have
Where?
that theory. In the beta for Bloodborne, so it is stricken from the canon. It is no longer there. But
So it doesn't count.
doesn't count, but it's the fun of it, right? Father Gascoigne, when he beats
No,
you,
no, if it's
says
in the beta, it's not
says
canon. We're not.
Umbasa. I'm not saying canon. I'm saying it's the fun of the thing, right? Like that.
We if you're gonna talk about lore, you have to talk about canon, bro. You can't talk about like, well, it's
Yeah.
something they completely stricken and
Well,
I could
decanonized.
say
That's
that's
not a
all
part
just
of the lore
Gotham
anymore.
City, and it ties into Batman. If that's
Yeah.
the case.
Well, I'm saying that's like of the original. I'm not saying that it's like 100% like this is proven thing, right? I'm saying that you can like
That's
have fun
That's
with
a straw man argument,
with
brother.
the with the beta of the game having like the stuff that they cut out and changed. is
Beta!
another
Yeah, and
way
hold
to
on,
examine
Wiz,
the
let me
game, right?
let me explain that to you though. Everybody was seeing this Bloodborne game and they're going, why would I want to play that game? It's not, I want Sword and Shield, I want Dark Souls 3, yada yada yada. And they done that to get people hooked because when that game, when Bloodborne first came out, after the beta, after everybody played it, everybody went, wait, is this future Lordran? Is this what happens? Like thousands of years in the future after they link the fire or whatever? Is this what it
Well,
turns
that-
into? And then they decanonized it completely
there's no
because it was
linking
just
the
bait.
fire in the.
It was just bait.
What I'm saying is that
Get baited.
Umbasa's from
Everybody got
Demon Souls.
baited. They did.
I
I remember it.
So what I'm saying is that what we didn't see, and you can watch like the cut content of it, was the like that there wasn't used to be lamps, there used to be chairs, and you used to like fall asleep to enter the dream and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that got cut, that got completely changed, and they managed to like, because there's cut chairs where they're like, how come there's a chair in the middle of this like demented hellscape? And so they were like,
I mean, you look at what's herself sitting, what's her face sitting in a chair for the Hunters DLC.
Yeah,
right.
Lady Maria.
Yeah, Lady Maria sitting in a chair.
And
like
so-
I get all that.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not saying Bloodborne's lore is like miles away of being worse, and I think that it probably could be superior if I had more to go on. But once I chewed it and I ate it and I went, that's a great meal. I'll cook that meal again every time I even think about it because it's awesome. That's what Bloodborne is to me, right? Because they haven't been able to do anything else with it. Granted, it's licensing shit.
Yeah, well, yeah, and then Sony got rid of that studio.
Yeah, I would love a Bloodborne
Japan
too.
Studio.
Yeah, the Sony.
Yeah,
Japan
so they need to
studio.
say they just need to let FromSoft do it. they don't need Sony's input for it because FromSoft designed, done it the game.
Yeah,
But
they did the-
Or just make a
they
whole
did
other
everything.
game.
But I mean, the lore is just not as rich. Is my point, right? It's just
It's not as deep.
I mean,
yeah.
But that doesn't make it the lore and Dark Souls better, though. I'm not arguing for either case, either way. By the way,
I can tell you personally, because like I said, I've not experienced Dark Souls in its entirety. Only 3, right? Demon Souls barely at all. I know barely nothing about the game.
Demon
that
Souls
was probably the
is
weakest
not
lore
really-
of all of them.
Demon Souls isn't even
Elden
connected
Ring's
to the other
lore,
ones.
Elden Ring's lore, not that great.
Yeah, it's not there. I'm talking about Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3.
I know.
Their
and
lore
and-
is.
yeah.
I'm not arguing for Elden Ring or Demon Souls at all. So your homework is, Wizard, to play Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, and then get all the little crazy mysteries that are in it, and then come back and go, oh wait, Cynic, I think you might be right.
Elden Ring has some awesome lore. You got
Elden
some
Ring's
good-
lore sucks. Elden
Ring's lore is awesome.
There's a
It
lot
is
of cool
awesome,
ass
but
shit in it, dude.
It's got
It
like
is the third
wacky,
best
like
lore.
it's got wacky George R.R. Martin stuff in it, mixed with like wacky soul stuff in it, but a lot of it is like retreads of Dark Souls lore with like
Twins.
retreads of Bloodborne's lore, and they kind of just
With
like
twins.
put them together.
It's all twins lore.
Yeah,
it's
it's
weird.
a wacky, crazy ride, dude. It's awesome.
Yeah, but not in like a, not in a. I don't.
A lot of the
watched-
characters are crazy too, like the Dung Eater guy. He like curses an entire fucking bloodline with his crazy
like,
fucking
he
just
rips-
disgusting sickness.
He rips buttholes out of people.
He's fucking wild. There's a lot of crazy cool shit like that in the story and
See,
the
that's
characters.
that's crazy stuff, but not like crazy stuff does not good lore make.
But the story, I forget what the story is exactly, but it doesn't. It's not just like he's a crazy sick guy who curses people. There's a depth behind
I think
it.
I figured out. I think I figured out what Wizards deal is though with the Bloodborne lore. It feels greater because of the grand scale of the setting, because of the cosmic horror. Like it feels world ending, versus like Dark Souls lore. It's like what happened to this great nation, not what happened to the entire fucking universe. What's
I
gonna happen
guess.
to the entire
I
universe?
guess with
Well,
if
I mean,
that's what it
Souls
kinda
is
feels like
universe
to me.
ending too. I mean, it's like
It
creation
is,
and
but hold on.
ending
It
as well.
is, but you only see Lordran. You see what I'm saying? Versus like some big Cthulhu beast that
So,
comes down from the fucking
because
sun.
I don't like because I don't like that with Elden Ring. I don't like the greater wills and all that. Like I don't like that they put cosmic horror into the Dark Souls and we're just like Elden Ring.
I
It's like,
love
yeah.
it.
It's like I like it when it's over here, and I like the Dark Souls when it's over here. Like
So you
like, I
don't-
like
you
the-
don't
They just
want
don't like
your-
genre bending.
So
You don't.
Well,
that's
not
exactly what I was
true
about
either
to say.
because
You don't want to.
I write.
You're gonna
genre
hate
bending.
Gremlin World then, dude.
Well,
So you don't
I
want.
write it.
You don't
I
want
write genre bending, so
Victorian horror. You don't want what is normally considered Victorian horror in your
Not
sword
even-
and shield.
So not even that. So
mystical
let me
stuff.
kind of explain. So
Yeah, walk this
what
out.
so with Dark Souls 1, right? Like I know a little bit about Dark Souls 2 and like Vendrick and the War of the Giants and the Sandras and all that crap, right? The Dark Souls 1, what I liked was the intro stuff where it's like, here's what you gotta know before you jump in, right? And how it's like the war with the dragons, and we have Gwyn, and he's the Lord of the Sun, and he's throwing the lightning bolt. That all that stuff goes hard, and the Nito releasing the miasma and that pose where he's going like, oh, and the world's decaying. Like I like that kind of stuff where it's like here's the legends of the world, and then you find out you have to now fight those legends of the world, right?
So
and
you
then
don't like medieval fantasy, but you do like medieval fantasy.
Again, that's not necessarily medieval fantasy, right? That being said,
I mean, it's like dark medieval fantasy.
I never said I don't like it. It's more like I'm not.
I
like,
heard you say, and I
Play
quote,
the clip. Run it back.
I hate medieval fantasy.
That's not
With a
what I
burning
said.
passion.
hate it
I
with a
said
burning
ironically.
passion.
I kill puppies in the name of my hatred for medieval fantasy. Is what you
I
said.
guess I guess I did say I didn't like it, but it was more of like it. Ironically, I don't like it that it's like it doesn't tickle my fancy, I suppose. But
yeah, I
that being
agree.
said,
I agree.
Nobody.
So with Dark Souls,
Nobody.
so when
Nobody
you
tickles your fancy, though, wizard.
when you pull back to like Dark Souls lore of the
Got
idea of
him.
like the cycle and the universes
Yes.
and the possible time travel in Dark Souls 2, right? Because I know the intro, right? You go into the river and there's possible
Yeah.
time travel, right? You get into all that stuff. Like that's the more like that's your animus of your Assassin's Creed. That's your going back in time, and there's that's your extra pillar, right? If you look
Never,
at it if like the
Ever.
medi-
ever
Ever.
compare
Yeah.
no,
ever
I've
Dark
described
Souls
it.
lore.
I've described like no, I've described it of like Assassin's Creed pillars are you have your past,
Never.
your historical
Miyazaki.
living, your assassin Templar conflict,
He's a
and
king
your
of it.
and your like and your your alien like technology, right? Those are your three like pillars. You have to address those in every Assassin's Creed, right? And one person could like one for a different thing. I've gone on record saying I like the historical stuff, but I can appreciate the Assassin Templar stuff and the ancient alien stuff, right? So that's your three pillars, right? So your Dark Souls, you have your you are the chosen one basically type like archetype. You are the Ashen one, you are the chosen undead, literally. You are the what's your Dark Souls 2 thing called? Player.
Shit. I think it's chosen.
Hollowed.
Yeah, the Hollowed. That's it.
The Hollowed.
That's
yeah.
for
So
one. And I'm pretty sure it's two.
And yeah, so you're the you're the bearer of the curse. You're the bearer of the curse.
Yeah, bearer of the curse. That's it.
Seek lest. You're the bearer of the curse, right? So you have that like you're the guy. Bloodborne, you don't have that. Bloodborne, you are literally just a guy who showed up. Shramy's ass still going. Like we were supposed to be wrapping up, but I have hot takes and that people disagree with. So then you get into your cycle, your Dark Souls. You have your cycle, right? You have your linking of the fire, letting the fire fade. Your Lord of Hollows ending, whatever suits your fancy, right? And then I don't know what you would consider a third pillar. I guess your kingdom, like I guess you're just overall like experiencing the kingdom the land that you are in, right? So you're this King Vendrick and his war with the giants, the Gwyn and your Seaths and all that stuff. Like you're experiencing that kingdom. So with Bloodborne, like I said, you are just thrown. Like you're only told seek pale blood to transcend the hunt, right? And you're never really told what pale blood is. You're just when the ritual of Mensis is completed, they're like a pale blood sky, and you're like, all right, like you're told nothing in Bloodborne really, and you still have to find every single thing, and even then you can only kind of gauge it based off subtext and like I said, the way you want to look at it. There's if you attack the doll, she bleeds pale blood. Is it that you're looking for? Is it you becoming a great?
You're talking about storytelling, though. But I agree with what you're saying.
I agree.
But that's more so how you could tell a really shitty story very well, but the story can still be shit.
So,
but I'm not saying Bloodborne's story is shit.
No.
Bloodborne's story is great and the lore is great, but they never. That's the thing. They never evolve the lore further. Unless you go into the catacombs, I mean the Chalice dungeons.
Yeah.
That lore, if you add that in there, which can be fucking missed if you don't have the right Chalice dungeon codes.
Yeah,
which is another reason. That's where the real lore lies in Bloodborne, because it's like one of those things. It's sort of like Lord of the Rings when the dwarves they dug too deep and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's basically what happened in the catacombs.
Yeah, you're basically you miss out on if you're not going for the platinum, because if you're going for the platinum, you have to beat Queen Yarnum. So you have to at least
smoke that bitch.
Yeah, if you go that I beat the Chalice dungeons don't roll over to New Game Plus, so I beat it in New Game Plus, so it's basically like max level anyway. And so then it's just like like there's some of them give you trouble, but otherwise like
the deepest ones are crazy.
That's the thing where you don't get the full lore unless you do that, and it becomes so asinine and annoying to keep rinsing and repeating the same fucking area over and over.
Yeah, I wish
again,
there was
to
more
find these different
variety,
little
but
artifacts and pieces.
that's
So
another thing I'll give Bloodborne over Elden Ring. Sorry to cut you off, but
no,
the
you're good.
Chalice dungeons, there's nothing like that in Elden Ring.
Yeah, and it's
Or
great for
I wish there was more.
replayability, but they should not have tied as much lore to it, which is why I think another reason why the lore kind of sucks, because you can just miss out on major parts of it, right? And even then, when you do get it, it's like majorly open up for interpretation.
Well, and that's the other thing is that if you
I
look at
think
the
you just like more mystery, which Dark Souls has already got
not
fuck
not
tons
even
of.
that. So
Yeah.
again, ironically, I don't like it when there's
I
the
think you
mystery to
do,
it.
and you
That's
just
why I
don't
watch.
realize it
That's
because
why
it
I
allows
watch
your writer
the.
brain to fill in those gaps.
No, so that's the other thing. I'm not. This isn't me filling in the gaps. This is what gaps I've had filled by other people that I watch videos
You've
of.
never
Right?
had your gaps filled by another person.
That's I have been to the dentist. I've had plenty of cavities filled. Anyway, so it's the same thing with Dark Souls, right? It's like I've watched lore videos. I've watched lore video on every single
Well,
Dark Souls thing.
I
at
think that's
least
where we're
once.
running into a crux with
Um,
each other, right? Because the way I've always done these FromSoft games is I delve deep into the lore on my own until I hit a major brick wall. And then
Yeah.
after I beat the game at least twice, I'll start watching lore videos and go, "Oh, that makes sense. Oh, that makes sense." I think we just consume it differently,
yeah, I
and
don't.
you
I've
like I think you like a combination of things, which is not wrong. Don't be wrong. The setting, the genre, the just the
yeah.
slight mystery that it
So
is, and I think you probably have had the lore delivered to you from people that you enjoyed better.
well, that's the thing is that with the Souls games in general, my very first one I played 100% blind was Elden Ring because
Oh, that's a
I
piss poor place to start, honestly.
well because
rough.
I had consumed the lore of the other games years prior, right? And
Yeah.
so watched other people play them. I knew every single secret of like Bloodborne and where things were before I ever put my hands on it, right? Even now,
That's a terrible way to play,
even
man.
nothing
Yeah,
I can
that's
do
a
about
horrible
I
way
went
to
in
play. The other
Bloodborne
thing is
blind
too,
as shit.
nothing I can do about
me
that.
too. The other thing is
reason,
too, bro.
the only
Yeah,
reason I
the other
played
thing is
Bloodborne is because I had seen so many other people play it and I knew every kind of like I know
the
I
other
knew
thing is too, like
when you fought
you're
which of
arguing this
Henrik to go in with
point.
no insight.
Yeah, like you're arguing this point though, and you haven't like sat down and just at the end of the night when you're getting done, you're like, oh, I'm kind of done with the game. Let me go look at what items I picked up in this area that I just grind through. And you read those item descriptions and go, oh, fuck. I did find that by like a whale or by this certain dude or in this certain chapel.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that
so
really plants a seed for the lore that grows. And I think that's why it's better because you don't quite get that with Bloodborne.
so
It's there,
with
but it's
It's
no,
just on
there's
a
definitely
smaller scale in Bloodborne.
exactly. It's not as grand.
with a lot of Souls games, you can tell that the items were like you said, like meticulously placed there to give you like the
Yes, they're not
and
just randomly placed. Even your drops from enemies about 99% of the time aren't random drops. Specific enemies drop specific things
Mhm.
for a reason.
So
Like shitty poor people
with
drop
Elden Ring,
trash.
Yeah.
because like I said, Elden Ring I was completely blind on because it was the hype. It was that one had come out, right? None of the other Souls games were coming out. I'd skip Sekiro because it wasn't interesting to me. And then
Too
so
much
that
of a
was like
timing based bullshit. I don't need it.
I also that's the other thing. Wouldn't be surprised. No, I don't like Japanese things, but that being said, I liked Ghost of Tsushima, right? So I liked feudal Japan. I can fuck with a feudal Japan thing. It's just like I also knew Sekiro. I think Sekiro came out before I started playing Souls games. So like for the longest time, I was like, these are gonna be too hard. I'm never gonna be able to do it because I'm a casual. I play on easy mode, and I did play on easy mode. But like
I like
I play
hard
easy
games,
mode.
but that too much is like I said, it's too much of a timing based shit. It's like I'm not trying to look for a perfect parry the entire fucking fight, dude.
So
I need a little more freedom.
Bloodborne with its DLC was like $11 on sale, so I was like, oh, I've seen hours and hours of playthroughs, which Snowman knows the two best friends play. I've seen.
Yep.
You know,
Yeah, they're cool.
That's
sucks they
basically
broke
how
up.
that's basically how I know all about the Souls games, which I do to the detriment because, as you know, Pat is always wrong. Especially his the Dark Souls 2 playthrough where they're just wrong the entire time. It's hilarious because that game is just coming out, and so people were trying to pick up the pieces.
Their
anyway,
LA Noir playthrough was so awesome.
So that was me playing Bloodborne for the first time, or not really for the first time, but like not blind. I was completely the opposite of blind. You know, knew all the tricks, knew what boss was where, knew what, like, okay, this is this boss next. Now I gotta get ready for this boss, and which now I can do that because I've played through it, where it's like it's the same equivalent thing. But with Elden Ring, it was okay. Here's everything. It's brand new. Everything is experiencing it all new. When I picked up items in Elden Ring, I really did to read them all and kind of piece it together. But I think I just knew in the back of my mind, like, Vadi's gonna have the video on it. I'm not gonna bother.
Casual.
Yeah, exactly. That's. I mean, I played through all the games mostly blind,
because
and that's how I got most of my lore, honestly.
Because I haven't beat the DLC, I haven't watched a single Vadi video on Elden Ring. Not one.
The only I haven't actually, because like I said, I'm not really Elden Ring's lore hasn't grabbed me.
But I'm saying
so even then, I haven't watched really the lore videos. I've watched one because surprise, surprise, the one thing that I liked about the DLC of Elden Ring and the overall concept is the madness. And so it's like, and Snowman knows why, probably if you got to that point, why there's the madness part, if you've got to that, the shadowy, gloomy part, right?
Yes.
Why that it's like I got to that point. I'm like, oh man, we're back there. We back in there. I was excited, but so that was like, I want to watch a thing of this. But there's those Elden Ring lore videos that Vadi does are like hours so long, and it's like, like I don't know.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Elden Ring. I mean, not a problem. I like it, but the vast scope of it. I mean, there's a lot of. It's super rich and deep to lore. It's crazy how they got it all in one game.
Full respect to From Software, and one thing I like, even though I don't read item descriptions, one thing I like is that the tiniest lore implication will be on like the steel bent shield, right?
Yeah,
it'll just be like one line, and it'll be like because of this one line, that is the whole thing, right?
Yeah, something seemingly unimportant is like one of the most important things in the story. That's something I've tried to adopt. I really like that about his storytelling and lore.
Yeah, and then Bloodborne
look, fellas,
doesn't, like you said,
I gotta
Bloodborne
head out,
do
man.
that. Yeah, we gotta cut this off.
Yeah, we're probably gonna cut it off.
We can do an entire. I want you to play at least Dark Souls 1, and then we'll do a Dark Souls show.
I will play
Dark Souls is the shit. I'll play through it with you.
I have to get through the Elden Ring DLC. Because I don't want to. I don't want to start.
This is
I
for
don't
the show.
I don't.
This is for the
wanna
show.
Start. Oh yeah, for the
sacrifice for the show and play Dark Souls.
No one to watch.
That's not true. I'll watch it.
I want to, because I don't want to start a new Souls game while I still have kind of Elden Ring on the brain, and then the controls will get, I'll struggle. And then I'm gonna go back to Elden Ring after playing Dark Souls 1. I want to kill myself.
So do that usually anyway.
That is true. That's not so much anymore.
Just get on with it already, dude. You've been egging it on forever.
Well, that's the thing. It's just the Elden Ring DLC is just so. I just gotta.
Well,
if it's so
then just don't.
No, I'm talking about the suicide.
That's the other thing. So that's the other argument. I prefer. I don't like Souls bosses as much as I like Souls exploration. So like, I like going into a dungeon and like, looting and looking. It's like, oh, I got attacked by the enemy around the corner and and all that stuff. And then you reach the boss and it's like, okay, like.
Yeah, some of the bosses are lackluster. That's another great thing about Dark Souls 2. I thought a lot of the bosses are really cool.
There's a lot of
shit bosses.
Too.
Yeah,
but Dark Souls 3 had pretty good bosses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But Dark Souls 1, kind of other than like Ornstein and Smoke. I mean, the Grave Lord, the Gravekeeper was kind of meh.
But like that was one of the things too with the Elden Ring dungeons that are annoying because it's like the same. Then you get there and it's the same boss that's like a scaled up.
That's a little disappointing.
Or, and it's like,
yeah, the Crucible Knights are like 10 bosses. I'm like, dude, these guys aren't that cool. They're pretty cool, but not enough to repeat them that fucking much.
They're just the Black Knights with a weapon.
All right, fellas. Well, I'm gonna head out. Appreciate it, Wizard. I'll talk
Alright.
to you in the DMs. Snowman, it was great to hear your beautiful voice. And if anybody's still
Likewise,
watching,
bro.
that's awesome. Thank y'all so much. And I'll talk to y'all later, fellas.
Yeah,
Yep.
we
Night,
gotta,
bro. Night, Kang.
yeah, we gotta sign off. Like we could keep going. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro.
Now that he's gone, 100%.
Now we can have
Bloodborne
fun.
No, Bloodborne lore is superior to Dark Souls lore all day, right? Like,
Yeah, I played the fifth one. I like both of the lores equally and for different reasons. So it's like,
and like I said, it's more about how and I would have to keep stressing the fact that it was all my opinion, but for some reason, my opinion is bad for Cynic. He reminds me of this other guy, I used to be with, but
it makes for good banter.
no, but it's like yeah, like, you know, granted I haven't experienced everything that the Souls game have, but the other thing is like I could play through all of Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and still not get it because I don't read the item descriptions. So it's like,
Yeah, for sure. There's a lot. There's no way you can get like the whole story in like
Yeah.
one playthrough unless you
And
spend hours like digging through it.
And that's the thing with Bloodborne, I think makes it better, is that it is an easier thing to comprehend, but is also has its layers, right?
Yeah. It's a more I guess compact version of a Dark Souls story.
So like I had talked about how it's like I had talked about when you talked about this before about how the Bloodborne, like, you can look at it just like you are hunting beasts, and then we at one point like it just escalates to like these guys did some crazy stuff and now aliens, right? But you can also then you can delve into the Chalice Dungeon stuff where it's like the Lumerians all these years ago, and then Yharnam was built on top of that, and then so on and so forth. And then also the Bergenworth, and then the Hunters are part of Bergenworth, and they took the blood from
and how the
Kaz,
two
and
schools split.
yeah,
There's all
and then,
kinds
like,
of
all
lore
that,
in Bloodborne.
like you can kind of go with that. Whereas at least with like Dark Souls, like the way he described it and the way I've kind of gathered about like, oh yeah, it's the convoluted timeline and the inversing on itself and all that. It's like, yeah, that's the overarching lore of the three games. Like I said, that's sequel bias, right? They can flesh out and they can do all that stuff. If you look at it in the vacuum, right, of Dark Souls 1, right? Yeah, you have that's good lore. Like I like Dark Souls 1's lore, right? Because to me does the medieval stuff the best, I suppose.
It's because it's a little more extreme than regular. It's like it's not Skyrim in the same like dwarves and like goblins
like,
type of shit. It's very Japanese.
It's medieval pantheon, right? Because it's the gods and stuff. Like it's pantheon stuff, and that's what I like. Like I said, like we were talking about, like I don't like medieval stuff, but I like Thor, right? But I like pantheon stuff. Like I like.
Yeah, I totally agree with you about the medieval stuff. Like, I like the medieval setting. Obviously, I mean, I love Lord of the Rings and like all the fantasy games I play, but I just wish there was more variation in the setting and like with the gods and the celestial horrors, you can do that in any setting. It would just be nice to see it in more like modern times.
Yeah, like especially getting to Elden Ring, where it's like, oh, and here's the dragon, and here's the ancient dragon.
Yeah,
we had a war with the dragons, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, but
like,
there's a lot of way crazier monsters in that game too. There's the monster design in that game is incredible.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like lore wise, right? Like when you get into the dragon stuff and that happened in Elden Ring, it's like, yeah, we did this already. Like,
yeah.
And granted, like the wackier parts of Elden Ring's lore, like grafting and the greater will and like all that stuff, it's like, okay, there's some meat there, right? But at the end of the day, it's like they stapled stuff onto Dark Souls, right?
Yeah, well, maybe not just Dark Souls, but a lot of the ironically, the grafting thing kind of felt kind of tacked on. It kind of like comes out of, I wouldn't say comes out of nowhere, but it kind of falls off like partway through the story. Like what happens to it?
It that felt like something where they needed some type of lore gimmick to being like, whoa, like you can attach an arm, and and this royal bloodline did this, and and even like now the Elden Ring DLC's kind of finished, we still don't have all the answers, which I'm not one that has to, even though I like having all the answers to a thing, it's
you
also
need to have enough answers to be able to fill in the other gaps.
Yeah, it
can't just be a painting you're looking at and you figure out the whole thing for yourself.
Yeah, if you're putting out DLC, then complete the loop, right? Fill in everything, right? You're putting out DLC, like especially for Dark Souls,
Or
that
enough
was
to
like,
have a satisfying, like, okay, I get it. I see
Yeah.
what they're doing.
like especially for Dark Souls having like this spread out, between 3 games thing. And then it's like, okay, well, here's some questions that we didn't have answered in Dark Souls 1, we got answered, but there's still massive glaring ones, or even stuff introduced in 3 that we didn't get full answers for. But it's like, like that could have done with just a little.
Sometimes to me, that just makes the world even bigger, because that mystery could turn into anything. And then if there's that many
Yeah, but
mysteries, it's like, damn, dude, if
just
there's
just
these many
knowing
mysteries I know about.
the problem is like knowing that the franchise is done, right? And then you're just like, it's just like, okay, well, we'll never know the answers to these questions, and even that, and some of them aren't even like worth arguing in a satisfying way, just because it's like
Right.
you will never know. And so it's like, all right, like at least with Bloodborne, you have the answers have more or less been found. So now people can look at
Yeah.
those
Because it's not as dense and it's all within the one game.
Yeah, and people can kind of take those answers from the book or answers from the story and rework them, right? Because like I pointed out, that there's that guy who did a whole video series based on like, forget everything that the game tells you. It's all actually a metaphor for like historical medical research. And here's like this guy, and here's what this guy did, and this guy's represented by like Gurman.
Yeah,
right?
there's a lot of different interpretations you can make on it. And
Whereas
pieces
with
you
Dark-
can put together in different ways but get
Yeah.
the same result.
Whereas I just don't like what I see out of Dark Souls is like what Hawkshaw does, and I don't know if you watch him. He does Dark Souls lore, but his stuff is completely made up. Like he talks about, he'll like take one little thing and make an entirely
Just
new
headcanon the
narrative.
shit. That's pretty cool.
Headcanon it to death, right? And it's cool, but it's like
You're just fan fiction writing at this point.
You're fan fiction writing it about how there's like this blacksmith god that Gwyn was friends with, and he's the guy that locked Havel in the tower, and like,
Yeah, it's not fun when because anyone can just make up anything with no kind of clues or attachment to anything.
He pulls some stuff together about how like the floral pattern that's on the stamina ring is the same that appears on like Smoug's armor, because that's the mark of the guy who made it, but there's like no basis for that, and
He's like the Question from DC.
Yeah, it's all connected. How does one boy band match up to the...
That shit was so fucking cool, dude. I love that story. That was in Unlimited, right?
Yeah, that was an Unlimited. Yeah,
that was the whole actual like the plot line of Unlimited, wasn't it?
Yeah, the Question had all the answers about Cadmus the whole time.
Yeah, that was actually a big inspiration for me too. I absolutely fucking loved Unlimited, man. That whole backstory was crazy.
I gotta rewatch Unlimited. I watched all the way up to Justice League because I had rewatched Unlimited before rewatching all that. But then it's like, I don't know, I see stuff now where I'm like, I gotta get back to watching shows. I got games I gotta play. I'm just like,
yeah,
so much. Like I still gotta rewatch those Marvel shows, and and I got games. Like I said, I got games I gotta play. Elden Ring has to get beaten.
So I got hella Junji Ito manga that I've bought that I haven't read. I've read Spiral. I mean, not Spiral. Uzumaki, which is Spiral. Gyo. I've one of the anthologies, but I got hella shit I gotta read and games to play that I haven't touched yet.
Oh, so since Cynic is gone and hopefully not listening, the part I was talking about was the Winter Lantern part in the DLC. Did you get to that part?
In what?
In Elden Ring's DLC?
Oh no, I don't think I've gotten to the. No, I haven't gotten to the Winter Lantern yet.
That's what I was talking about.
Oh shit, no, I haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a small spoiler, but they bring the Winter Lanterns back from Bloodborne.
Oh shit. Who are the Winter Lanterns?
They're the frenzy singing the la da da, and you look at them and you get the frenzy bar, and then it's like, boom,
oh fuck, for real?
They bring them back.
Oh shit, dude.
It's wild. Like, because they fit it into the lore, right? But there's basically like a whole like frenzy zone and frenzy boss and all that.
Oh damn, I might have to read a lore video on that or watch a lore video on that.
Yeah, they kind of go into madness, but then also not, right? Like that's the thing with Elden Ring lore. It's like it feels like there's gonna be no Elden Ring 2. I feel like when I watch that. Just like, yeah, like everything's just
I don't think they will make it Elden Ring 2.
All that lore is just gonna kind of sit there with no answers. And to be honest, it's like I said, like Dark Souls, at least, like even not getting all of it. I was invested in Dark Souls 3 lore as the DLCs were coming out. Like, oh, what answers are we gonna get, right? And then Elden Ring lore, it's just like, like,
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
and like I said, Bloodborne's lore, I experienced.
I haven't delved
after
too
the
much
fact.
into. That's why I wasn't really like trying to argue for either one, either or, because I haven't delved too specifically into the really Souls lore, honestly. But a lot of Souls 3 lore, a bit of Elden Ring lore, a bit of Souls 1 lore. But Bloodborne is definitely the one that I've delved into the most. So I can't
Yeah,
really honestly say which one I think is better. But I love Bloodborne's lore.
Yeah, like I said, like I think Dark Souls lore is a lot more of like, I don't know. I think Cynic was like missing the trees to look at the forest, I guess. So like instead of the other way around.
Yeah.
So yeah. But we're gonna cut it off.
Yeah, I had fun,
thank you-
dude. This was awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Snowman, for coming on. Be
Yeah,
sure
man.
to be here next week when we'll
I'll
fight
try.
again over Marvel movies.
Yeah, dude.
That'll
We gotta throw
that'll
the DC movies in there too. Sorry.
we'll one day do that. That'll be easier to do at least.
Yeah.
Unless, I mean, even if we include like the other Superman movies, the other Batman movies, and you know,
Yeah, we should. It's fun to
shouldn't need
compare the
to-
old ones to the new ones.
yeah, shouldn't need to argue too bad about like the Nolan trilogy or the Richard Donner Superman movie.
I might have some hot takes on Dark Knight Rises
I like Dark Knight Rises
and Dark Knight.
I mean, I can I think I know your opinion on Dark Knight at this point.
What?
Well, I'm saying you obviously like it, right? We've
Oh, I love the Dark Knight, but there's some problems I have with it.
I mean, I guess with the ranking, I'd still probably put it at like probably an S, at least an A.
As a Batman movie, it's still not a better Batman movie than Batman Begins.
I guess. It's a better
Batman
Joker movie than better Joker.
Maybe
movie
a better
than two.
movie. It's probably it flows better. The pacing is way better in Dark Knight, and that I think the characters are more interesting in Dark Knight.
Yeah, not a better Batman Joker movie than Batman '89.
Oof. I love both of them.
Mhm.
That's a tough one. Yeah, we could argue about that all day.
I actually haven't like watched the DC movies in a while. I used to watch them all the time back when like we had the VHSs or I'd rent them.
Mm-hmm.
I used to watch Batman Forever. Well, we had Batman and Robin. I used to watch that one the most, but then I would rent Batman Forever. That was like, oh, crazy. Like
Batman Forever is still kind of fire before it gets way too campy. It's got a lot of cool moments.
Tommy
And
Lee
it
Jones
still
was
feels like, oh yeah, for sure.
he was miscast.
I still liked him as Two-Face, but it wasn't just Two-Face. He was way too much just trying to be like the Joker.
Yeah, he was misdirected, I guess, as you could say. He could probably be a really good Two-Face if he was like the like, you know, I'm gonna blow you off. You know, blow
Dude,
you off.
he would be I think he might even be too menacing as Harvey Dent. Like Aaron Eckhart played it really well. Like you could see him as the pretty boy, like kind of noble guy, but then also the menacing villain. Tommy Lee Jones is just always menacing.
Yeah, him being too goofy was what kind of
Exactly. Yeah.
They both wanted them to be Joker.
Right. Even Jim Carrey was too much of the Joker.
Yeah, and
But it was awesome.
I didn't like Batman Returns. I feel, it's because I just feel like the plot isn't like the villain motivation in the Penguin, and I don't know. I would have to rewatch it.
I like that about rewatching it as an adult. Actually, I like the plot a little more.
That's
just
the
because
thing,
it's comic booky, it's weird.
It's a little too Burton for its own good. I feel like
It is very Burton-y.
more than '89 was.
And the problem with Batman Returns is a lot of the characters, they just meet up out of the blue, like Batman and Catwoman just like run into each other all the time, like in the sidewalk. And it's like, there needs to be some kind of like investigating going on by Batman or something. It's a lot of events just happen in the movie.
Yeah, a lot of those early ones don't really have much detective work for Batman.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of Batman '89, he deduces that he's combining all these chemicals in a way that poisons people. And that he's going to like
Does he
poison the
deduce it,
whole
or
city.
does he enter it into the Bat computer and the Bat computer spits it out, right?
I don't remember. I'm pretty sure. I mean, he can't just be like, what does he put in the computer though? He has to put in some kind of prompt to it. So he's got to kind of figure out something's going on with the.
Yeah, but I just want a Batman that actually can just look at those 3 chemicals and go like, that's what's gonna happen. But not even Kevin Conroy Batman does that. Like Kevin Conroy Batman uses the Bat computer a lot in the show in the animation.
Yeah, for sure. But he's also like he's got like the flashlight in the mouth, rummaging through file cabinets and shit, and like
he'll do that.
Going
stuff.
undercover.
Yeah, that's the good stuff too.
Yeah. See, and then people say the Nolan Batman didn't do any detective work, but it's like, what do you people think detective work is? I mean, he like broke into the apartment and was like looking for the drugs in the Scarecrow scene. I mean, he's interrogating Flash upside down. He's running through what the chemicals are in the compound. I mean, that's all detective work. And Batman Begins with
what came in my mind was Dark Knight when he like gets the bullet and he like shoots the gun through the wall.
Yeah,
like,
which is totally fantastical. But yeah, that's detective work.
I didn't even know what he was even doing in that scene though. To be
honest. I had no idea, dude. That scene was like, he's detective and shit, so it'll pass.
It's like, yes, it was a bullet that made the hole.
Like, right. I guess he found the thumbprint on the bullet, so he got the prints of the.
But then he like shot a bullet. I don't get it. I don't.
Yeah.
There's a thumbprint on the bullet, so he's like, yes, we'll shoot the.
Yeah, why did he need to shoot it?
4 different walls to see. Like, I guess it was just. Yeah, something cool. Something.
It was mostly to look cool.
Yeah. So. All right. Well, we'll end the stream now. So.
Yep.
And
all right, later, amigo.
Play the outro. Bye, Snowman.
Yep. Thanks for having me, man. I can't wait to do it again, bro. That was cool. Later.